When Hidden Sect Island flew out of the Sage battlefield, Hanju successfully copied Fuxician and the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's strength to prepare for challenging the sages in the future. Ancestor Shitian was too strong. Hanju couldn't gain any experience from fighting him. He needed to challenge an ordinary sage. Soon, Hidden Sect Island stopped trembling as it left the sages' battlefield. At first, Hanju was worried that the sages had come for him. Now, it seemed that that was not the case. Why is Fuxician fighting with the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate? Hanju asked in his mind. He was afraid that these two sages were acting. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. To fight for Providence, they both contain killing intent. Hanju raised his eyebrows. In other words, these two sages were not acting. They were really fighting. He heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a plot against him. Hidden Sect Island continued to fly for several months before Hanju stopped it. This time, he was far away from the two sages. I want to know if Hidden Sect Island was discovered by other living beings other than the people on the island? Hanju asked in his mind. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju completely relaxed and smiled. The strange deity came over and started to rub against him. Hanju instructed it to massage him. After a long time, the strange deity had already gotten used to this. It even felt that this was something it should do. Hanju closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Oh you! When will you grow up?" The strange deity didn't reply. Its intelligence hadn't increased for a long time. It could understand some of Hanju's intentions, but it couldn't communicate. That was good. This was to prevent it from thinking of escaping Hanju when it was really mature and had its own thoughts. For the next period of time, Hanju checked his surroundings from time to time, afraid that the sages would come again. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years passed. The sages no longer appeared around the Dao field. It had been 500 years since Hanju broke through. However, he was still a distance away from the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. As expected of the Zenith Heaven realm, it seemed that cultivating it fully in 2,000 years was completely wishful thinking. Not long ago, the Hidden Sect's 100-year competition had just ended. Because Zhao Shenyuan was the only deity realm existence, Hanju arranged for him to fight with Lu Bu and Ma Chao. In the end, Zhao Shenyuan became depressed. He actually couldn't defeat the guards. These two were Hanju's subordinates. Therefore, Zhao Shenyuan cultivated madly and simulated the trial. He didn't mention what had happened to him, but the others were stimulated. Even the geniuses of the deity realm were so hard-working. How could they relax? For a time, the fighting atmosphere in Hidden Sect Island became more and more intense. Inside the Khanate Cave abode, Hanju was reading the emails. The sages appeared more and more frequently. Even his good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by them. Chaos. The entire world was in chaos. At that moment, he suddenly sensed the chaotic domain summoning. It was probably Dao Sovereign again. Hanju had nothing to do, so he headed to the chaotic domain. After entering the chaotic domain, Hanju met Dao Sovereign and Zhou Fan. Dao Sovereign said directly, "Brother, save us." Hanju asked, "Location, enemy." 9 Heavens Hanging Mountain, the sage of the Buddhist sect, Qiu Shilai. "Just wait for your death." "No, brother." "Then tell me, who should I look for?" "Find Fuxician." "How?" Hanju was speechless. He felt that Dao Sovereign was nuts. Zhou Fan said, "You can ask Heavenly Emperor Fong to find Fuxician." Now, the humans and the heavenly court are trembling under the pressure of a sage. There's a possibility that they will face a common enemy. Hanju asked in surprise, how can the humans and heavenly court be united against a common enemy? Even if they join forces, they are only cannon fodder in front of the sages. Zhou Fan said, "There are rumors that a certain sage is preparing to destroy all living beings in the world. At that time, all living beings below the sage will die. The human race and the heavenly court will be in turmoil and will naturally ally. Hanju was stunned. Why did this sound so much like the Tao destruction mystical power? Could it be that sages also possessed the Tao destruction mystical power? Hanju immediately asked in his mind. Who among the heavenly Tao sages has a Tao destruction mystical power? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Among the heavenly Tao sages, 2 have grasped the Tao destruction mystical power. They are Qiu Shilai and Sage Fated Secrets. Indeed. Hanju suddenly felt a sense of danger. If a sage used the Tao destruction mystical power, wouldn't he also die? Fuck. Back when he had comprehended life of all, why didn't he think of this? The more Hanju thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Zhoufan asked, Senior, do you agree to help? Hanju asked back, what can I get? Tao Sovereign replied, after this matter is over, I will join you. Like Zhao Shenyuan, I will serve you from now on. Fine. Hanju left after saying that. He felt uneasy after returning to the Khanate cave abode. Damn it. The effect of this Tao destruction mystical power was indeed different when it appeared in the hands of others. Hanju thought that it was useless before, but now that he thought about it, it was simply too terrifying. However, sages shouldn't dare to use it rashly. Who wants to lose a major realm? Hanju thought silently. If they used it to clean up all living beings, they would definitely offend other sages. After all, the teachings of the sages were all in the immortal world. At that time, the user would lose a major realm. It was no different from waiting for death. Hanju asked in his mind, if the sage uses the Tao destruction mystical power, will I die? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. The Tao field is far from the calamity and the heavenly Tao. None of the living beings in the Tao field will die. Hanju widened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. He was almost frightened to death. In that case, either Qiu Shilai or Sage Fated Secrets must be wanting to cause trouble. Hanju frowned and thought. When he thought of the heavenly emperor, Su Qi, Shen Qingjun, Fang Liang, Zhoufan, and the others, Hanju hesitated again. Should he do something? Forget it. He decided to wait and see. He couldn't provoke a sage unless it was absolutely necessary. Hanju asked in his mind. I want to know if Qiu Shilai and Sage Fated Secrets want to use the Tao destruction mystical power? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Neither sage has a motive for the time being. Hanju smiled again. He had a bold thought. Could it be that his epiphany of the Tao destruction mystical power had been sensed by the sages? It was really possible. How could the sages not suspect each other when an unknown existence comprehended a Tao destruction mystical power? This is also good. The Tao destruction mystical power is a killing machine. In the future, if anyone wants to deal with me and is forced into a corner, I will use life of all to threaten them. As long as they don't want to destroy their own lineage, they will definitely not dare to provoke me. Hanju thought silently. Although he wanted to, it was best not to expose this mystical power. It would attract too much hatred. Hanju took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Fang Liang. Soon, the divine sense connection was successful. Hanju asked, I have something to ask of. You. Fang Liang did not answer. Hanju sensed that something was wrong and asked, Are you still there? A deep voice sounded, Yes. Damn it. Hanju directly severed his divine sense connection. This voice was definitely not Fang Liang's. Hanju wondered who the voice belonged to. He had never heard of it before. Could it be a sage? Hanju's heart trembled. He immediately used the derivation function to ask. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Fang Huangjun. Cultivation unknown. Clan leader of the Fang clan. Fang clan? Han Ju first thought of Fong Liang. They were both surnamed Fong. Could it be that Fong Liang was from the Fong clan? However, Fong Liang's background did not mention the Fong clan. Han Ju continued to ask, "What's Fong Liang's relationship with the Fong clan? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." Fong Liang is the Fong clan's ancestor. Ancestor. So awesome? Han Ju suddenly thought of how Fong Liang had transmigrated many times. Gone back to create a clan. He really knew how to play. Han Ju was secretly shocked that the Fong clan actually had a pseudosage. The immortal world was truly filled with hidden talents. It was mainly because the immortal world was too big and he could only observe through emails, so he still could not understand the entire situation. Since he was Fong Liang's descendant, he could contact him. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Fong Huangjun again. Soon, the divine sense connection was successful. Fong Huangjun asked, "Yes." Han Ju said, "Something happened just now. Is Heavenly Emperor Fong there?" "He's not here. You're his grandmaster, right? He said that you can look for me if you need anything." Han Ju told him about Dao Sovereign and Zhou Fan's request. Fong Huangjun replied, "I'll tell Heavenly Emperor Fong. The two of them fell silent. Han Ju was about to sever the divine sense connection when Fong Huangjun suddenly asked, "May I know who you are?" "I'm Fong Huangjun, the leader of the Fong clan in the deity realm of the Ruins of End. We also have a branch family in the immortal world. Deity realm of the Ruins of End." No wonder he had never heard of them. Han Ju said, "Eastern Wu Divine World. Sun Quan. Eastern Wu Divine World? Why haven't I heard of it? There is always something you don't know. Do you dare to say that you understand all the worlds?" "True." Fong Huangjun fell into deep thought. Han Ju didn't say anything else and severed his divine sense connection. "Good kid. I didn't expect him to be so generous. But won't he attract the attention of the sages by doing this?" Han Ju frowned and thought, how could a sage agree to casually travel through time and create his own force? Sages knew the past and the future. Transcending time and space was like child's play in their eyes. Wait. Could it be that the Dao ancestor was secretly helping Fong Liang? It was very likely. After all, the Dao ancestor had already chosen Fong Liang as his successor. It seemed that Han Ju didn't have to worry about Fong Liang. This kid was tough. Even Fong Liang knows how to set up schemes. Looks like I have to pay more attention. Han Ju thought silently. The path of the great Dao was not something that he could do as he pleased just because his cultivation was strong enough. After Dao Sovereign was saved and joined Hidden Sect Island, the lineup of geniuses would be very magnificent. The number one prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, the strongest son of heaven and earth, the strongest prodigy of the Divine Palace, the number one prodigy of the human race, Buddhist sect's Buddha, the hope of the Magus race. Wait. When these disciples grew up, they would definitely be experts in the future with world-shattering might. What Han Ju wanted to do was to keep his cultivation ahead of theirs and control them. After thinking about it, Han Ju continued to cultivate. He had to break through to the late stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm first. 30 years passed. Han Ju was finally close to the late stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm and had a chance to break through. He was in a good mood. Indeed, breaking through was the happiest thing. He checked his emails as he cultivated. There were battles everywhere. He suddenly saw an email. Your good friend Xiao Shilai was attacked by a heavenly Dao Sage X3. Surrounded? How tragic. He continued reading and saw another email. Your disciple Su Qi has obtained the inheritance of a sage and has learned the Dao destruction mystical power. He has alerted the heavenly Dao. Dao destruction mystical power. The sage here didn't mention Xiao Shilai, so it could only be sage fated secrets. How ruthless. This old thing wanted to use Su Qi to slaughter all living beings. At the mention of Su Qi, Han Ju suddenly thought of something. Previously, A sage wanted to use Su Qi to approach him. Sage Jinlan. This person seems to be a golden immortal of the Jie school? Wait. There were 2 heavenly Dao sages in the Jie school? Han Ju immediately recalled the information about the sage Jinan. Jinan. Cultivation unknown. Heavenly Dao sage, immeasurable emperor, one of the golden immortals of the Jie school. Because he deduced that Su Qi has karma with you, he especially led him to wander around the dark forbidden zone, wanting to bump into you. That's right, he was a heavenly Dao sage. In other words, 7 heavenly Dao sages had appeared already. Nuwa, Fuxishan, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Fated Secrets and Sage Jinan. There were 2 unknowns left. Could Sage Fated Secrets have some secret dealings with the Jie school? No. Han Ju couldn't tolerate others using his disciple. Su Qi's fate was full of trouble. He helped Han Ju eliminate many enemies and rarely troubled him. Han Ju's heart ached for such a disciple. I want to know why Sage Fated Secrets taught Su Qi the Dao destruction mystical power. Han Ju asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju's consciousness entered the illusion. It was a dark void. 2 figures were gathered here. Han Ju couldn't see their true appearance. One of them said, Fated Secrets, have you chosen? Sage Fated Secrets replied, Not for the time being. Karma is complicated in the calamity. It's not easy to make a move. I have one here. He doesn't have a powerful background. He was originally a disciple of the Jie school and later joined the Heavenly Court as a jinx. Now, he has severed karma with the Heavenly Court and the Jie school. He's also related to the variable that the Dao ancestor has determined. He can take on this great responsibility. Will this offend the variable? That person has always been in seclusion. How can he know our plan? I guess he doesn't think highly of the jinx. Even if the jinx dies, he won't care. Bring me to see him. If it's suitable, he will destroy the world. The illusion shattered. Han Ju showed a frown. It was indeed a conspiracy. He knew that Su Qi was related to him and even wanted to harm him. How could Han Ju tolerate this? Should he visit Su Qi in his dreams to wake him up? No, this would alert the enemy. Will I be discovered if I curse the heavenly Dao sage with the Book of Misfortune? Han Ju asked in his mind. No, the Book of Misfortune is not affected by karma. The Dao field isolates heavenly Dao-level divine sense. This was not the first time Han Ju asked this. He was mainly cheering himself on. In that case, he would curse the sage as a warning. Han Ju suppressed the strange deity in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Sage Fated Secrets. He didn't want to cause harm, only fear. In a Taoist temple, a huge candlelight flickered and shone on Sage Fated Secrets. His figure looked so tiny. Sage Fated Secrets wore a dark green Taoist robe. His hair was black and white and he had a calm expression. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and pinched his fingers to deduce. He smiled. There's actually someone who dares to curse a sage. I can't deduce it. It must be the work of another sage. Sage Fated Secrets muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. Han Ju only cursed Sage Fated Secrets for 5 days. In any case, he couldn't curse him to death. He just had to play mind games in the future. How many years had it been? He could finally curse an enemy again. Han Ju almost forgot how it felt to curse someone. As usual, he would curse once every 10 years. He's probably still guessing who cursed him. He might even guess that it's another sage. Han Ju thought silently. Although it was sinister to do this behind his back, it was really satisfying. Han Ju could only pray that Su Qi would survive this. Once Su Qi used the Dao destruction mystical power, he would definitely die. The sages would definitely not let him go. As for whether the Sage Fated Secrets would protect him, that was difficult to say. He continued to cultivate. In the numinous palace, Fang Liang sat on the emperor's throne. Li Daokong, Li Shenao, Huang Jihao, and the others stood in the hall. One of the domineering men asked, "Your Majesty, why isn't the sage here yet?" This person was Feng Huangjun, the leader of the Feng clan. Li Xianxiao snorted. "He's a sage. He definitely has to put on airs." Huang Jihao broke out in cold sweat. These sages' disciples were truly daring. How could they dare to talk about the sages like this? Feng Liang's expression did not change as he continued waiting in silence. 5 minutes later, 2 figures flew into the numinous palace. The person in front was Sage Fated Secrets. He had an immortal aura and an unfathomable temperament. Following behind Sage Fated Secrets was a ball of demonic aura. The demonic aura dissipated and a black-robed man appeared. Feng Liang was slightly moved when he saw the man in black. "Uncle Master Su Qi." Feng Liang frowned in surprise. Su Qi narrowed his eyes when he saw him. The two of them only looked at each other and did not greet each other. Feng Liang stood up and bowed. The others did the same. Facing a sage, the heavenly emperor had to bow. Sage Fated Secrets said, "This person behind me is called Su Qi. He was once the jinx of the heavenly court. He obtained my true teachings and will serve the heavenly court from now on." Feng Liang smiled. "Thank you for your support, sage." Li Xianxiao frowned and asked, "He's only an immortal emperor. What can he help us with? The heavenly court doesn't lack immortal emperors." Su Qi said calmly, "I'm not only an immortal emperor. If you're not convinced, do you dare to take a palm strike from me?" Li Xianxiao smiled. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Come. I'll take your palm strike. I won't fight back." Li Daokong stared at Su Qi in deep thought. Su Qi didn't stand on ceremony and prepared to raise his palm. "Forget it, His Majesty can accept him," Li Daokong suddenly said. When Su Qi heard that, he immediately put down his raised right hand. Li Xianxiao was immediately displeased, but he believed that Li Daokong had his reasons. Sage Fated Secrets nodded and said, "Don't worry about the human sages. They will be dealt with by the sages." With that, Sage Fated Secrets vanished from the hall. Feng Liang looked at Su Qi and smiled. "Uncle Master, long time no see." "Uncle Master." Everyone was shocked. Su Qi's cold face also showed a smile. "How did you become the Heavenly Emperor?" Feng Liang sat down again and sighed. "It's a long story. Why did you become the disciple of a sage? Does Grandmaster know?" At the mention of Hanju, Su Qi looked helpless and said, "I don't know. To be honest, I don't know how to face him." Li Xianxiao came back to his senses. Su Qi was Feng Liang's uncle master. Wasn't he that person's disciple? He recalled the day when he faced Hanju's great freedom heaven imprisoning palm and couldn't help but palpitate. He didn't forget the scene of Li Daokong being forced back by Hanju's sword. Feng Huangjun couldn't help but recall his experience using the Heavenly Dao token to contact Hanju. "Sun Quan, who are you and how strong are you?" Li Daokong stared at Su Qi and said, "You give me a very similar feeling to the inauspicious evil." Su Qi glanced at him and replied calmly, "I've absorbed them." Li Xianxiao and Feng Huangjun were moved. Absorption of the inauspicious evil. Li Xianxiao's eyelids twitched. He suddenly understood why Li Daokong stopped him from taking Su Qi's palm. The power of the inauspicious evil was strange and terrifying, not something he could withstand. "I'll arrange for a place for you to stay. Let's chat somewhere else." Feng Liang smiled. Su Qi nodded slightly. Another 10 years passed. "Your disciple Su Qi has joined the heavenly court and his providence has transformed." Hanju raised his eyebrows when he saw this email. It seemed that Sage Fated Secrets also supported Su Qi. Hanju decided to visit him in his dreams. Before that, he used the derivation function to ask if Su Qi was being controlled by a sage. After spending 1 billion years of his lifespan and confirming that Su Qi was still him, Hanju dreamed. Su Qi's favorability towards him had not decreased. He shouldn't have changed his mind. Soon, the two of them entered a dream. The dream depicted the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The sky was blue and the immortal Qi was ethereal. When Su Qi saw Hanju, he couldn't help but be stunned. Hanju was expressionless and said, "Aren't you kneeling down after seeing your master?" Suchi came back to his senses and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, master." A storm brewed in Suchi's heart. What kind of mystical power was this? He actually forcefully dragged him into a dream. He couldn't help but think of the methods of sage fated secrets. Could it be that Hanju was also a sage? It was very likely. Thinking about it carefully, Hanju did not seek opportunities. He had been cultivating in seclusion, but the difference between him and them was becoming greater and greater. This did not make sense. Suchi was also experienced and knew that his breakthrough speed was already very exaggerated. If news of this spread, who wouldn't be dumbfounded? Hanju asked, "You've recently obtained a huge opportunity. Your providence has changed, and so has your karma. Do you know what's behind this opportunity?" Suchi fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Does Master know something? Please remind me." Hanju said, "I don't know who gave you the great opportunity, but in the calamity, any reward is part of a scheme." He had to pretend not to know about the sage's existence in case anyone read Suchi's memories. Suchi's expression darkened. "Master, I obtained a mystical power that can destroy all living beings below my cultivation level. The price is a major realm loss." Hanju pretended to be shocked and said, "There's such a mystical power? Then don't use it easily. Destroying all living beings involves too much karma." "Wait, who taught you this mystical power? You've already learned it, that person definitely knows it too. Why wouldn't he use it himself?" Suchi said, "He's afraid of bearing karma and dropping a major realm." Hanju remained silent. Suchi fell silent. The master and disciple had their own thoughts. Hanju was thinking about how to persuade Suchi. Suchi was thinking about what sage fated secrets wanted to do. He trusted Hanju more than sage fated secrets. Hanju specially came to remind him that there was definitely a huge conspiracy. Suchi wasn't stupid. Hanju had definitely deduced sage fated secrets. It was just that it was difficult to point it out and he was afraid of being targeted by the sage. In his impression, Hanju was omnipotent. Since he could predict that he would be schemed against by a sage, it meant that Hanju already had a way to deal with it. Suchi asked, "Master, what should I do? I'm afraid I can't escape from that person's control." Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Pretend that you don't know his plot. It's fine as long as you don't cull the living beings. My disciple, the karma of this matter is too great. You might even offend a sage. Don't take action so easily." After hearing Hanju's words, Suchi nodded in agreement. He had felt that something was wrong when he had grasped the Tao destruction mystical power. Why would a sage teach him such a powerful mystical power? He must be using him. It was impossible for him to teach it and not let him use it. Hanju asked, "Do you want to come back now?" If Suchi was willing to return, Hanju would directly go and take him in. If he offended a sage, so be it. In any case, the other party wouldn't be able to find the Tao field. Suchi was silent. Hanju wanted to curse when he saw that. What was wrong with these people? All of them knew that their bodies might be crushed in front of them, but they still wanted to fight to the death. Hanju even suspected that their will had been changed by the calamity. Suchi sighed. "Master, I have my own goals. I'm not being led around. This time, when I return to the immortal world, I want to use the heavenly Tao merit to wash away my fate. I don't want to be the god of misfortune. If I go back with you and don't want to affect my fellow disciples, I'll be suppressed by the array formation. I don't want to live like that." Hanju also fell silent. That was the truth. If he was Suchi, he wouldn't want to do that. Hanju had also re-rolled the corresponding Khanate Providence when he was young, but he had immediately skipped it. "In that case, it's up to you. But if you die, do you have any last wishes?" Hanju smiled and asked casually. Suchi also smiled. He no longer felt the pressure from before and was relieved. He smiled and said, "I definitely have regrets, but I don't need to trouble you, Master. I'm already prepared for anything. I won't regret it even if I die." It's just that I won't have a chance to repay you in this life. Thinking back, Su Qi felt mixed emotions. If he didn't meet Hanju, he would probably still be floating in the cycle of reincarnation. He might even die several times in the immeasurable calamity. The master and disciple chatted for a while more before the dream ended. Su Qi smiled and watched Hanju leave as the dream chattered. Back in the cave abode, Hanju opened his eyes, and they flashed coldly. The more open-minded Su Qi was, the more uncomfortable he felt. Although this uncomfortable feeling was not enough to make him lose his mind, he was still a little angry. Su Qi was really the most tragic person. Because of misfortune, everyone he encountered was bound to suffer misfortune, and he would forever shoulder guilt and sins. In the long run, he would be annihilated by the heavenly Tao. Ever since he was born, he was destined to be destroyed. It was futile no matter how he struggled. Su Qi thought that Hanju was someone who treated him well. However, Hanju knew that the reason why he treated him well was actually a lie. He hated Su Qi at first and even used him. It had been more than 7,000 years. How many enemies had Su Qi dealt with for him? The heavenly emperor had done nothing to him, but so had Su Qi. In the entire hidden sect, other than Xianxia, Su Qi had done the most for Hanju. Forget it. I'll save you if I can. If not, I can only leave you in my memories. Hanju thought firmly, and his emotions disappeared quickly. He asked in his mind, I want to know Su Qi's outcome in this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, Hanju came to a desert. Sand filled the air and a blood aura covered the sky. At a glance, it could be seen that the land was barren and desolate. Hanju's gaze quickly locked onto a figure. Su Qi. He was kneeling on the top of a slope. His left shoulder and left arm were no longer there. The wound was surrounded by strange black qi. His hair was disheveled. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were empty. Hanju noticed that his body was petrified and his life force was dissipating quickly. Hanju frowned. Su Qi was going to die? At this moment, a black and white aura appeared above Su Qi's head. It spun into a vortex and a figure appeared. It was Sage Fated Secrets. Sage Fated Secrets looked down at Su Qi from above. Su Qi, you used the Tao destruction mystical power to slaughter all living beings. The heavenly Tao does not tolerate it. Since you are my successor, what dying wish do you have? Hearing this, Su Qi raised his head with difficulty. He looked numbly at Sage Fated Secrets and asked in a hoarse voice, Why is this mystical power? Sage Fated Secrets said expressionlessly, Sages will only lose a major realm. However, to those below the level of a sage, you have to sacrifice everything, let alone you who is burdened with overwhelming negative karma. Hanju was shocked. There was such a price? He would ask when he returned. Su Qi smiled bitterly. Soon, his body was completely petrified. Sage Fated Secrets waved his hand, and Su Qi turned into dust that scattered with the wind. The calamity has ended and the heavenly Tao has restarted. Everything is like an illusion. With that, Sage Fated Secrets vanished. The illusion shattered. When Hanju returned to reality, he first asked if he would die directly if he used the Tao destruction mystical power. No. Hanju was relieved. The system's products were indeed different. He guessed that the Tao destruction mystical power Su Qi had learned was an altered one, or that the Sage Fated Secrets had used a technique on it. This fellow is indeed scamming my disciple. Hanju cursed silently. His hatred towards Sage Fated Secrets increased. No, he had to curse him. Otherwise, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. He would curse for 1 trillion years first. Anyway, Hanju was about to break through. At that time, his lifespan would be refreshed. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to be reduced. Outside the 33rd level of heaven in the Great Ultimate Hall, Sage Fated Secrets was visiting Ancestor Shitian and listening to him preach. He suddenly frowned. The mysterious curse power increased. Who was so blind? They actually found trouble with him when he was visiting the Transcendent Tao expert. Didn't the other sages know about this? Who's cursing you? Ancestor Shitian asked calmly. Sage Fated Secrets said, I'm not sure either. I can't deduce it. Senior, can you help me? Ancestor Shitian shook his head. Sage Fated Secrets sensed that something was wrong, so he changed the topic and asked, have the traces of the Tao ancestor appeared? He has always been here and has never been anywhere. Hearing this, Sage Fated Secrets fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly felt the curse's power increase again. With such a curse, if it was a pseudo-sage, he would probably be completely unconscious. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord really exists and that it is a sage's scheme? Sage Fated Secrets frowned. Ancestor Shitian said, it's time for you to return. I'll only give you a piece of advice. There's always a chance of survival in the 3000 Great Tao. You sages have to hold back and leave some room for survival. Sage Fated Secrets nodded and stood up to bow. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju had already 900 billion years of his lifespan deducted and was a little dizzy. Forget it. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and stopped cursing. The sage gave him the feeling of a bottomless pit. No matter how he cursed the other party, there was no outcome. Ancestor Shitian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju was surprised to see a line of words. Ancestor Shitian? What happened? Hanju immediately checked Ancestor Shitian's information. Ancestor Shitian, Cultivation unknown, Transcendent Tao expert, lives in the 33rd layered heaven. Unrestrained by fate and the heavenly Tao, he has experienced 9 immeasurable calamities. Because you have changed the heavenly Tao's calamity several times, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Because Hanju had changed the heavenly Tao's calamity several times, he raised his favorable impression of him. Has my identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord been exposed? Hanju panicked. The Tao field could block the prying of the heavenly Tao level divine sense. Ancestor Shitian seemed to be above the heavenly Tao. Hanju secretly asked, Ancestor Shitian guessed that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 100 billion years? Hanju was shocked. Ordinary heavenly Tao sages were only worth 3 or 4 billion years. The difference was a little too great. Continue. Hanju gritted his teeth and chose. A line of words appeared in front of him. Ancestor Shitian does not care about the various worlds of the heavenly Tao. He doesn't know about the existence of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, Ancestor Shitian had only captured the changes in the heavenly Tao's calamity. Fortunately, Ancestor Shitian had a favorable impression of him. Thinking about it carefully, the endings of the calamities that Hanju had changed were all tragic. They were all about to destroy the world. He never thought of benefiting himself. Hanju felt no pressure after thinking it through. A transcendent Tao expert like Ancestor Shitian should not interfere in the matters of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, those extremely evil and sinful people would have long died. What kind of existence is a transcendent Tao expert? Hanju couldn't imagine what the world in Ancestor Shitian's eyes was like. Then he continued cultivating. 900 billion years of lifespan had not caused any problems for Sage Fated Secrets. To put it bluntly, it was because his cultivation level was too weak and the Book of Misfortune was not strong enough. Time flew. The battle in the immortal world became more and more intense. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like rivers. It looked like the war between the humans and the heavenly court, but behind it was countless races, sects, providence sects, and the sacred dynasties. A god of misfortune had recently appeared in the heavenly court. Wherever he passed, misfortune would overflow. The heavenly tribulation would be vast and the mental demons would be chaotic. Every time he appeared, he would cause a large number of casualties. After his deeds spread, it caused all living beings to panic. It was Su Qi. Because of him, Heavenly Court obtained successive victories, causing the humans to feel uneasy. The human race's sage, Fuxician, was stopped by a mysterious sage. He had been fighting in the void and had yet to return. Under such circumstances, the human race needed a hero to stand out. Finally, as expected, a hero stood up. Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan wasn't afraid of Su Qi's bad luck. He was the only existence who could fight him openly. The two of them were on par. With the experts restraining Su Qi, the pressure on the battlefront decreased greatly. Just like that, 50 years passed. Han Ju was extremely close to breaking through to the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. He would be able to welcome the opportunity to break through in at most 10 years. On this day, Dao Sovereign summoned him to the chaotic domain. Han Ju went to receive him. Dao Sovereign expressed that he came to fulfill his promise and was willing to join him. Just in case, Han Ju still spent 100 million years to derive it. He was only relieved after confirming that there was no mysterious mastermind behind Dao Sovereign. Dao Sovereign's talent was still very powerful. It could even be said to be the number one under the heavenly Dao. Han Ju said, "If you join me, you can forget about coming out anymore. You have to cultivate in seclusion with me." Dao Sovereign said calmly, "I understand. I have to consider what identity I should arrange for you. Do you want to be my disciple?" "What? You're humiliating me?" Dao Sovereign was furious. He had always treated Han Ju as a brother, but he wanted to be his master? This was too much. Han Ju smiled and said, "Do you want to spar?" Dao Sovereign snorted. "Of course. Come over first. I'll teach you a mystical power. Summon me and I'll bring you to my Dao field. MM." A month later. DaoNovel.com. Han Ju felt that Dao Sovereign was using the invocation technique. He also calculated cautiously and confirmed that there was no danger before going. Arriving in front of Dao Sovereign, Han Ju brought him away without waiting for him to speak. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Dao Sovereign's gaze landed on him. He was stunned. What a handsome man. Dao Sovereign didn't look bad either. It seemed that all the geniuses had good looks. With a high cultivation level, it was extremely easy to change their appearance. However, it was almost impossible to achieve Han Ju's effect. After all, the aesthetic taste of all living beings was different. Dao Sovereign raised his eyebrows and asked, "Shall we fight?" Han Ju smiled and said, "All right. I have a mystical power that can't affect reality." He directly pulled Dao Sovereign into the simulation trial and the two fought. There was no suspense. Han Ju directly used the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol to kill Dao Sovereign. Dao Sovereign was not convinced. He thought that it was an illusion. Therefore, Han Ju fought with him again and let him use his full strength first. After he used his full strength, he killed him with a punch. Dao Sovereign was depressed. After returning to reality, Han Ju smiled and asked, "Are you going to be my disciple?" Dao Sovereign fell silent. After a while he asked, "Where's Zhao Shenyuan?" "He's already your disciple. No way. If I become your disciple now, wouldn't I be his junior? Everything has to be done in order. If he becomes your senior brother, he can take care of you. Besides, if you become his junior, it will stimulate his cultivation. It's a win-win situation." Han Ju rejected calmly. Dao Sovereign frowned. It sounded reasonable, but it was ridiculous no matter how he thought about it. "Can I stand this embarrassment?" Han Ju continued, "If you're obsessed with your status, it means that you are superficial and not pure enough. Isn't cultivation the most important? Could it be that your ego is greater than your heart of cultivation?" Dao Sovereign gritted his teeth. He realized that Han Ju was really mean. "From today onwards, you are my 7th disciple. Go out and get to know the others. Cultivate under the tree. You can enter the previous combat mystical power at any time and train your combat strength." Han Ju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and closed his eyes. Dao Sovereign nodded. Then, he noticed the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. His pupils constricted. This was Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. The legendary 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Why was it here? A storm brewed in Tao Sovereign's heart. He didn't ask and turned to leave the Khanate cave abode. Soon, Han Ju heard Zhao Xuanyuan's exclamation. He was clearly pleasantly surprised. It was worth mentioning that Tao Sovereign was already at the 5 mystic divine origin realm. Among Han Ju's disciples, his cultivation level was the highest. Each successive disciple had higher cultivation. This was quite strange. The addition of Tao Sovereign caused another commotion in the hidden sect. Zhang Yi didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Liao also felt immense pressure. The Black Hell Chicken also began to cultivate seriously. Everyone could feel the pressure. The hidden sect was rapidly becoming stronger. There might be even more experts joining in the future. How could they dare to relax? Chu Shiren joked that the greatest winner of this calamity was the hidden sect. Zhao Shenyuan said proudly, "With me and Brother Dao around, the hidden sect will definitely be a colossus in the immortal world in the future. All of you have to work hard and not be a burden." These words were very annoying, but they were also the truth. The Black Hell Chicken said unhappily, "Don't be arrogant, Zhang Yi." Chu Shiren, "You have to work hard to catch up to them." Zhang Yi snorted. "Of course, you guys are the #1 faction in your respective factions, so am I. However, who is the #1 prodigy of the hidden sect? It's still unknown." Han Ju turned a blind eye to the internal strife between the new and old factions of the hidden sect. He didn't plan to interfere as long as there were no conflicts. Cultivation was boring to begin with. If they weren't allowed to bicker, it would be too boring. 10 years later, the hidden sect regained its calm. Han Ju also had a chance to break through. Releasing the strange deity to help him, he began to break through. Rolling negative karma surged out from the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and surged into his body. It entered the Zenith Heaven Tao fruit and transformed into dermic powers. After 7 years, Han Ju finally broke through. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 7,287/69 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial. Cultivation: Late Stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of Life and Death. Great Tao of Karma. His lifespan doubled again. In a good mood, Han Ju continued to consolidate his cultivation. When he reached the pseudo-sage realm, his lifespan would probably exceed its limits. The more lifespan he had, the stronger he could curse. Another 3 years passed, and Han Ju completely stabilized his cultivation. He began to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers. In half a year, after raising all his Sword Tao mystical powers to the limit, he began to cultivate the Grand Unity aspect. The 4th Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol, Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial. The Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial transformed into a torrent of shadows that swept through everything. This technique could be used to form a sea of people. It could duplicate the shadows of all enemies and use them to fight enemies. In half a year, Han Ju mastered this Dharma Idol. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could still cultivate the 5th Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol. Void Fiend Celestial of the Void Great Tao. Everything could be reduced to the void. In the same half a year, Han Ju completely cultivated the Void Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol. This time, he could use 5 Fiend Celestial Dharma Idols at the same time. His dermic powers were endless after reaching the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. He didn't have to worry about exhausting his dermic powers at all. Heavenly Constellation Fiend Celestial, 9 Fiend Celestial, Wind-Shaking Fiend Celestial, Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial, and Void Fiend Celestial. With the appearance of the 5 great Fiend Celestials, who could compete? Hanju started the simulation trial. He swept through the zenith heaven realm. He fought against a pseudo-sage. Even the pseudo-sage of the great ultimate hall could not defeat him. Hanju fought with Fuxician. Unexpectedly, he was insta-killed. Hanju almost became depressed. It was fine if he was blown to death by Ancestor Shitian, but being insta-killed by a heavenly Dao sage like Fuxician shook his Dao heart. Unknowingly, Hanju felt that the heavenly Dao sage was not a true sage, so he underestimated him. He continued to fight the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and was also insta-killed. How awful! Hanju immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhao Shenyuan and Dao Sovereign, inviting them to enter the simulation trial. The two of them didn't reject and quickly discovered that Hanju wanted to fight 1 against 2. In the simulation trial, Zhao Shenyuan said bitterly, "Master, do you want to humiliate us?" Dao Sovereign was also very angry. Without another word, Hanju took out 5 fiend celestial Dharma idols. They were all 10,000 feet tall, sinister and terrifying. Upon seeing the 5 chaotic fiend celestials, Dao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan felt inexplicably terrified. "What's that?" Dao Sovereign couldn't help but ask. Hanju smiled and said, "A mystical power. Come. If you can destroy any Dharma idol, you will have the strength to defeat a zenith heaven. If you can't kill enemies beyond your realm, can you still be considered geniuses?" The 2 geniuses were deeply stimulated and immediately attacked. Under the Fusang tree, the chaotic heavenly dog shook its head as it stared at Zhao Shenyuan and Dao Sovereign. It said, "Look, have these 2 gone mad?" The other cultivators opened their eyes and looked at the 2 of them. Dao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan were trembling and had ugly expressions. They were even gritting their teeth as if they were enduring something. The others gathered around him. Chu Shuren said, "It shouldn't be a mental demon. Are they in the simulation trial?" The Black Hell Chicken asked in surprise, "These 2 brothers are fighting?" Everyone guessed and discussed. After a while, Dao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan opened their eyes at the same time. The 2 of them became dispirited. "What's wrong with you?" Morong Chi asked curiously. Dao Sovereign snorted and left. He walked to the other side of the Fusang tree and entered a meditative state. Zhao Shenyuan said awkwardly, "We were sparring with Master earlier." The Black Hell Chicken's eyes lit up. 2 against 1? Of course. How was it? "We were constantly insta-killed." Despair filled Zhao Xuanyuan's face. The others looked at each other. The Black Hell Chicken was about to add insult to injury when Liao sighed. "We're not even qualified to spar with the sect master." Everyone agreed. Hanju didn't take the initiative to spar with others. Jiang Yi's expression turned ugly. Could it be that he was no longer in Hanju's eyes? For a time, everyone's mood was affected. Khanate Cave abode. Hanju was brewing the Fiend Celestial Qi of Shadow Flood and Void. The 3 balls of Fiend Celestial Qi from before were still condensing. There was no fixed number of them until the birth of a true chaotic Fiend Celestial. However, if they could condense, there would definitely be a result. It'd still be very useful even if it was only a chaotic Fiend Celestial puppet. Half a year later, the 2 new balls of Fiend Celestial Qi successfully condensed. They began to condense and advance towards life. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Sage Fated Secrets. "I just broke through. I have to celebrate." After cursing for 5 days, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He decided to break through the curse limit again. He would give Sage Fated Secrets 2 trillion years. He wondered if he could last that long. 100 billion years. 300 billion years. 500 billion years. In the immortal world, in the mountains, countless living beings occupied the entire mountain range, all facing one direction. It was a peak. On the peak, an old man with an immortal aura was preaching. It was Sage Fated Secrets. Taking advantage of the immeasurable calamity, he transformed into an immortal god and descended into the mortal world to win over the hearts of all living beings. He wanted to recruit troops for the heavenly court. He frowned as he preached. "The curse has begun again. It should be the Dark Forbidden Lord. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said that the Dark Forbidden Lord likes to curse once every 10 years. Which sage is it? Sage Fated Secrets was puzzled. Sages could spy on everything and derive everything. Therefore, Sage Fated Secrets was also used to and relied on deductions. When he couldn't deduce the enemy, he was a little confused. The curse power was becoming stronger again. Although it was not enough to hurt Sage Fated Secrets, anyone would be vexed by such a curse. Could it be that the other party wants to disturb my Tao heart? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from the end of the world. I, Zhou Fan of the human race, am willing to sacrifice my providence and obtain the power to conquer the immortals. The immortals have slaughtered all living beings. This is against the heavenly Tao. I hope that the heavenly Tao will grant me the power to slay gods. The human race will never give up. Zhou Fan's roar resounded throughout the world. The listeners looked at each other. Before they could recover, another loud laugh sounded. A mere mortal dares to disobey the immortal gods and dares to command the heavenly Tao. How ridiculous! How ridiculous! Zhou Fan, do you know the power of a sage? If you don't know, I'll let you experience it today. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju's lifespan decreased by 1.5 trillion years, and he started to feel dizzy. He had to stop. Sage Fated Secrets wasn't in his interpersonal relationships, and Hanju couldn't know about his recent situation. This was not good. Should he visit Sage Fated Secrets in his dreams? If I visit Sage Fated Secrets, will he see through my true identity? Hanju asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Dark Nightmare is a great Tao mystical power. As long as you are not exposed, the heavenly Tao sage cannot see through you in the dream realm. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, he was relieved. He immediately dreamed of Sage Fated Secrets. Soon, he entered the dream realm. This dream realm was the future scene he had deduced. It was an endless desert with sand covering the sky. Sage Fated Secrets was meditating in front. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at him. Hanju had already transformed into the Dark Forbidden Lord. He swayed like a black shadow, looking terrifying and strange. Seeing the Dark Forbidden Lord, Sage Fated Secrets was not puzzled. Instead, he praised, "This mystical power is impressive. It forcefully pulled me into a dream. Although it doesn't trap me, I can't deduce the karma and fate within it. Nor can I see through you." Hanju said, "You're pushing the calamity. You want to destroy all living beings." Sage Fated Secrets asked calmly, "Why? The Buddhist sect is still in the immortal world. You're the only one who knows the Tao destruction mystical power. The outcome of the calamity will be someone using the Tao destruction mystical power to clean up all living beings. Your true goal is to replace the Tao ancestor. You will first destroy the humans and immortals supported by the Tao ancestor before creating a new race." Hanju spoke very casually and didn't deliberately mention Su Qi. Sage Fated Secrets said, "Not long ago, 2 people learned a Tao destruction mystical power. How can you be sure that it was me? I'm still preaching in the immortal world and the heavenly Tao is observing." Hanju continued, "The Tao ancestor is actually everywhere. Everything is in the eyes of the Tao ancestor. I advise you to behave yourself." Why hadn't this fellow developed hatred towards him yet? Was he forcing him to show off? Sage Fated Secrets smiled and did not reply. "If you insist, I can only be your enemy," Hanju said, his heart trembling. He was provoking a sage. Although he was certain that the sages could not deduce him, he was still a little scared. Sage Fated Secrets asked, "You want to anger me?" Hanju remained silent, as expected of a sage. Sage Fated Secrets has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Sage Fated Secrets said, "Then, I want to see how you can become my enemy, with just your insignificant curse." Hanju said, "What humans do the heavens will see. If one is unjust, he will die. Sages rule over all living beings, but they are still humans. Sage Fated Secrets was expressionless, but he was muttering in his mind. What did the other party mean? He began to calculate which sage the Dark Forbidden Lord was. From the way he spoke, it was difficult to determine. Hanju was about to end the dream when Sage Fated Secrets suddenly said, "The calamity is about to end. You don't have much time left." Hearing this, Hanju was secretly puzzled. Was this a declaration of war or a reminder? The dream shattered. Hanju returned to his cave abode. No matter what, Sage Fated Secrets was using Suchi as a pawn. Hanju couldn't let him go. So what if he was a sage? Hanju would become a sage sooner or later. He pulled out his interpersonal relationships and checked the information of Sage Fated Secrets. Sage Fated Secrets. Cultivation unknown. Heavenly Tao Sage, Connate Lifeform, Immeasurable Emperor. Because he suspects that you are the mastermind of the immeasurable calamity, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Suspect me? Aren't you the one? Hanju showed a frown. Sage Fated Secrets' hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 2 stars. It increased again. It seemed that this fellow had imagined some schemes made by him after returning. Hanju thought of how Sage Fated Secrets said that the calamity was about to end and couldn't help but ask in his mind, how long until the calamity ends? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So much? However, compared to curses, it was still nothing. Continue. Hanju thought silently. Unknowingly, he didn't even care about 10 billion years of lifespan. He felt that he had become arrogant. Who asked him to be so strong now? According to the negative karma of the heavenly Tao, it will shrink in at most 1,000 years. The calamity will definitely end unless the heavenly Tao collapses. 1,000 years? So fast. Hanju frowned. He might not be able to reach the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm in 1,000 years. It was almost impossible for him to kill Sage Fated Secrets with curses. Why was it so fast? Could it be because of the sage's participation? Hanju felt that this was the reason. He checked the emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan sacrificed his providence and gained enlightenment from the heavenly Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was suppressed by the heavenly Tao sage and died. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a heavenly Tao sage. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The providence of the heavenly court has decreased. The providence of the human race has decreased. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by your disciple Long Hao and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang used the power of the heavenly court's providence to resist the heavenly Tao sage. He was suppressed and only a remnant soul remained. Your good friend Zhou Fan was saved by a mysterious existence and revived. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has become more murderous due to negative karma. Zhou Fan was beaten to death by a sage. Then, he revived. As expected of the Dharma idol of 7 Tao Sage. 7 Tao Sage was an existence on the same level as Ancestor Shitian. If he attacked, the heavenly Tao Sage might not even notice. Ancestor Shitian was indifferent to the heavenly Tao. Why had the 7 Tao Sage been helping Zhou Fan? What was his goal in arranging for Zhou Fan to enter the cycle of reincarnation? Hanju felt that there was more to this calamity. I can't go out again. I'll curse here. If I can't interfere, so be it. Hanju thought silently. He wasn't as tough as Zhou Fan, who had the protection of the great Tao divine spirit. Sages ran rampant in the immortal world. He would die if he went out. Hanju made up his mind and prepared to survive this calamity. Should I calculate my own background and deduce the origins of the system? A question mark appeared above Hanju's mind. He immediately tried it. Then his attributes panel appeared. He was speechless. Cultivation was endless. Dreams lasted for 1,000 years. Another 50 years passed. Hanju cursed Sage Fated Secrets every 10 years, but the effect was minimal. He was also paying close attention to the emails and occasionally checked the sage's statuses. Zhou Fan, Ji Xianxian, Fang Liang, Duan Hongchen, the Heavenly Emperor Pan Xian, and the others who were facing the calamity also appeared more and more frequently. The Heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity was about to shrink. A world-shattering battle was brewing. On this day, Zhao Xinyuan visited Hanzhu. After entering the cave abode, he directly expressed his intention. Master, I've been feeling uneasy recently. I keep feeling that something big has happened and I can't cultivate in peace. Zhao Xinyuan frowned. Hanzhu said calmly, the calamity is about to end. It's the providence of the human race that's affecting you. Zhao Xinyuan was moved. So fast? Doesn't that mean that a huge battle is about to break out? Can you predict the fate of the humans? The humans are in danger, Hanzhu said calmly, causing Zhao Xuanyuan's expression to turn ugly. Although he had left the human race and hid in the hidden sect, he still cared about the humans. Zhao Xinyuan muttered, could it be that even Sage Fushi can't save the humans? Hanzhu didn't reply. He believed that Zhao Xinyuan could convince himself. After all, this fellow had come here because he was afraid of death. At this moment, if he used the supreme treasure to force Zhao Xinyuan out, this fellow probably would not agree. The two of them chatted for a while more before Zhao Xinyuan left. In a few months, someone visited Hanzhu again. This time it was Murongqi. He was also feeling uneasy. Hanzhu thought for a moment and walked out of the Khanate cave abode to gather all the disciples. In at most 1,000 years, the immeasurable calamity will end. No matter who wins or loses, countless living beings will be buried with them. Your current state of mind is being affected by the karma of the Heavenly Tao. You shouldn't want to enter the calamity, right? Hanzhu went straight to the point. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. The chaotic Heavenly Dog said, in any case, I don't want to go out. I'll stay here from now on. The others followed suit. This immeasurable calamity is a little fast. It's indeed fast. The previous calamities lasted for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. Millions of years? That terrifying. Legend has it that a long time ago, the immortal world was countless times larger than now. There were countless living beings. Any mortal stone could turn into a living being. It's finally over. After it's over, can we go back? Hearing the disciples' words, Hanzhu smiled and said, if there's no danger after the calamity, the Tao field will move back to the immortal world. However, you still have to cultivate diligently when you get there. After the calamity ended, sages could no longer enter the immortal world and would be expelled by the Heavenly Tao. Hanzhu didn't have many enemies to begin with. In fact, his actual identity had even fewer enemies. He was naturally not afraid to return to the immortal world. It was still too early for Hanzhu's world of stars to transform into the Heavenly Tao world. Who knew how many years it would take? As for the reroll world, Hanzhu did not plan to let it out. In the future, he wanted it to guide his Heavenly Tao world to develop. The current reroll world had already become a world of its own. Just like the Earth in his previous life, there was no such thing as ascension. During peaceful times, the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was a top existence in the immortal world. As long as Hanzhu did not cause trouble and occupied an area, it was definitely not difficult. It was also a good opportunity to develop the hidden sect and deal with the next immeasurable calamity. Regarding the hidden sect, Hanzhu's plan was not to fight for hegemony, but to accumulate strength and gather like-minded cultivators to pursue the great Tao together. If he wanted to do something in the future, he could let his disciples do it. The hidden sect would take the elite path. Master, where's Yang Tiandong? When are you summoning him back? The chaotic Heavenly Dog asked. After all, they had been close and were beaten together. The dog couldn't forget his company. Hanzhu said, when the time comes, he will naturally return. Yang Tiandong had temporarily escaped the cycle of reincarnation and was in the human camp fighting against the immortals. His cultivation level was not high and he was considered cannon fodder. After comforting everyone, Hanzhu returned to the Khanate cave abode. No matter when the calamity ended, Hanzhu had to hurry up and cultivate. Without absolute strength, he did not dare to return to the immortal world. In a cave, Long Hao was meditating on a huge rock to heal his injuries. His complexion was very bad. It was obvious that he had just been severely injured. Suddenly, the mountain shook violently. Countless rocks fell and turned into dust and were about to hit him. Long Hao opened his eyes and looked out of the cave. Two figures as big as mountains were fighting outside. On one side was a giant covered in scales and holding a huge axe. On the other side was a huge bird with a body like a rock and a head like a tiger or leopard. Its sharp claws were shiny and cold as if they were cast from iron. Long Hao frowned and muttered, "Have these guys lost their minds?" A soul shadow flew out from his body. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian's expression was solemn as he said, "I didn't expect the immeasurable calamity to progress so quickly. It seems that a sage slaughtered living beings, causing negative karma to reach the limit that the heavenly Tao can bear. Now that the heavenly Tao's dharmic powers and negative karma have invaded the Tao hearts of all living beings, the great elimination is about to begin." Long Hao felt a headache. "Then what should I do? I feel that we can't cause trouble anymore. It's good enough to live." Previously, he had joined the heavenly court and fought for it. The dragon court that had been the first was suppressed by a sage and was completely wiped out. Only he had escaped. The reason why sages did not kill him was because of Hao Tian. Nonsense. We can only think of a way to survive now. When a sage enters the calamity, all our calculations have already turned to smoke. We have no chance of winning anymore. Hao Tian shook his head. He thought for a moment and said, "The most important thing now is to stabilize your Tao heart. Don't be driven by negative karma and lose your mind." Long Hao sighed and said in confusion, "Why do I feel that the sages are cleaning up the living beings under each other? They appear regularly and slaughter people using the name of protecting their forces. The sages themselves don't seem to be fighting. The competition had already become a slaughter." Even Long Hao felt his heart palpitate. He was often worried that a sage would suddenly appear. "You're right. Slaughtering living beings is to worsen the negative karma of the world and advance the calamity. The sages will also fight. But they're sages, after all. No one can kill each other. They're just putting on a show for the humans and the heavenly court," Hao Tian said very calmly. After all, he had also experienced the calamity and could see many things clearly. Still very puzzled, Long Hao asked, "What can the sages obtain by doing this?" Hao Tian shook his head and said, "I don't know either." He looked at the terrifying battle outside the cave and frowned. Actually, he had a guess, but he didn't dare to say it. If he was right, this immeasurable calamity was only the foundation. The true terrifying calamity was still brewing. Could it be the legendary Great Tao immeasurable calamity? Hao Tian was shocked. Terror filled his heart. 70 years passed. Perhaps because no one disturbed him, Hanju felt that the past 70 years had passed very quickly, as if he was cursing sage fated secrets every day. Until one day Hanju saw an email. "Your disciple Su Qi was suppressed by your enemy sage fated secrets. He was imprisoned in the Buddhist sect and endless bad luck spread." Sage fated secrets suppressed Su Qi? He was trying to kill with a borrowed knife. Hanju cursed silently. They were using Su Qi to destroy the Buddhist sect. He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Sage Fated Secrets. However, his curse was useless. Sage Fated Secrets was not affected. Another 30 years passed. Hanju saw another email and his expression changed. "Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck, causing the providence of the Buddhist sect to be destroyed. The divine Buddha Tao fruit has completely shattered and the Buddhist sect no longer exists." The Buddhist sect was gone? Su Qi is so powerful? No. It was definitely Sage Fated Secrets doing. Hanju frowned. Su Qi had completely offended Qiu Shilai. It was unknown if Qiu Shilai could see that he was used by other sages. Just as Hanju was worried. "Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you want to continue?" "Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you want to continue?" This fellow started spamming again. Seeing Qiu Shilai come to visit him in his dreams, Hanju's first reaction was to ignore him. However, when he thought of how the Buddhist sect had been destroyed, he felt that Qiu Shilai was not looking for him to serve the Buddhist sect. It was probably related to Su Qi. His favorability had not decreased. It was acceptable. If he ignored him, would this fellow get angry and take revenge on Su Qi? Hanju took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. He accepted the dream. It was still that glorious hall. Qiu Shilai maintained the attitude of a golden Buddha, high up and looking down on everything. Hanju asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me?" Qiu Shi said, "Do you want to be Buddha?" Hanju was confused. "Fuck off. The Buddhist sect is already gone, and you want me to become a Buddha?" Qiu Shilai continued, "The Buddhist sect in the immortal world has already been disbanded. The providence has dissipated. After the calamity ends, I will personally appoint 3 Buddhas to rebuild the Buddhist sect. It can be considered avoiding the calamity." He was clearly being plotted against, but it sounded like his plan. Pretending to be shocked, Hanju asked, "Why did the Buddhist sect disband?" "It's just to disperse the providence. The Buddhas are still around. This can reduce the losses of the calamity." "Who are you?" "Sage of the Buddhist sect, Qiu Shilai." "Sage?" Hanju pretended to be terrified. Qiu Shilai snorted. "Stop pretending. You already guessed that I'm a sage, right?" Hanju smiled helplessly. "The identity of the Buddha is too important. I'm afraid I can't bear it. I just want to cultivate well and not manage the Buddhist sect." "It's fine if you're unwilling. I can let the Supreme Buddha control the Buddhist sect." Hearing this, Hanju understood that Qiu Shilai was determined to be tied to him. Hanju asked, "What's the situation in the immortal world now? When will the calamity end?" "In the game of the sages, all living beings seek to survive. When a sage dies, the calamity will be dissolved." Qiu Shilai's tone was extremely indifferent, as if he did not care about the death of a sage. Hanju showed a frown. The battle between sages had already reached such a level? Which sage would perish? Hanju's intuition told him that it was very likely Fuxician. Nuwa was the only one helping Fuxician. The other sages were on the same side. Return to the immortal world after the calamity ends. The order of the heavenly Tao has been restored. Sages cannot directly attack the living beings of the immortal world, or they will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao, Qiu Shilai continued. Hanju nodded. He had the same intention. The heavenly Tao has the immeasurable calamity, but now, there's more than one heavenly Tao. Above the heavenly Tao, there's also the great Tao. The great Tao immeasurable calamity will arrive in the next few calamities. The dark forbidden zone will no longer be safe. Sooner or later, you won't be able to avoid the calamity and can only enter it. Prepare yourself early. The Buddhist sect can become your power. After Hanju heard that, he looked up at Qiu Shilai and asked, "Why do you think so highly of me?" Qiu Shilai said, "It's not that I think highly of you, but the Tao ancestor's choice. You're a variable that the Tao ancestor has determined. You represent the unknown, like the upcoming great Tao immeasurable calamity." Hanju was deep in thought. The so-called variables were only the unknown, not the savior. Why did the Tao ancestor leave such comments after disappearing? Qiu Shilai said, "Su Qi is also your disciple, right? He was used by another sage. If not for you, I would have directly killed him. In this calamity, I will try my best to protect the living beings who have a good relationship with you. This can be considered my sincerity." Hanju had no choice but to thank him. "Although I don't know what Su Qi has done, thank you, sage. After this calamity, if the Buddhist sect is in trouble, I will definitely help if I can." If Qiu Shilai helped, Su Qi, the heavenly emperor Xian Qingjun, and the others could also survive the calamity. Qiu Shilai responded and the dream shattered. Qiu Shilai's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju immediately asked in his mind, Is Qiu Shilai's promise sincere? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, unless you become his enemy. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. The sage of the Buddhist sect was not as petty or hypocritical as he had imagined. I want to know why Qiu Shilai treats me so well. Hanju continued to derive. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 1 trillion years. Even more valuable than ancestor Shitian? It really involved the Tao ancestor? However, 1 trillion years was nothing to Hanju. He could only feel his heart ache slightly. Continue. Hanju felt uneasy if he didn't understand it clearly. He didn't want to be a pawn. Immediately after, Hanju fell into the illusion. In a grand palace, the 9 heavenly Tao sages meditated side by side. Hanju recognized sage fated secrets and deduced their identities. In front of them was an extremely majestic old Taoist. Hanju looked up and couldn't see his head. It was really too high. He was a zenith heaven golden immortal, but he was actually unable to cross heights. This meant that there was still a limit to his cultivation realm. The legendary Tao ancestor? The great Tao calamity is about to begin. The primordial fiend celestial is about to attack. A loud voice sounded, causing reverence. Primordial fiend celestial? Hanju's heart trembled. Wasn't he the primordial fiend celestial? Qiu Shilai was the first to ask, Tao ancestor, what is the primordial fiend celestial? The Tao ancestor replied, all of you only know that Pangu split the heavens and transformed it into the heavenly Tao. Before the creation of the heavens, chaos reigned. The chaos was the beginning of all things, while the primordial chaos was the end of all things. After the chaos was the primordial chaos, before the chaos was the primordial chaos. The two are not differentiated by first or second. They exist for eternity. The chaotic fiend celestials opened the Tao, and the primordial fiend celestial destroyed the Tao. When the primordial fiend celestial appears, the great Tao calamity will begin. All the sages will perish. Everything will return to its starting point. The sages looked at each other. Hanju showed a frown. This time, he couldn't expose his identity as a primordial fiend celestial. Otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. However, he didn't plan to slaughter the sages. Was it the Tao ancestor's guess? Or had he deduced the future? Sect Master Tianju asked, Tao ancestor, how many primordial fiend celestials are there? I don't know. The Tao ancestor's answer was very simple. Another sage asked, has the primordial fiend celestial been born? I don't know. You can't deal with the primordial fiend celestial either? I no longer exist and have fused with the heavenly Tao. From now on, there will be no Tao ancestor. In the future, the great Tao calamity can only be faced by you. The sages were jolted. The Tao ancestor continued, a variable has appeared in the heavenly Tao. Even I can't see through it. Perhaps it will also be a variable in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. With that, the illusion shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. His state of mind was extremely unstable. The Tao ancestor's words pushed Hanju into an extremely dangerous situation. The primordial fiend celestial was him, and the variable was also him. What was the Tao ancestor doing? I want to know if the Tao ancestor knows that I'm a primordial fiend celestial? Hanju asked in his mind. Unable to deduce the karma that exceeds the current limits of the system. Unable? Then earlier that was, the derivation just now is the current limit of the system. When Hanju saw this notification, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Hanju's derivation was equivalent to looking at the arrangements of others from an omniscient point of view. The primordial fiend celestial would destroy the sages. Sounded like Hanju was in danger, but in fact he was not. Under the heavenly Tao, Hanju's reputation was extremely small. He was even inferior to ordinary mortals. It was as if he was watching a movie but it skipped to the ending. However, this made Hanju more confident. As long as he did expose his identity as a primordial fiend celestial, he did not have to worry about anything happening. After all, the sages didn't know what the primordial fiend celestial was. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued cultivating, patiently waiting for the immeasurable calamity to end. Qiu Shilai had already promised to protect the people around him. If he couldn't do it, Han Ju wouldn't have any relationship with the Buddhist sect. As for those good friends who died in the calamity, they deserved it. Han Ju had already reminded them that they were the ones who wanted to fight. Han Ju could help them, but he wouldn't save them at all costs. A sage will die here. Is it really Fuxition? Han Ju was secretly curious. The death of a zenith heaven cultivator would cause golden rain to fall on the world. What about the death of a sage? What would happen then? He set a goal to reach the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm before the calamity ended. He would return to the immortal world after reaching the pseudo-sage realm. The demise of the Buddhist sect caused a huge commotion in the myriad worlds. First, the immortal world's Buddhas announced the dissolution of the Buddhist sect. The branches of the Buddhist sect that remained in the myriad worlds also disappeared one after another. The colossus that had once enveloped the heavenly Tao no longer existed. It was truly impressive. For a time, the various factions were panicked, including the humans and the heavenly court. Numinous Palace. Fong Liang was discussing the battle with the immortals when a heavenly soldier rushed in. Report Sage Nuwa has descended into the mortal world and is preaching to the humans. With that said, all the immortals were moved. Fong Liang also frowned. Fuxition had already made the immortals despair. If another heavenly Tao sage came, how many immortals would die? They could all tell that although the heavenly court also had the help of sages, they had never saved them and only slaughtered humans. The number of living beings in the humans and heavenly court kept decreasing. If this continued, both sides would suffer heavy losses and fall together. Fong Liang asked, "Have any new races risen in the immortal world recently?" An old immortal replied, "Yes, dozens of them, but they are not a threat." The immortals looked at each other. They weren't stupid. They knew why Fong Liang was paying attention to this information. The actions of the sages caused the humans and immortals to be bitterly disappointed. They could guess the sages' intentions. They wanted the two forces to kill each other and then choose a new protagonist of the heavenly Tao. Even though they knew, they did not dare to refute, afraid that the sages would be angry. Moreover, the two factions had fought for so many years. The hatred was like a sea of blood that seeped into the bones and could not be resolved. The low-level cultivators and heavenly soldiers didn't know the sages' intentions and only felt that the higher-ups had compromised. This was the general trend. They could no longer retreat. Li Daokong asked, "When will you save Su Qi?" Not far away, the martial god general shook his head and said, "He's suppressed by a sage. It's not easy to save him." Li Shenio mocked. "Then, if you're suppressed by a sage, do you want us to save you?" The martial god general was furious, but he did not dare to answer. At this moment, another heavenly soldier rushed in. Report: a new human emperor has appeared in the human race. It's Zhou Fan, who fought against the god of misfortune previously. The immortals were in an uproar and disgust. Isn't Zhou Fan dead? He can actually escape from a sage? Since ancient times, he's probably the first. Isn't he only an immortal emperor? He's not just an immortal emperor. He has already stepped into the deity realm. Could it be that the sage has shown mercy? Then what about us? The sages are acting for us and using us as whetstones for the humans. Upon knowing that Zhou Fan was still alive, the immortals were furious. They felt that they had been played by a sage. Apart from sages, how could anyone escape from them? Fong Liang had a complicated expression and felt even more so. He wanted Zhou Fan to live, but he was also angry at the sage's reckless actions. Could it be that the ones destined to perish are not humans, but immortals? Fong Liang smiled bitterly. The hundreds of years of battle were almost unbearable for him. He had never rested much, let alone cultivated. 40 years passed during Han Ju's cultivation. On this day, he cursed Sage Fated Secrets while checking his emails. Your good friend Han Ming encountered the ruins of the primordial sacred ground and obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a deity realm human and was severely injured. He broke through in adversity and his cultivation increased greatly. Your Dao companion Shen Qingjun was attacked by human cultivators X4309. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a human cultivator X12222382. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Su Qi has inherited a huge amount of negative karma. He has broken through and the power of misfortune has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a sage and was severely injured. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was cursed by a mysterious curse. Along the way, Han Ju saw two words. How tragic. They were all fighting. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. They kept fighting until they died. Han Ju noticed that Qiu Shilai was actually cursed by a mysterious curse. This was a good thing. This meant that other than him, others were cursing the sages. In other words, some among the sages were causing trouble. Han Ju thought silently. At this moment, Hidden Sect Island suddenly shook. They were being attacked by the inauspicious evil again. Because it was not the first time, everyone was very calm. Han Ju suddenly sensed something and put away the Book of Misfortune. Then, he took out the strange deity from the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The strange deity floated in front of him and wandered around, seemingly anxious. Han Ju couldn't help but think of the last time a strange deity appeared. Could it be that another strange deity had appeared? Han Ju checked the surrounding enemies. Indeed. Inauspicious deity. Cultivation unknown. A mysterious existence. Born in the dark forbidden zone. It is formed by countless grudges over time. It is filled with killing intent and hatred. The inauspicious deity was not a strange deity. The strange deity was formed by the providence of the chaotic fiend celestial, while the inauspicious deity was formed by resentment and grudges. Han Ju didn't panic. The inauspicious deity couldn't break through the array defense of the Dao field for the time being. What price will there be to subdue the inauspicious deity? Han Ju asked in his mind. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The inauspicious deity is an extremely evil existence. It will not be tamed. Staying together, it is easy to develop mental demons. So troublesome? Han Ju showed a frown. Boom! The cultivate diligently become immortal mountain shook violently. The black hell chicken's cry came from outside the cave. What is that? The inauspicious deity had barged in. Han Ju immediately spread his divine sense and saw that above the sea at the edge of Hidden Sect Island, Lu Bu was fighting a black shadow. Both sides were very fast, but from Han Ju's observation, the black shadow was even faster. Lu Bu's dermic powers were directly devoured by the black shadow. The array formation of the Dao field was at the pseudo-sage level. Was the inauspicious deity stronger than a quasi-sage? Secretly shocked, Han Ju immediately brought the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus out. The disciples of the Hidden Sect flew into the sky and prepared to participate. Ma Chao also joined the battle and joined forces with Lu Bu to fight against the inauspicious deity. They were equivalent to Tu Zu Tu, but they were still not the latter's match. What is that? So fast. Something's wrong. This fellow isn't a living being. What a terrifying grudge. Everyone, stabilize your Dao hearts. What's going on? I can't see it, but I hear the sound of mental demons in my heart. Master is here. Everyone from the Hidden Sect panicked. When the inauspicious deity entered, a few people felt their mental demons manifest, including Jiang Yi. People who easily developed mental demons all had some sort of lingering indignation in their hearts. If one's Dao heart was unstable, it was naturally easy for them to develop mental demons. Han Ju flew to the edge of Hidden Sect Island on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The strange deity followed on his shoulder. Looking at the inauspicious deity, Hanju was filled with vigilance. If not for him being worried that something would happen to the others, he could have used the simulation trial to test it. Although the inauspicious deity was strong, it couldn't directly kill Lu Bu and Ma Chao. However, Hanju could. This meant that he was stronger than the inauspicious deity. After all, the current Hanju could already compete with a pseudo-sage. Without another word, Hanju directly used the grand unity aspect and condensed 5 chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols. 5 terrifying figures stood in the sky above Hidden Sect Island. The disciples' eyes widened. What was that? Zhao Xianyuan and Dao Sovereign subconsciously trembled. They couldn't forget the memories of being ravaged by the chaotic fiend celestials. The inauspicious deity was like a figure without a true form, turned its head and rushed towards Hanju. Lu Bu and Ma Chao relaxed. The wind-shaking fiend celestial suddenly threw a punch, causing the wind to howl and the inauspicious deity's speed to decrease. The distant sea was crushed until it stirred up endless waves, like a sea wall blocking the horizon. The void fiend celestial attacked as well. 2 black beams shot out from its eyes, enveloping the inauspicious deity. The inauspicious deity roared. Although it was silent, its attitude was extremely sinister. Even Hanju felt uncomfortable looking at it. Facing the power of the void fiend celestial's great Tao, the inauspicious deity began to turn into nothingness. At this moment, the strange deity on Hanju's shoulder immediately rushed out and arrived in front of the inauspicious deity. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the inauspicious deity. The others couldn't see the strange deity. In their vision, the inauspicious deity seemed to have vanished into thin air. They couldn't help but become nervous. Just like that, the inauspicious deity was destroyed. Calm returned to Hidden Sect Island. Hanju finally understood. Although the inauspicious deity was strong, it was still weak when facing the power of the great Tao. Most importantly, the inauspicious deity had no sense of reason and only relied on instincts to fight. Hanju looked up at the sky. The array formation of the Tao field began to recover. The strange deity returned to Hanju. It was very happy. Swallowing the inauspicious deity was probably very helpful to it. Hanju returned to the cave abode after saying this. The danger has been resolved. All of you can continue cultivating. Everyone from the hidden sect and the 10,000 nether race members had yet to recover from their shock. It was settled just like that? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, what mystical power was that just now? Dharma idol mystical power. Dao Sovereign took a deep breath and said, that's right, we were... Before he could finish, Jiang Yi shivered. If he faced the fiend celestial Dharma idols. No way. After this battle, everyone from the hidden sect believed that the mighty figures in the simulation trial were all defeated by Hanju. In the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was observing the strange deity. His divine sense could not penetrate the strange deity, so he did not know its exact situation. He had no choice but to use the derivation function to probe. After devouring the inauspicious deity, what will happen to the strange deity? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The strange deity can become stronger by devouring more inauspicious deities. To be precise, the strange deity can devour all non-living beings to become stronger. All non-living beings. Hanju raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had found a treasure. Not only did the strange deity restrain the inauspicious deity, but it also suppressed other unknown existences. Of course, our EAD on WWSITE, the prerequisite was that Hanju could help the strange deity suppress those peculiar existences. If the strange deity couldn't defeat the enemy, it definitely couldn't devour it. Hanju's thoughts returned. He began to control Hidden Sect Island to move, afraid that other inauspicious deities would appear. He suddenly felt uneasy. The dark forbidden zone was no longer safe. I want to know, how many inauspicious deities are there in the dark forbidden zone? Hanju asked in his mind. He was beginning to squander his lifespan, but he had yet to hit a round number. Yes, this was considered daily expenses. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So much? He had to. Hanju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. The inauspicious deities are constantly being born. Their numbers are steadily increasing. They are related to the great Tao sages. Great Tao sages. Hanju felt that he had triggered another major side storyline. However, he did not continue calculating. It was useless even if he knew. He couldn't come into contact with the great Tao sages at all. One thing was clear. The dark forbidden zone would become more and more dangerous in the future. He wondered when the Tao field would be upgraded. He would probably have to wait for the next major event or for him to break through to the pseudosage realm. Hanju was calm. After flying for another few months on Hidden Sect Island, he stopped and focused on cultivating. After being attacked by the inauspicious deity, another 60 years passed. The Hidden Sect was very calm. In the past 60 years, Hidden Sect Island was no longer attacked by inauspicious deities. Hanju was also not visited in a dream. Hanju focused on cultivating. He was still far from the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. However, he was confident that he could break through in 1,000 years. His breakthrough speed was really slow. Hanju had no choice but to check his interpersonal relationships and compare them with his other friends to obtain psychological comfort. Nuwa sent you a dream. Do you accept it? Hanju ignored her. He had already met Xiao Shilai. If he met another sage, he would easily fall into a dilemma. Besides, he would definitely be forced to enter the calamity at this juncture. Detected that a new heavenly Tao race has appeared. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and slaughter this race. Help the human race stabilize the status of the heavenly Tao race. You can obtain a mystical power, a great Tao fragment, and a system upgrade. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and never enter the immortal world before the calamity ends. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. Wasn't it courting death to slaughter that race now? You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the heavenly Tao supreme treasure Sun and Moon Yin-Yang protection. Sun and Moon Yin-Yang protection. Heavenly Tao supreme treasure. A defensive supreme treasure. It can block all attacks below the sages and can absorb the essence of the sun and moon to convert into dermic powers. What a treasure! Defensive supreme treasure. Great. Not only that, Hanju had already accumulated 8 great Tao fragments. Hanju took out the sun and moon yin-yang protection. This treasure had 2 rings of light, both circular. He couldn't tell which was the sun and which was the moon. He began to make it recognize him as its master. After a few days, he finally succeeded. The sun and moon yin-yang protection automatically flew behind Hanju and floated in the air. It emitted light, and the strong light drowned his figure. One could only see his rough figure and couldn't see his true appearance. This strong light could only affect others and didn't affect Hanju's vision at all. Not bad. It was a very impressive-looking thing. A mighty figure had to look like a mighty figure. Hanju didn't want a zenith heaven like him to appear like a mortal. He had to be impressive. Look at the heavenly emperor. Previously, when he stood in the numinous palace, the gods looked tiny. There was also Xiao Shilai, who only revealed the statue and not his true body. When he returned to the immortal world in the future, the world would see Hanju but not his true appearance. How could a mortal spy on the face of a zenith heaven golden immortal? Hanju thought in boredom. His imagination was useless but interesting. Hanju began to be curious about the new heavenly Tao race. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Heavenly race. Originally humans, after undergoing the baptism of the heavenly Tao, they became immortal gods. Through the supreme power of the sages, they became a new race. This race has human nature, divinity, and powerful talent that rivals the Khanate races. Hanju was stunned. The immortal gods of the human race were a new race? How vicious! This plan was too ruthless. It fawned on the humans and heavenly court, and also cleaned up most of the living beings in the two forces. They were both humans and immortals. There were definitely few such existences. Apart from the heavenly race, all living beings would be annihilated. The heavenly Tao calamity would finally end. The immortal world would return to its original state and develop again. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. Xianxia, Xian Qingjun, Fang Liang, the Divine General, and Su Qi had all become part of the heavenly race. Poor Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou had missed the opportunity to avoid the calamity. To be precise, Mo Fuzhou was the most pitiful. Zhou Fan had a powerful background and would definitely not die. However, this didn't concern Han Ju. Since he wanted to fight, he had to bear the consequences. Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Another 50 years passed. Ever since he knew that the calamity was about to end, Han Ju felt as if he was possessed. He kept thinking about when it would end. With this mentality, time passed quickly, faster than any previous stage. Han Ju cultivated every day and cursed sage fated secrets once every 10 years. Other than that, there was nothing else to do. He even read fewer emails. He didn't want to be swayed by the emails. The later the calamity, the more he couldn't enter it. He had already endured until now. All his efforts would be in vain. Han Ju had already done what he had to. Even if his friends died, there was nothing he could do. On this day, Han Ju placed his attention on the chaotic origin stone in the world of stars. After so many years, the chaotic chi produced by the chaotic origin stone had already reached a majestic level. In addition to the nebulous primordial chi produced by the stellar primordial body, the entire world of stars was in a daze. Han Ju discovered that hundreds of new stars had been born in the world of stars. This was only the beginning. There would be more in the future. It was worth mentioning that other than the white-robed Buddha, the reroll world had finally given birth to an immortal emperor. The spirit chi of the reroll world had already surpassed most mortal worlds and might even surpass all mortal worlds. In a situation where resources were not scarce, reaching the immortal emperor realm depended on one's potential. After all, the human race was once the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. There were also geniuses in a tiny mortal world. Han Ju didn't rope in this prodigy. The reroll world had to develop on its own. Currently, there were enough prodigies in the hidden sect. He would wait for this batch of disciples to develop first. Everything was getting better and stronger. Han Ju warned himself to stay true to his heart and maintain his current pace. He didn't want to provoke a sage easily. Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you want to continue? Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you want to continue? Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you want to continue? Li Muyi started to spam again. Han Ju's good mood vanished. Ignore. Han Ju checked the emails to divert his attention. Your good friend Xianxia has become the leader of the heavenly race. His providence has transformed. See. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has fused with the providence of the heavenly court. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained the dermic powers of a sage. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Xue Mingyi was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and died. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Dilan Tian was attacked by your good friend Pan Xian and was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was suppressed by a sage and was severely injured. Many of them were severely injured. Xue Mingyi had even died. Han Ju sighed. Although he didn't have a good impression of Xue Mingyi, this fellow treated him very well and listened to him. He felt a little uncomfortable that he died just like this. However, there was no choice. Xue Mingyi entering the calamity was his own wish. Cultivation was already a heaven-defying thing. It was normal to die on this path. The Heavenly Emperor was also severely injured, but he was not dead. If a sage wanted to kill him, he would definitely not survive. Apart from that, Xianxia had actually become the leader of the heavenly race. It was unknown if it was related to him. Hanju kept suspecting that the great opportunities his good friends obtained were all related to him. It wasn't that he was narcissistic, but that he was afraid of being schemed against by a sage. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to visit Jing Tiangong in his dreams. One was to comfort him, and the other was to assess the situation. Soon, the two of them entered the dream. Jing Tiangong suddenly opened his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised to see the black shadow ahead. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Forbidden Lord, you're finally here. You're right. This calamity is a complete trap. We shouldn't have entered it." He had a look of regret. Clearly, the Jie school had suffered heavy losses. Hanju said, "Shui Mingyi is dead. I already know. What do you think of the current calamity?" Jing Tiangong secretly admired the Dark Forbidden Lord's remarkable abilities. He even knew this. He thought for a moment and said, "Sage Jinan established the heavenly race with the immortal gods of the human race and changed the situation of the calamity. The human race and the heavenly court have reached a compromise. All the humans want to become the heavenly race. In order to do that, they have to rely on Heavenly Emperor Feng's divine investiture board. However, the other races can't become the heavenly race. Now, the human race and the heavenly court are being attacked by the other races. The situation is not good. Most importantly, the attitude of the sages is unknown. They appear from time to time and sweep through the various battlefields. They even fight among themselves. Previously, when the sages fought in the 9 heavens, the heavens collapsed and the numinous palace collapsed. To be honest, I don't understand the situation anymore." Jing Tiangong looked ashamed. Hanju said, "You don't have to worry. Think of a way to avoid the calamity. The Jie school won't die. You have 2 heavenly Dao sages." Jing Tiangong asked in surprise, "2 heavenly Dao sages? Sage Jinan is also from the Jie school." "What?" Jing Tiangong was shocked. He clearly did not know about this. Hanju said meaningfully, "It's fine as long as you know about this." After knowing that Sage Jinan, who created the heavenly race, was a sage of the Jie school, Jing Tiangong was extremely shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. He wasn't surprised, only terrified. He was the acting sect master of the Jie school, but he actually did not know about this. What did that mean? This meant that he was only a pawn. It could even be said that the Jie school left in the immortal world was their tool. The more Jing Tiangong thought about it, the more complicated his emotions became. Hanju said, "That's all I have to say. Take care." The dream shattered. As for what Jing Tiangong was thinking, Hanju didn't care. Jing Tiangong had a very good impression of him. He wouldn't sell him out, but it was fine even if he did. Anyway, Hanju had already pointed out the obvious path for him. It depended on him whether he could survive this calamity. Hanju began to hesitate if he should visit the Heavenly Emperor in his dreams. Calculate first. "I want to know, are there sages around the Heavenly Emperor? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes." Hanju sighed. He could only give up. He had already done what he could for the Heavenly Emperor. If he really died, Hanju could only try his best to support the Heavenly Court after the calamity ended to fulfill the Heavenly Emperor's final wish. Hanju calmed down and continued cultivating. He had to reach the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm first. After entering his cultivation state, Hanju lost track of time again. As his cultivation level increased, his understanding of the great Tao of life and death also increased. However, he did not dare to enter too deeply into it. He was afraid that this Tao had already been grasped by a mighty figure. He was waiting to gather the 9 great Tao fragments and create his own great Tao. He was only missing 1 great Tao fragment. Time flew. Year after year passed. Although the hidden sect was calm, the immortal world had already become a purgatory. The green mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. The endless sea turned into a sea of blood. The various regions were covered in corpses. It was a ghastly sight. Endless negative karma filled the air as countless vengeful spirits wandered in the immortal world. Some came from the 9 nether purgatory, while some perished in the calamity. Ghosts surged and the immortal world became the netherworld. 70 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation improved again. Sun Chang'an and Han 8 stepped into the Emperor realm one after another. The others had all reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. At this rate, it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach the Emperor realm before the calamity ended. The spirit qi in the Tao field was extremely abundant and had already surpassed the level of a holy land. In addition, Han Ju often preached the Tao. Even a pig could cultivate and become an immortal here. Every existence who stepped into the Emperor realm would be called into the cave abode by Han Ju. By giving special treatment alone, they could at least learn a great mystical power. After learning the mystical power, these disciples' strength began to increase by leaps and bounds. Sometimes one didn't need many mystical powers. One move was enough. No matter how many mystical powers one had, it was useless if they couldn't kill the enemy. On this day, Han Ju walked out of the cave abode again and preached the Tao to the entire hidden sect. 10 years of preaching passed in a flash. The disciples were still immersed after he finished speaking. Thus, Han Ju came to the Fusang tree. He wanted to see the situation of the spacetime vortex. Ma Chao was still guarding the vortex and sitting on the tree trunk. He was like an old Buddha, as firm as a rock and as immovable as a mountain. Seeing Han Ju appear, he didn't stand up because he didn't have such pleasantries in his mind. He only had one mission: guard the Tao field. He didn't even need to cultivate. Han Ju was very curious about the situation at the other end of the spacetime vortex. The Kiliacosm world belonged to the other heavenly Tao and was far from the heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity. However, it definitely had its own calamity. Should he send someone to investigate? Would this be discovered by the heavenly Tao world of the Kiliacosm world? Forget it. Before he had the strength to fight against a sage, Han Ju should try his best not to provoke one. At this moment, Murong Qi suddenly came to his side. "Grandmaster, there's something strange about that world," Murong Qi said. The other disciples were still in a state of Tao comprehension. It wasn't simple for him to be the first to awaken. Han Ju asked, "Why do you say that?" Murong Qi said, "It's just a feeling. I felt a mysterious and strange force passing by this vortex, but it didn't enter." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Hidden Sect Island had already been targeted? Han Ju asked in his mind, who in the world discovered this space-time vortex? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Inauspicious deity. Another inauspicious deity. Wait. Why were there inauspicious deities in that world? Didn't the inauspicious deities stay in the dark forbidden zone? Han Ju continued to ask, losing another 4 billion years of his lifespan. The providence of the Kiliacosm world is declining. A large number of inauspicious deities are pouring into the Kiliacosm world. Han Ju was secretly shocked. The inauspicious deities had invaded the Kiliacosm world. Wasn't this also a calamity? Fortunately, he did not go to the Kiliacosm world. Otherwise, he would be in trouble again. Han Ju said, "It's fine as long as you don't go in. They're also experiencing a calamity." Murong Qi frowned. Han Ju left after watching for a while. He couldn't block the empty vortex for the time being. He couldn't really cut down the Fusang tree. If the inauspicious deity barged in, it would be a good opportunity to feed the strange deity. Numinous Palace. Fong Liang sat on the emperor's throne with a solemn expression. There were not many immortals in the hall, and they were all nervous. A heavenly soldier rushed in and shouted in horror, "Fuxishan and Empress Nuwa are attacking Sect Master Tianju. The battle will soon endanger the heavenly court. We can't hold on to the 10th heaven anymore." The immortals were in an uproar. A heavenly general immediately looked at Feng Liang and said, "Your Majesty, retreat. There's no need for us to guard the heavens now. The 9 heavens have been destroyed. The sages have been fighting in the sky. If we stay in the sky, we will definitely suffer." The others urged. Now, they had already lost their ambitions to slaughter the humans and dominate the heavens. They only wanted to survive. Feng Liang frowned and did not speak. The divine general asked, "Your Majesty, what does the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate mean?" Currently, 2 sages supported the Heavenly Court. Sect Master Tianju of the Jie School and South Extreme Heavenly Venerate of the Chan School. This was only on the surface. Unfortunately, the 2 sages did not truly support the Heavenly Court. They only used the Heavenly Court to clean up all living beings and pave the way for the heavenly race. Now, Heavenly Court was in a dilemma. No matter how angry the Immortals were, they did not dare to contradict the sages. This aggrieved feeling made them go mad. Feng Liang replied, "The Heavenly Venerate asked the Heavenly Court to wait quietly. He said that the human race will undergo a drastic change next." Change? The Immortals looked at each other, not understanding what kind of change would happen. Dong. A deafening bell sounded. The expressions of Feng Liang, the divine general, and all the Immortals in the hall changed drastically. They felt their souls tremble. The weaker Immortals vomited blood on the spot, and their auras quickly weakened. "What bell is this?" Feng Liang was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and looked terrified. Have they gone mad? Feng Liang's loss of composure made the Immortals even more terrified. The divine general asked, "Your Majesty, do you know what happened?" As Feng Liang circulated his energy to stabilize his soul, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Heavenly Tao, fiendish supreme treasure. A sage is preparing to slaughter another sage. Slaughtering a sage." The Immortals were in an uproar. They had always thought that the sages were acting. They didn't expect them to really have killing intent. The divine general frowned and asked, "Really? Could it be just intimidation?" Feng Liang said in a low voice, "Once this treasure is used, the world will be silent. It will also cause a backlash to the sages. It shouldn't be just intimidation. The numinous palace was about to fall. It would be fine if the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju used this treasure. However, if Fuxishan and Yuhua were the ones controlling it, the Heavenly Court would be completely finished." Despair began to spread. Every immortal god was uneasy. Another 20 years had passed since the last lecture. In the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was cultivating. Detected that the Heavenly Tao Sage, Sect Master Tianju, used the Heavenly Tao fiendish supreme treasure to advance the calamity. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and stop Sect Master Tianju. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the system. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from the calamity. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the Tao field. Heavenly Tao fiendish supreme treasure? What was that? Forget it. It's not important. Hanju directly chose the second option. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. Hanju was in a good mood. He would be safer after the Tao field was upgraded. This time, the array formation of the Tao field should raise to the level of a sage, right? At that time, if the sages couldn't break in, he could cultivate in peace. It took time to level up the Tao field. Hanju didn't wait and continued cultivating. The second year, Hanju, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, he felt uneasy, and his mood was inexplicably low. He noticed that the hidden sect disciples outside the cave were the same. "What's going on? I feel so depressed." "You too." This feeling. Something big has happened in the immortal world. To be precise, something big has happened in the Heavenly Tao. Is danger approaching us again? I'm not sure, but the sect master isn't out. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing the conversation outside, Hanju frowned, not understanding what happened. He was about to use the derivation function when Hidden Sect Island shook violently. It was more intense than any previous attacks. The The sea beside the island surged violently. The mountain shook and countless rocks rolled down. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. Great dermic powers enveloped the entire Dao field and stabilized everything. He clearly felt an extremely terrifying impact sweep across Hidden Sect Island, sweeping it into the unknown. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Han Ju ignored him. Hidden Sect Island was in trouble and he couldn't accept it. Qiu Shilai began to flood the notifications. Han Ju cursed silently. This fellow was really crazy. How could he be so impatient as a sage? Han Ju asked in his mind, what is attacking Hidden Sect Island? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. This value. Sage. Empress Nuwa perished. The impact of the explosion of the heavenly Dao sage's Dao fruit swept to Hidden Sect Island. Nuwa had perished? Han Ju widened his eyes and gasped. A sage had really perished. Most importantly, it was Nuwa. Perhaps because of the mythology in his previous life, Han Ju felt that Empress Nuwa was a level higher than the other heavenly Dao sages. He didn't expect her to be the first to die. With the sage dead, the calamity should have ended, right? After about an hour, Hidden Sect Island finally stopped. The dream request from Qiu Shilai continued to flood the notifications. Han Ju checked his surroundings and, after confirming that there were no strong enemies, accepted the dream. It was still the same hall. Qiu Shilai was still the mighty golden Buddha high above. Han Ju didn't reveal the sun and moon yin-yang protection. After all, this was a heavenly Dao supreme treasure. Having a supreme treasure for no reason would attract the suspicion of sages. Nuwa has perished. One of the 9 heavenly Dao sage positions is empty. After this calamity ends, all living beings can compete to become a heavenly Dao sage. You can prepare in advance, Qiu Shilai said. Heavenly Dao sage? I don't want it. Han Ju pretended to be shocked and asked, sages will also die? Qiu Shilai said, under the heavenly Dao's protection, the sages are undying and indestructible. However, in the calamity, the heavenly secrets are covered by negative karma. The sage's providence has weakened, and there's a possibility of death. The sect master of the Jie school, Tianju, used the heavenly Dao fiendish supreme treasure to kill Nuwa. Fuxishan was also severely injured. He can be considered to have left the battle of the calamity early. Sect Master Tianju. Han Ju couldn't help but think of the heavenly sect master in the investiture of the gods. The heavenly sect master was also the master of the Jie school. If he was forced into a corner, he would use the immortal slaying sword formation to kill a sage. The sages of the Jie school were so ruthless. Could this be part of their inheritance? Han Ju asked. In other words, the calamity is about to end? Qiu Shi said. Yes. When the number of living beings is lower than the number of heavenly Dao, the sages will join forces to eliminate the negative karma of the world and restore the heavens. Han Ju was silent. In other words, another massacre would ensue. Nuwa died and Fuxishan retreated. The human race was finished. Han Ju wasn't in a good mood. After all, he was also a human. Although he didn't have a sense of belonging to the humans in this world, he still felt pity for them. After the calamity ends, return to the immortal world. A huge change is happening in the dark forbidden zone. In the future, it will be extremely dangerous. Below the sages, all living beings can only rely on the protection of the heavenly Dao to avoid being attacked by the dark forbidden zone. Han Ju nodded. The heavenly Dao sage shouldn't know the great Dao sage's plan. Han Ju didn't say that the rebellion in the dark forbidden zone was caused by the great Dao sages. It was useless to say it, and it would easily offend the other party. The heavenly Dao sages were already extremely terrifying. Who knew what kind of existence the great Dao sages were? Han Ju asked. What will happen to the heavenly emperor? Qiu Shilai replied. He no longer belongs to the heavenly Dao. To protect him, we can only expel him from the heavenly Dao. As for whether he can survive, that will depend on his luck. Han Ju remained silent. Perhaps this was the best outcome. he would ask the Heavenly Emperor if he was willing to follow him after the calamity ended. "Do you know the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Qiu Shilai suddenly asked. Hanju said, "I've heard of him." Qiu Shi said, "After the calamity ends, the sages will think of a way to find the Dark Forbidden Lord. If anyone beside you wants to follow the Dark Forbidden Lord, it's best to sever ties with them. It's very likely that the Dark Forbidden Lord is not a heavenly Tao sage but an evil existence outside the heavenly Tao. He has been interfering with the development of the calamity. If not for him, the calamity wouldn't have attracted the sages, much less end so quickly." Shocked, Hanju asked in horror, "An evil existence outside the heavenly Tao? Doesn't that mean that the Dark Forbidden Lord will threaten all living beings?" "That's right. But don't worry. The sages have their own arrangements. Trouble is really brewing again." Hanju sighed. He acted very naturally. Qiu Shilai didn't say anything else and ended the dream. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, the first thing Hanju did was ask if any heavenly Tao sage suspected that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. After spending 4 billion years, he obtained the answer, no. Hanju was relieved. As long as they did not find him, the sages could deal with the Dark Forbidden Lord as they pleased. After knowing that the calamity was about to end, Hanju became calmer. The only thing he looked forward to now was the successful upgrade of the Tao field. It had been a year and it had yet to succeed. However, as long as he could raise the Tao field array formation to the level of a heavenly Tao sage, so what if he waited for another 100 years? Not long after, Hidden Sect Island fell silent again. 8 years later, the Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the heavenly Tao sage level. It has expanded the internal space of the Tao field. Tao field Immortal Qi has increased by 10 times. Khanate Qi has increased by 5 times. The Tao field can block the prying of great Tao existences. The system has added a new guard position. You can completely duplicate a pseudo-sage expert in the simulation trial as a guard. He will listen to you. The guard cannot leave the Tao field for more than an hour. Otherwise, he will directly melt. Heavenly Tao Sage level. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. Finally. Not only that, but it could also block the prying of great Tao existences. He was completely confident. At least below the heavenly Tao, Hanju was very stable. The new guard could be chosen from a pseudo-sage expert. Hanju asked silently, "Who is the strongest among the pseudo-sages in the Great Ultimate Hall?" There were many listeners in the Great Ultimate Hall. Most of them had never interacted with Hanju, so he had never seen them in the emails. As for the simulation trial, there were a few pseudo-sages. Hanju couldn't defeat them no matter what, so he didn't know who was stronger. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind, and a line of words appeared in front of him. Shi Du Dao, perfected pseudo-sage realm, immeasurable emperor, great Tao inheritor. Hanju remembered this fellow. He had grasped a strange and domineering mystical power. Once Hanju's dermic powers approached him, they automatically dissipated. The mystical power hit him and disappeared. Previously, Hanju felt that Shi Du Dao was very strong. He didn't expect that he was really the strongest pseudo-sage. He was equivalent to the number 1 person below the sages. Hanju immediately chose Shi Du Dao as the third guard. Beginning to duplicate the guard, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his future was bright. His Tao field had already become a sage's Tao field. Even if a sage came to attack, he might not succeed. At the very least, he could stall for time. He no longer had to worry about being spied on by great Tao sages. In addition to Shi Du Dao, Hanju could use an hour to make the guard his killing weapon. Hanju was very excited just thinking about it. At this moment, Empress Nuwa sent you a dream. Do you accept it? Wasn't Nuwa dead? Hanju was stunned. Was she acting again? Hanju asked in his mind, if I accept Nuwa's dream, will I be in danger? 30 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 30 billion years? This was 10 times the value of a heavenly Dao sage. Han Ju suddenly recalled that Tai Sutian had barged into his and Xing Hongshuan's dreams. She had mentioned that Nuwa was about to jump out of the heavenly Dao sage position and wanted Han Ju to inherit the position. Could it be? Continue. Han Ju gritted his teeth and chose. The Dao field can block the prying of great Dao existences. In the dream, the great Dao sage can't kill you. Alright? It just so happened that the Dao field had been upgraded. Han Ju chose to accept Nuwa's dream. Immediately after, he entered the dream. This was a green mountain and river. There was a huge waterfall between the two peaks that looked like a galaxy. Nuwa stood by the river. She was like a legend. She had a human body and a snake tail. She wore a colorful lotus dress and had a dignified posture. Her perfect face revealed a gentle smile as she waved at him. Han Ju was stunned for a moment. He didn't walk up but asked cautiously, "You are?" Nuwa smiled and said, "Nuwa, have you heard of me?" "Sage." Han Ju hurriedly bowed. Nuwa stared at him and smiled. "Han Ju, it's really difficult to visit your dreams." Han Ju asked in surprise, "You've also tried before? Why did I only feel it now? Is it because I'm in the dark forbidden zone?" Nuwa smiled. "Perhaps, but it's not important. Have you heard about my death?" Han Ju replied truthfully, "I've heard the sages mention it." Nuwa smiled and said, "They can't wait anymore." Han Ju had many thoughts. Was this a plot by the sages? Or was Nuwa tricking them? I could have long transcended the heavenly Dao and stepped into the great Dao. I've only been looking for a successor, hoping that a benevolent person would inherit my position as the heavenly Dao sage. In this calamity, the ambitions of the sages were exposed. I took this opportunity to escape from the heavenly Dao. The other sages thought that I had really perished, but that's not the case. Don't tell anyone about this. Nuwa smiled. Han Ju said carefully, "Even if I don't say it, won't the sages know?" Nuwa replied, "The heavenly Dao no longer has any traces of me. The sages are conceited and only believe in themselves. Who knows how many living beings in the world believe that I'm not dead? How can all sages believe that?" That was true. The difference in cultivation level made one's understanding different. Han Ju took a deep breath and said, "Could it be that you want me to be a heavenly Dao sage? I don't have such talent." "Thank you for your kind intentions, Empress. Why do all of them want me to be a sage?" "Sage Qiu Shilai and Sage Li Mui came to find you only to rope you in as a puppet. I'm different. I've already surpassed the heavenly Dao. Even if you become a heavenly Dao sage, it won't do me any good. I only hope to leave a chance for the heavenly Dao created by the Dao ancestor. In this calamity, the sages are in constant conflict, but they are actually putting on a show. Their goal is to destroy the providence of the Dao ancestors' heavenly Dao and escape the Dao ancestors' constraints. The human race is a heavenly Dao race established by the Dao ancestor. They have also overthrown them. For their own benefits, they might do even more without a bottom line. I have to choose a person with a benevolent heart. You are suitable. I've been observing you for a long time. Although you have little karma, you always do your best to protect the people around you. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect in the mortal world is not very helpful to you, but you have always been repaying their kindness. The Heavenly Emperor is the same. Although I don't know what methods you used, the Heavenly Emperor's calamity has been changing because of you. No other Heavenly Dao sage can sense this." Nuwa's words made Han Ju's heart shiver. She could even see through this. Ancestor Shitian also felt that Han Ju was changing fate. Could this be a transcendent Dao expert? Han Ju smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really afraid of trouble. I only want to cultivate and not fight with the sages. How about this? I'll choose someone among my disciples who meets your requirements." Nuwa smiled and asked, "Han Ju, do you think sages are child's play?" Han Ju remained silent. However, he really did not dare to accept the position of heavenly Dao sage. Forget it. If you want to become a sage, you have to reach the pseudo-sage realm first. You still need primordial purple chi. The heavenly Tao has 9 primordial purple chi. My primordial purple chi is left somewhere. The heavenly Tao sages are probably still looking for it. When the time is ripe, I will hand it to you. Empress Nuwa's words made Han Ju heave a sigh of relief. Empress Nuwa has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Thank you for your understanding, Empress. I will definitely choose a good person who cares about all living beings to inherit the position of sage. Han Ju cupped his fists and said sincerely. Nuwa chuckled and said, That's all for now. In the future, there will be no Nuwa in the heavenly Tao. You still have to rely on yourself. I can't interfere in the matters of the heavenly Tao. It's against the great Tao. Han Ju nodded. I understand. I don't dare to trouble you, Empress. Nuwa waved her sleeve and the dream shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He exhaled. Sages were really good at this. Their schemes were deeper and deeper. Who could have expected that Nuwa would not really die? Even the sages didn't know. No matter what, at least I didn't take on the heavenly Tao sage position or offend her. This is considered a success. Han Ju thought silently. So far, he hadn't offended any of them. Sage Fated Secrets was different since the one who had offended him was the Dark Forbidden Lord. What had this got to do with him? Han Ju sighed and didn't know what to say. Everything was arranged. He even obtained the sage position. What Han Ju wanted to do now was to continue cultivating and strive to be invincible below the sages before entering the immortal world. But it was fine even if he couldn't. Even sages couldn't break in if he stayed in the Tao field. Wait. He had to be cautious. Can the array formation of the Tao field completely block the invasion of a heavenly Tao sage? Han Ju asked in his mind. Unable to stop the invasion of many heavenly Tao sages. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. It was still unsafe. It seemed that before the Tao field upgraded again, he still could not provoke sages. He had to be polite and cautious towards them. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. He continued cultivating. Nuwa's death made all the living beings in the heavenly Tao even crazier. After all the living beings knew that even sages were not eternal, they became more and more daring. They all wanted to fight for providence in the calamity and even become Tao sages. The war between the heavenly court and the humans had already stopped, but the various factions who supported them had indeed begun to fight madly. Those who had grudges would take revenge, and those who did not would snatch resources. For a time, the immortal world was even more chaotic. Instantly, more and more factions surfaced, and more mighty figures became famous. As for the heavenly race, there was no sign of them for the time being. The dark forbidden zone also began to become restless. 45 years later, Hidden Sect Island was attacked by another inauspicious deity. Han Ju directly let it in and let Zhao Yun deal with it. Zhao Yun was the new guard, a replica of Shi Dudao. This was also Zhao Yun's first battle. With a raise of his hand, the inauspicious deity was directly suppressed on the beach and could not move. The hidden sect disciples were dumbfounded. This new guard was stronger than Lu Bu and Ma Chao. After Zhao Yun suppressed the inauspicious deity, the strange deity immediately devoured it and became stronger again. The hidden sect disciples couldn't see the strange deity. They thought that Zhao Yun's mystical power had destroyed the inauspicious deity's body and soul. After dealing with the inauspicious deity, Zhao Yun returned to the Fusang tree expressionlessly and guarded the spatial vortex. Shi Dudao's appearance was not as domineering as Zhu Tu's. He was even slightly thin and weak, but his eyes were extremely cold and sharp, making people not dare to look at him. On the other side, in the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju looked worried. This time, the inauspicious deity seemed to be even stronger than the one from before. At this rate, the dark forbidden zone would really be filled by inauspicious deities. If an inauspicious deity beyond the heavenly Tao sage level appeared one day, it would not be good. Han Ju moved Hidden Sect Island again. It would be bad if there was a connection between the inauspicious deities. Several days later, Hidden Sect Island stopped. Hanju continued cultivating and charged towards the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm. In the immortal world, at the edge of the endless sea, at a cliff that stretched across the sea, as if isolating the sea here, two figures stood on the cliff. They were Zhou Fan and Su Qi. Zhou Fan was dressed in black and wore a WYRM black jade crown. He held a huge cauldron in one hand and looked murderous. Su Qi was also dressed in black, but his hair was disheveled and his eyes were dark. Strange symbols crawled over his forehead. The two of them looked at each other and did not move for a long time. Zhou Fan slowly said, "I didn't expect my final opponent to be you." Su Qi said, "I didn't expect so many people from the tiny scarlet cloud world to face the calamity. What would Hanju think if he knew that we were fighting? He might sigh, but it won't affect his Tao heart. Our conflict might be child's play in his eyes. That's true. He should be charging into the zenith heaven golden immortal realm now. Of course, my master's potential is unparalleled." Unparalleled in the world? Do you know the chaotic physique? I know. Aren't you the same? Haha. Zhou Fan laughed wantonly. Yellow qi flowed out of the cauldron and into his body. His aura began to increase. Su Qi's robes fluttered as the aura of misfortune erupted. Zhou Fan needed immeasurable merit to continue defying the heavens. Su Qi needed great providence to cleanse his bad luck. The two of them didn't want to avoid this battle. They weren't close to each other, anyway. They only knew Hanju. It wasn't enough for them to give up chasing each other. 10 years later, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Sage Fated Secrets. At the same time, he habitually checked his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was expelled by your good friend Qiu Shilai and entered the deity realm of the Ruins of End. Your good friend Tai Sutyen has received guidance from a sage. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has joined the heavenly race and his providence has transformed. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your disciple Su Qi and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by your good friend Zhou Fan and was severely injured. Your good friend Mo Zhu received guidance from a sage and learned an immeasurable cultivation technique. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Zhang Dugu. Seeing the heavenly emperor's situation, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Qiu Shilai had indeed fulfilled his promise. However, would it be dangerous for the heavenly emperor to go to the deity realm of the Ruins of End? He had to calculate before dreaming. Hanju noticed that Mo Zhu had finally made a move. Previously, he had learned that Mo Zhu had been taken in as a disciple by the sect master of the human school, which meant that she had been taken in by Li Mui. Now that she had learned the immeasurable cultivation technique, it was also a good opportunity. If not for Li Mui wanting to rope Hanju in, Mo Zhu would have died in the immortal world. Hanju hoped that this beauty would live well, but he didn't take it to heart. Back then, he had already asked her to stay, but she insisted on leaving. In that case, she had to be responsible for her choice. Time could erase everything and prove everything. 5 days later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and asked in his mind, "Is there a sage beside the heavenly emperor? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes." Hanju was depressed. Why was there more? Could it be that he had been following the heavenly emperor? Forget it, he would visit him in the future. Hanju prepared to continue cultivating. At this moment he suddenly felt a powerful aura. It came from the Fusang tree, space-time vortex. At the same time, on the Fusang tree, Zhao Yun and Ma Chao stood up at the same time and blocked the space-time vortex. A pair of cold eyes appeared in the vortex. I didn't expect to accidentally discover a space-time barrier. It's just nice for me to set up a Tao field. A cold laugh came from the spatial vortex. Humph! How impudent! Ma Chao roared angrily and immediately rushed into the spatial vortex. A sneer sounded. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? No wonder there's such a barrier. However, it's not enough. I want this place. His words made the hidden sect disciples nervous. After hiding on Hidden Sect Island for so long, they were all a little timid. At this moment, Zhao Yun suddenly stepped into the spatial vortex. In less than 3 breaths of time. How can this be? Who are you? Fellow Taoist. I was wrong. I'll leave immediately. Hearing this, everyone from the hidden sect heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. The black hell chicken cursed. That's it? You gave me goosebumps. The chaotic heavenly dog shouted. Senior Zhao Yun is impressive. He will be my big brother from now on. The others also discussed. Zhao Yun carried a white-haired man out of the spatial vortex. Ma Chao followed closely behind. The white-haired man curled up as if he was tied up by an invisible rope as Zhao Yun threw him onto the tree trunk. On the other side, Han Ju used the simulation trial to test this person's cultivation. Wu Dao. Perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Human Loose Cultivator. No powerful background? Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Dao was able to suppress Ma Chao, who had Zhu Tu's cultivation, with extraordinary strength. After all, Zhu Tu was the strongest in the calamity of the immortal world, equivalent to the strongest Zenith Heaven cultivator. What should he do? He definitely couldn't let this guy go, or the spatial vortex might expose his location. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun looked down at Wu Dao with killing intent in his eyes, scaring him so much that he quickly shouted, Senior, I was wrong. I was also being hunted down and had no choice. Let me go and I definitely won't return. It's fine if you don't let me go. I'm willing to be a slave. Don't kill me. The higher his cultivation level, the more he cherished his life. Wu Dao didn't seem to have left any life preservation means elsewhere. He was extremely afraid. Zhao Yun carried Wu Dao into the Khanate cave abode and returned to the Fusang tree alone. The disciples were not worried about Han Ju. Instead, they started to discuss if Wu Dao could survive. Liao said, It's best to kill him to prevent future trouble. Chu Shuren frowned. You're so evil. Dao Comprehension Sword snorted. Wasn't that fellow very arrogant just now? If we can't defeat him, do you think he will let us live? He didn't say that he wanted to kill us. It's just that he didn't get a chance. It's not good to kill too many people. Over time, you will have no regard for life and death. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to quarrel, the Black Hell Demon Lord smiled and said, Perhaps he will survive. After all, I was beaten into submission. Zhao Xinyuan said proudly, I'm different. I have good judgment and took the initiative to come. He had already joined the hidden sect for a period of time. Every time Zhao Xinyuan thought of the past, he couldn't help but sigh. This was the best decision he had ever made in his life. In the past, he had always listened to the arrangements of his elders and rarely made decisions himself. Leaving the human race and becoming Han Ju's disciple was definitely the most important decision in his life as the #1 prodigy of the human race. On the other side, inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju stared at Wu Dao and asked, How's the situation in the Kiliacosm world? Who are you being hunted down by? Wu Dao replied nervously, Recently, the Kiliacosm world has been in chaos. The various Providence sects have been fighting non-stop. The sages have never appeared. I'm being hunted by my enemies. I really know my mistake. Let me go. Han Ju asked, If I let you go, will you hate me? How can this be? Wu Dao has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Wu Dao cursed in his heart. How could he not hate them? He was also a famous mighty figure in the Kiliacosm world. At his peak, 1 million disciples had listened to him preach the Tao. If not for his current state, the more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. Han Ju sighed and directly sucked Wu Dao into the world of stars before killing him. Wu Dao didn't even have time to react. He had just appeared in the world of stars when he was killed by a punch from the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol. His body and soul were destroyed. Unfortunately, you're not kind enough. You came to find trouble and I wanted to let you go. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Han Ju thought expressionlessly. The current hidden sect no longer needed to absorb experts. Instead of absorbing unstable foreign experts, it was better to nurture them from the inside. Apart from his disciples, the 10,000 Nether race members also had great potential. Ever since Empress Hutu entrusted the Nether race to him, they treated Hanju as their father. They even established stone statues that worshipped him in their territory. Currently, the Nether race and the hidden sect had yet to completely fuse, but they would occasionally interact. The Black Hell Chicken and the chaotic Heavenly Dog liked to play with them the most. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He didn't move Hidden Sect Island. After all, the spatial vortex was located at the end of the Kiliacosm world and could not be moved. Several months later, since Wu Dao did not walk out of the cave abode, the disciples knew that he was gone. The Black Hell Demon Lord guessed that Wu Dao must have felt hatred and was detected by Hanju. He had interacted with Duan Hongchan before and felt that Hanju had the ability to see through people's inner thoughts. His guess convinced the others. Hanju would never slaughter the innocent, but once he was threatened, he would definitely not show mercy. Chu Shuren didn't say much. He didn't believe others, but he believed Hanju's judgment. Ever since they followed Hanju, they no longer encountered any danger. They could cultivate in peace every day. This was even safer than the Buddhist sect. Under the sky filled with rolling thunderclouds, the ground was stained with blood. The mountains and rivers were broken as if they had been bombed by a terrifying force. No place was intact. Su Qi leaned against a huge broken stone, gasping and staring at the sky. Countless living beings gathered in the sky and the ground, surrounding him. Looking up, there were human cultivators, demons, dragons, vermilion birds, Qilin, and so on in all directions. All the living beings looked at him with killing intent, hatred, and anger. Su Qi had fought for the heavenly court for so many years. His bad luck had spread to almost every corner of the immortal world. He had offended too many enemies. Now that the heavenly court had been defeated and was preparing to retreat, Su Qi became the target of everyone's anger. Su Qi, you can't escape. The immortals won't save you. A human cultivator laughed angrily. His voice resounded through the world, causing the other living beings to curse out loud. All sorts of ugly words entered his ears. Su Qi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. You want to find me for revenge? But do you remember how many sins you have committed? Sin is sin. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. I, Su Qi, have done it. I admit it. But if you want to kill me, just attack. Stop talking nonsense and stop trying to comfort the uneasiness in your hearts. Su Qi flew up as he spoke. The aura of misfortune overflowed and surrounded him. This scene frightened the living beings so much that they retreated, not daring to be the first to attack him. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently as terrifying footsteps came from the horizon. Everyone turned their heads and saw a 30 kilometers tall figure walking over. Su Qi, you slaughtered my race. Today, I will definitely destroy your soul. A furious roar exploded. Su Qi frowned, feeling the pressure. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. Do you want to end everything? As long as you are willing to use your mystical power, the calamity will end. The living beings who survived will be grateful to you. You can even obtain heavenly Tao merit because you stopped the endless calamity. Su Qi frowned, knowing that it was Sage Fated Secrets who was bewitching him. But he thought of Hanju's words. This was a trap. Su Qi looked up and saw a huge figure appear at the end of the world. These figures were at least at the deity realm. At this moment, Su Qi felt sorrow. Others would always fight in groups, but he would always be alone, be it for himself or for the heavenly court. Su Qi thought of the invocation technique. He could ask Hanju for help. Although he didn't care about them, he believed that if he used the invocation technique, Hanju would definitely help. No. How can I have such thoughts? Master has already helped me a lot. How can I drag him into the calamity? Su Qi's eyes became even more ruthless. Since that was the case, he could only risk it. At most, he would die. I've lived enough in this life. Su Qi raised his right hand and laughed wildly. Today, I want to see who can kill me. With that said, all the living beings in the world flew into a rage and charged at him. The scene froze. Su Qi, who was surrounded by all living beings, was so tiny. He was like a piece of rubble in the forest, and he would be drowned by all living beings in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, another 40 years had passed since he had killed Wu Dao. On this day, Hanju was uneasy. He was a zenith heaven cultivator and would not develop emotions for no reason. Something must have happened. He immediately checked the emails. Your disciple Su Qi used the Dao destruction mystical power. His providence has fallen greatly. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Xu Jingxing was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Xian Qingjun was attacked by a mysterious force. Fortunately, the providence of the heavenly race protected her. Your good friend Flame Lord Emperor was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by a mysterious force. Fortunately, the providence of the heavenly race protected him. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Han Ming obtained the help of a sage and was revived with the last trace of his soul. As he watched, many died. Everyone in the heavenly court was about to die. Hanju frowned. Why was Su Qi still using the Dao destruction mystical power? Hanju asked. How many living beings have died because of Su Qi? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 90% of the living beings were wiped out. The exact number is immeasurable. Hanju remained silent. So many. Hanju checked Su Qi's cultivation. It was at the rank 1 Immortal Emperor realm, but after using the Dao destruction mystical power, it would decrease by a major realm. In other words, Su Qi had already reached the deity realm. Too ruthless. Was this the Dao destruction mystical power? If a sage used it, wouldn't all the living beings in the heavenly Dao die? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This fellow was too impatient. Accept. Hanju's consciousness entered the dream. It was still the familiar hall and the familiar golden Buddha. Qiu Shilai said in a low voice, Your disciple Su Qi used the Dao destruction mystical power to slaughter all living beings and forcefully ended the immeasurable calamity. Shocked, Hanju asked, Dao destruction mystical power? What is that? How can he be so capable? He became more and more terrified, as if he had heard some amazing news. How great of a sin is this? Hanju muttered to himself, regardless of whether Qiu Shilai believed this act or not. He convinced himself that he didn't know about this at all. Qiu Shilai sighed. It's not only the immortal world. The other mortal worlds are the same. They're deathly silent. Your disciple is doomed. I can't save him either. Hanju showed a frown. Qiu Shilai changed the topic. He has to die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the anger of the other sages, and we won't be able to give the heavenly Dao an explanation. I can only help him leave behind a trace of his remnant soul. I'll hand him to you in the future. From now on, he's not allowed to appear within the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, his body and soul will be destroyed. Hanju knew that this was the best outcome. He hurriedly thanked Qiu Shilai and asked curiously, Where did my disciple learn such a powerful mystical power? Qiu Shilai sighed. The Dao destruction mystical power was passed down by the Dao ancestor to the sages. I believe that your disciple was also used by a sage. As for who it is, I can't tell you for the time being. You can't withstand the karma of the sages. I'm doing this for your own good. Hanju was silent. It seemed that Qiu Shilai might be on the same side as Sage Fated Secrets. He would derive it after returning. In any case, he didn't completely trust Qiu Shilai and Nuwa. It was just that he was not strong enough and could only pretend to trust them. The calamity is considered to have ended. In 10 years, the sages will disperse the negative karma of the world. After that, you can return to the immortal world at any time. Hanju asked, "When can the immortal world be filled with living beings?" Qiu Shilai said, "In the nurturing of the world, all kinds of living beings will eventually be born. You can also use this opportunity to preach and establish a sect. 10 million years later, you will be a mighty figure respected by all living beings in the world, just like the past Buddha, the heavenly emperor, and the demon emperor." Hanju sighed. Immeasurable calamity, death calamity. Only a few people could escape this calamity. Living beings cultivated in peace. With the accumulation of time, they would surpass all living beings sooner or later. It was equivalent to cultivating countless years earlier than the new living beings. Even ordinary living beings could become mighty figures. After the calamity ends, the sages can no longer attack under the heavenly Tao. You can rest assured about this. The one who controls all living beings is the heavenly race. The leader is an old friend of yours. You will know in the future. In other words, you can return in peace. There won't be any danger. The dream shattered. Hanju realized that he had returned to reality. He asked, "Is what Qiu Shilai said just now true? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. But when he really returned to the immortal world, he had to do something. Hanju continued to ask, "What's his relationship with Sage Fated Secrets? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." According to favorability, they have a 3-star favorability. 3 stars. In other words, they were in the same boat for the time being, but there was a possibility that they would break up. Indeed, he couldn't trust Qiu Shilai completely. Hanju thought silently. When he thought of how the calamity had ended and the heavenly Tao had restarted, Hanju sighed. Fortunately, he had moved the reroll world out in advance. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed. Wait. In that case, wouldn't the reroll world be the only mortal world below the heavenly Tao? If he developed a little... Hanju's heart beat faster, and he didn't dare to think about it. He could already see endless power and benefits surging towards him. As long as he worked hard, he might even become the most powerful existence below the sages. He was even stronger than the past heavenly emperor Zutu, the heavenly Tao Buddha, and other ambitious figures. Something's wrong. This is a trap. To destroy a person, one must first make them mad with greed. The sage wants to harm me. I can't appear on the surface, but I can support my disciples. Before the next calamity, if I become a sage, the other heavenly Tao sages will definitely not be my match. And all the major factions below the heavenly Tao are branches of the hidden sect. Doesn't that mean? The more Hanju thought about it, the faster his heart beat. After being controlled by the sages for so long, it was time for him to rise. No. I still have to be careful. How can I fight with the sages? Unless I can insta-kill them, I can only fight with them. Before that, I can't have any such intentions. It's easy to be discovered. The Tao ancestor is my role model. He was already invincible when he appeared. Hanju adjusted his state of mind. It had to be said that Qiu Shilai's words were too bewitching. Not to mention him, anyone else wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hanju decided that he couldn't compete with them before surpassing the heavenly Tao sage level. Before that, he had to maintain a low-profile cultivation attitude. Then, Hanju continued cultivating. He had to break through to the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm before he could break through to the Pseudo-Sage realm. 10 years went by quickly. A pillar of light suddenly descended on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. Hanju, who was in the cave abode, was also enveloped by the strong light. Detected that the heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity has ended and the heavenly Tao has restarted. You have obtained the providence of the immeasurable emperor. You have the following choices. 1. Return to the heavenly Tao immortal world and make preparations to become a legend in the future. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to activate a new function of the system. 2. Never return to the immortal world. Stay in the dark forbidden zone. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. Immeasurable Emperor? Hanju decided not to choose for the time being. He would choose when he returned to the immortal world. The new function of the system was too attractive. He placed his attention on the Immeasurable Emperor title. The Immeasurable Emperor title meant that he had already entered the calamity and could be considered to have survived. What's the use of the Immeasurable Emperor's providence? It can help you resist the bewitchment of the heavenly Tao's negative karma. You won't lose your mind in the next immeasurable calamity. That's it. Hanju secretly felt disdain. Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that Zhao Xianyuan, Dao Sovereign, Jiang Yi, Murongqi, Xinghongxian, Fang Liang, Jixianchen, Su Qi, Huang Zuintian, and the others had also obtained the title of Immeasurable Emperor. Almost all the existences who survived the calamity obtained the providence of the Immeasurable Emperor. People like the Black Hell Chicken and Sun Chang'an, who had been staying in the Tao field, did not obtain it, because after the calamity started, they did not go out at all. The dark forbidden zone doesn't belong to the heavenly Tao. How can the providence of the heavenly Tao reach me? Hanju was secretly surprised. The ability of the heavenly Tao was really strange. Wait. Does the Immeasurable Emperor's providence come from the heavenly Tao or the great Tao? Hanju asked in his mind. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Great Tao. I knew it. The great Tao was everywhere, higher than the heavenly Tao. Although the dark forbidden zone was far from the heavenly Tao, it was also under the great Tao. Hanju continued to ask, if I return to the heavenly Tao now, will I be killed by a sage? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Detected that the order of the heavenly Tao has been restored and the restrictions on the heavenly Tao sages have also been restored. The sages can't enter the myriad worlds with their true body and can't directly kill the living beings in the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. No wonder the sages all moved in the calamity. They usually stayed in the 33rd heaven. It was because of the heavenly Tao's rules. He really couldn't be a heavenly Tao sage. Although they became undying, they also lost their freedom. Then again, if the heavenly Tao sages couldn't attack under the heavenly Tao, could they attack in the dark forbidden zone? Was the dark forbidden zone even more dangerous? Hanju decided to return after reaching the perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Before the calamity started again, even if a sage wanted to kill him, they could only ask other mighty figures to help. However, a pseudo-sage couldn't enter his Tao field. Hanju said, everyone, hurry up and cultivate. After some time, prepare to return to the immortal world. His voice resounded throughout the Tao field. Hearing this, everyone became excited, and some were nervous. We're finally going back. Could it be that the calamity has ended? That's right. I just obtained great providence and learned that the calamity has ended. This calamity was really fast. It's unprecedented. Only a few thousand years? It's very likely that sages were involved. There's no choice. Sages are too powerful. Once they enter the calamity, how can all living beings play? After confirming that he was prepared to return to the immortal world, Hanju sped up his cultivation. It had been more than 500 years since the last breakthrough. According to the time he was about to break through, the zenith heaven realm was really difficult to cultivate. Hanju couldn't imagine how determined those cultivators who used millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years to break through a minor realm were. After Su Qi used the Tao destruction mystical power, Hanju's emails became much quieter. He might not even receive an email per year. It was really quiet after the calamity ended. Time passed quickly. 97 years later, Hanju finally had the chance to break through. Took him 6 years to break through. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 7,909/100 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, perfected zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma. His lifespan had broken through again. Over 100 quintillion. Hanju was in a good mood. The lifespan he had squandered previously had all been refreshed. He wondered if he could reach the pseudo-sage realm before reaching 10,000 years old. Hanju began to consolidate his cultivation. After spending 5 years, he completely stabilized his cultivation level and began to improve his Sword Dao mystical powers. Half a year later, Hanju's various Sword Dao mystical powers reached their limits. All of them reached the pseudo-sage level. His mystical powers had already reached the level of a pseudo-sage. He only needed to increase his cultivation level. Hanju began to cultivate the grand unity aspect. The sixth Fiend Celestial Dharma idol was the Scarlet Clear Fiend Celestial. It possessed the power of the sun and could burn all things. The seventh Fiend Celestial Dharma idol was the Weak Water Fiend Celestial. This water was extremely heavy and could sink all existences. The eighth Fiend Celestial Dharma idol, the Extreme Darkness Fiend Celestial, possessed the great Tao of darkness and could envelop all the senses of living beings with darkness. In 2 years, Hanju cultivated 3 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. After that, he didn't obtain the cultivation memories of the 9th Fiend Celestial Dharma idol. With 8 Fiend Celestials attacking together, who could compete with him? Hanju began the simulation trial. This time he was really invincible below the sages. However, he couldn't insta-kill existences whose cultivation had reached the late-stage pseudo-sage. For example, Shi Dudao. Hanju fought for 5 minutes before killing him. Shi Dudao could devour all mystical powers, but he couldn't devour the power of the great Tao. He still had a defensive supreme treasure. The 8 chaotic fiend celestials surrounded him for 5 minutes before he exploded into nothingness. As for Li Daokong and the others, they had already been insta-killed by Hanju. No one below the sages should be able to kill him. Of course, this was only Hanju's guess. After all, he was referencing the listeners of the Great Ultimate Hall. Perhaps there were many powerful existences hidden in the Heavenly Tao or other Heavenly Tao worlds. No matter what, Hanju could return to the immortal world now. He immediately controlled Hidden Sect Island to fly to the immortal world. In the dark forbidden zone, his senses could not work. However, he could sense the 6 paths insignia. Fang Liang, Huang Zuintian, and the others had 6 paths insignia in their souls. They were all in the same direction, probably the immortal world. Is it dangerous for me to return to the immortal world now? Hanju asked in his mind. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. After all, on the surface, he no longer had any enemies. Other than Sage Fated Secrets, almost all the people who hated him were dead. During the flight, Hanju silently chose the previous option given by the system. You need to reach the Heavenly Tao Immortal World before you can choose this option. Hanju could only give up. Although he could sense the existence of the 6 paths insignia, Hidden Sect Island had moved in the dark forbidden zone many times. It was too far from the immortal world and could not reach it anytime soon. Thinking of the 6 paths insignia, Hanju couldn't help but think of Immortal Emperor Samsara. This fellow had not moved for a long time. From his interpersonal relationships, he could see that he was still alive. It was worth mentioning that Immortal Emperor Samsara was at the mid-stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. To be able to hide beside the Heavenly Emperor and not be discovered, he was naturally not inferior to the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation. However, he was no longer anything impressive in Hanju's eyes. Ever since he started cursing Sage Fated Secrets, Hanju no longer cared about the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Thinking back, Hanju shook his head and laughed. Not long ago, he had also treated Immortal Emperor Samsara as a powerful enemy. Unfortunately, as time passed, Immortal Emperor Samsara had already left the competition stage in Hanju's eyes. This was potential. Hanju didn't need to fight. As long as he hid somewhere and cultivated in peace, the enemy would probably be surpassed by him before they could even react. I have to attain the Tao before the next immeasurable calamity comes. Hanju set a goal for himself. The immeasurable calamity had begun. With the heavenly secrets concealed, sages could descend into the mortal world. At that time, the heavenly Tao immortal world would become dangerous. According to the past, it was still very far from the next immeasurable calamity. After all, the divine palace had risen during the end of the immeasurable calamity. If it became famous again, its development time would definitely not be short. 7 years later, Hidden Sect Island finally entered the immortal world. Hanju controlled the island to continue forward and used his divine sense to observe everything along the way. The ground was desolate. No greenery could be seen. Many blood lakes had yet to dry. The sky was dark and there was no sun. Everything looked so silent and desolate. Hanju sighed. For several days he didn't see a single living being. One had to know that the speed of flying on Hidden Sect Island was not slow. In his previous life, in a few days, one could circle around the galaxy. This was the first time Hanju truly felt how big the immortal world was. It far exceeded his imagination. It was endless. Such a vast land endured fighting for thousands of years until all living beings were dead. It was truly terrifying. Hidden Sect Island continued forward. Hanju had to choose a clean place to land. As for the spirit chi, he didn't think too much about it. No place in the entire immortal world had more spirit chi than his Tao field. After a year, Hanju finally found a clean mountain range that stretched for 1,000,000 miles. The forest undulated and was full of life, but there were no traces of living beings. Hidden Sect Island landed in a forest. It was like a small stone landing on a pile of leaves. Inconspicuous. Hanju walked out of the Khanate cave abode and waved his right hand, moving everyone out of the Tao field. Then he followed. The Nether Race and Hidden Sect disciples landed in the forest, stunned. This is the immortal world. From now on, we will stay here. All of you are not allowed to leave a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Establish a residence nearby and build the Hidden Sect. Hanju spoke, his voice entering everyone's ears. Everyone became excited. They had finally returned to the immortal world. The disciples who had never been to the immortal world were a little nervous. Hanju returned to Hidden Sect Island. You choose to return to the heavenly Tao immortal world and obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to activate a new function of the system. System has activated the absolute purification function. Absolute purification. It can purify Dharma treasures, living beings, natural treasures, and other negative elements, including restrictions and curses. The price is lifespan deduction. Purification. Hanju was disappointed. That's it? He thought about it and asked in his mind, are you sure it's any negative factor? If the great Tao sages curse me or cast a forbidden spell on me, can I also purify it? Yes, as long as you are willing to spend enough lifespan. That was good. Hanju had no lack of lifespan to spend. Let me try it myself first. Hanju thought silently. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? It was about the same price as the derivation function. Hanju could still accept it. If purification took trillions of years or even more, what would happen? A strange heat flowed in Hanju's body. It was warm and comfortable and a little itchy. 10 minutes later. Purification has ended. Perfect state. Hanju smiled and stopped studying this function. He had already gathered 9 great Tao fragments. Next, he began to fuse them. He took out the 9 great Tao fragments and began to fuse them. This time, his goal was to create a great Tao that belonged to him. An hour later, the 9 great Tao fragments fused and Hanju entered the great Tao comprehension. Endless inspiration and ideas burst forth in his mind. He had always kept one thought. New great Tao. In the continuous mountains and rivers, The hidden sect disciples and 10,000 nether race members were wandering in groups. Among them, Zhao Xinyuan, Dao Sovereign, and Zhang Yi walked together aimlessly. The three of them were previously the number one prodigies of their major factions. They had common topics to talk about, so they were close. The negative karma of the world has dissipated. The calamity has truly ended. Dao Sovereign sighed. He was the last to join the hidden sect. When he left, the negative karma of the world was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. It was like the Yellow Springs Purgatory. Zhao Xinyuan smiled and said, "Fortunately, we joined the hidden sect. Otherwise, how could we obtain the providence of the immeasurable emperor?" Zhang Yi looked around and interrupted them. "This area doesn't seem simple. I feel like I've been here before." Zhao Xinyuan and Dao Sovereign also started to observe carefully when they heard this. After a while, Dao Sovereign suddenly said in surprise, "This seems to be the old location of the Qilin race. No wonder the mountains and rivers in this area aren't affected. It's the Qilin's auspicious qi that's resisting the negative karma of the world." Zhang Yi asked curiously, "Why isn't there a Qilin here?" Zhao Xinyuan added, "Could they all be dead?" Dao Sovereign and Zhang Yi's eyelids twitched. Their cultivation levels were not weak. Their divine sense covered more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Other than the hidden sect, they did not capture any traces of a living being. They suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Were all the living beings in the immortal world dead? They looked at each other and flew up to observe their surroundings. Hanju wouldn't allow them to leave a radius of 1,000,000 miles, but they could use their clone mystical powers to investigate. A year later, the three of them came to a conclusion. All living beings of the heavenly Tao were really gone. Not to mention a radius of 1,000,000 miles, even when their clones traveled through several regions, they did not see a single living being. They told the others of the hidden sect about this, shocking them. After sighing, they began to rejoice in following Hanju. If they didn't cultivate diligently with Hanju, they would have probably died in the calamity. After spending nearly 10 years comprehending the Great Tao, Hanju finally created his own Great Tao. When he comprehended his own Great Tao, Hanju's aura transformed. A wisp of black aura wrapped around his body, scaring the strange deity so much that it didn't dare to approach. It hid in the corner shivering. At the same time, a ball of light appeared in the darkness and expanded. Figures appeared in the darkness and looked at the ball of light from afar. A new Great Tao? I can't figure it out. I wonder who created it. Perhaps the Great Tao developed naturally. It still has to wait for several primordial meetings or even longer before this Great Tao can form its own rules and produce its own living beings. Do you guys want this Great Tao? If this Great Tao is really created by a cultivator, it would be a waste of effort. Let's wait and see. Hanju didn't know that when he created the Great Tao, a new creation was appearing in the unknown darkness. He slowly opened his eyes. He could sense a new Great Tao power in the world of stars. It was shaped like a black mist and surged at the edge. This Great Tao combined the characteristics of the 8 fiend celestials he had already grasped. Heavenly Constellation Fiend Celestial, 9 Fiend Celestial, Wind-Shaking Fiend Celestial, Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial, Void Fiend Celestial, Scarlet Clear Fiend Celestial, Weak Water Fiend Celestial, and Extreme Darkness Fiend Celestial. In the future, he could also inject more creation into the new Great Tao through other Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. This would be an unprecedented Great Tao, and also the strongest Great Tao, because it combined the characteristics of other Great Tao. Let's call it the Great Tao of Extreme Origin, Hanju muttered to himself. Extreme was the limit of the 3,000 Great Tao. Origin was the source of the 3,000 Great Tao. After fusing 3,000 Great Tao, he could also create his own 3,000 Great Tao. Somehow, Hanju sensed that the Great Tao of Extreme Origin was responding to him and acknowledged this name. Detected that this is your first time creating a Great Tao. You have the following choices. 1. Impart the Tao and preach the Tao. Let all living beings cultivate the Great Tao of Extreme Origin. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Tao fragment, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and not reveal the existence of the great Tao of extreme origin. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. I haven't even made a name for myself. How can I preach the Tao now? Hanju directly chose the second option. Once the great Tao of extreme origin spread, it would definitely attract the suspicion of the heavenly Tao sages, great Tao spirits, and even transcendent Tao experts. Hanju wasn't stupid. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Traceless Breeze Lotus. Traceless Breeze Lotus. Connate spiritual item. Traceless in the soil. Spreads billions of seeds and produces boundless connate chi. Not bad. He could spread it outside the hidden sect island and increase the nearby connate chi. As for the interior of the Tao field, there was no need to increase the connate chi. It was already extremely dense. It just so happened that the disciples and nether race members could stay outside in the future. As for hidden sect island, they could use it when escaping. Hanju no longer needed spirit chi and connate chi for his cultivation. He only needed to absorb the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Hanju stood up and jumped out of hidden sect island. Arriving outside, he discovered that the surrounding trees were much fewer. Several tall palaces, Taoist temples, and other temples appeared 100 steps away. Hanju could sense the aura of the disciples. It seemed they had already found a place to stay. He took out the Traceless Breeze Lotus. It was a seed the size of a peanut. He threw it on the ground and, in the blink of an eye, the seed disappeared. Hanju probed the soil with his divine sense and saw that the Traceless Breeze Lotus was quickly splitting. Next, he only needed to wait for the Traceless Breeze Lotus to grow. Hanju revealed his aura. Under the concealment of the system, he suppressed his cultivation to rank 1 Immortal Emperor. Soon, the disciples of the hidden sect gathered and knelt in front of him. Even Xianxia, Fairy Shixian, and Chang Yuer came. After that, there were Sun Chang'an Tao Comprehension Sword, Liao, Tulinger, Zhao Shenyuan, Tao Sovereign, Jiang Yi, the Han Brothers, the Black Hell Chicken, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Chu Shuren, Murong Qi, Diamond Rage, Lu Huashu, Zhou Mingyue, and the others. No one believed Hanju's rank 1 Immortal Emperor cultivation. Jiang Yi couldn't help but recall his first meeting with him. He cursed in his heart. Trying to lie again. The heavenly Tao's living beings were all gone. Who was he trying to fool? Hanju asked, "How do you feel about this area?" Murong Qi was the first to answer. "I heard that this was once the old land of the Qilin race. It's filled with spirit Qi and is indeed suitable for survival." "Grandmaster, do you want to give this area a name?" The others agreed. Without a name, they felt that they were missing something. They didn't dare to make a decision. Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it the 100-Peak Immortal River." "What's the meaning?" Jiang Yi asked. Hanju glanced at him and said, "It's meaningless." Jiang Yi was stunned. Just as he was about to ask, the Black Hell Chicken shouted, "We'll do as Master says." "Jiang Yi, are you not convinced?" "Master, let him kowtow for 100 years and say that he was wrong." Jiang Yi was furious. This dog-like chicken was too despicable. Hanju said, "In the future, you will stay nearby while I stay in Hidden Sect Island. If you have anything, call me any time. Almost all the living beings in the heavenly Tao are dead. The ones who survived are all existences beyond the deity realm. If you encounter them, be careful. I will let Lu Bu and Ma Chao out to guard the 100-Peak Immortal River. Don't leave the 100-Peak Immortal River unless you obtain my approval. Cultivate well. When a new heavenly Tao lifeform appears, you will be like legends. This is the greatest opportunity after the calamity." Hanju's words made everyone react differently. They had already guessed that this was the situation, but they were still shocked hearing it from him. Jiang Yi asked, "My Golden Crow Divine Clan is also extinct?" Hanju said, "The Zenith Heaven might still be alive." Zhao Xuanyuan's expression turned pale. There were very few Zenith Heavens in the human race. Fairy Xixian and Chang Yue seemed to have thought of something and became dejected. Hanju noticed their expressions and said, "The Scarlet Cloud world is still there, and is protected by me. Now it's called the Reroll world." Lu Huashu nodded. "That's right. I came from the Reroll world. It doesn't seem to be in the void. Some ascenders have mentioned that after leaving the Reroll world, they will encounter a terrifying fog that obstructs their progress." Hanju didn't say much about where the Reroll world was. However, speaking of ascension, Hanju remembered that he had never ascended. With his current cultivation, the tribulation of ascension was already meaningless. Ascension could only help those at a lower realm increase their cultivation. If the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal ascended to a pseudo-sage, the other Zenith Heavens would have long thought of a way to ascend again. "Master, if we preach the Tao for the first batch of heavenly Tao living beings, will we obtain immeasurable merit and even have a chance to become a sage?" Zhao Xuanyuan's eyes lit up. The others were also excited. They had heard many legends about sages. Most sages were only called heavenly Tao sages because they had great merit for all living beings. It's not that easy. If you can't become a sage, the heavenly Tao merit you obtain might restrain you. How can you avoid it in the next immeasurable calamity? If you don't become a sage, you will eventually become dust in the calamity, Hanju said calmly. His words caused everyone to ponder. The black-held chicken shouted, "What are you fighting for? Isn't it good to follow Master and constantly increase your cultivation level and stay away from danger? Think about your cultivation levels. Are you really not cultivating as fast as fighting for providence?" Everyone woke up after hearing these words. Yes, survival is the most important. We're already the minority who survived. When the living beings of the heavenly Tao appear, we will be big shots. Once you want to fight to become a sage, it will be difficult to retreat in the future. Anyway, I'll listen to Master. Me too. Everyone discussed. Hanju smiled and didn't continue to speak. He began to look around, preparing to build his own Taoist temple nearby. As for Hidden Sect Island, it would be a mystic realm. Time was no longer pressing after the heavenly Tao restarted. Hanju found the right location and waved his right hand, causing a Taoist temple that was not too big to condense in the forest. All of you should cultivate separately. Although there are no longer any living beings in the heavenly Tao, don't waste time, Hanju said, and the disciples immediately dispersed. Xianxia came over and asked with a smile, "Husband, can I stay in your Taoist temple?" Hanju said, "Move next to me. It's not convenient for us to stay together." Xianxia curled her lips and could only nod. It was good enough to be this close to Hanju. Chang Yue wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she chose to leave with Fairy Xixian. The two of them were not as strong as Xianxia, so they didn't have the same courage. Hanju didn't return to the Taoist temple. Instead, he started to wander around the 100-peak Immortal River. Although he was almost 8,000 years old, he had never really been anywhere. In the past, when he came to the Immortal world, he had not stayed long, afraid that he would encounter danger. Now, no one below the heavenly Tao could threaten him. He naturally had more guts. The others didn't follow Hanju. They knew that he wanted to walk alone. Tao Comprehension's sword stared at his back and muttered, "I wonder how strong Master is now." Liao said calmly, "He could understand the situation of the calamity at any time in the dark forbidden zone. I suspect that he's not far from becoming a sage. He might have already become one, but he doesn't seem to be interested in the sage position." Tao Comprehension's sword nodded in agreement. Hanju spread his divine sense as he walked forward. He felt that this area might be special. To be able to maintain the landscape in perfect condition, it had to be a holy land before the calamity ended. The spirit qi here was also abundant, almost comparable to the spirit qi Xianxia had in the human race's holy land. Of course, it was still far inferior to his Tao field. Not long after, Hanju discovered a mysterious restriction hidden underground. He immediately dived underground and came to a mysterious cave. In front of him was a huge stone door. It was majestic and had many strange patterns carved on it. This stone door contained a powerful restriction. Unless the divine sense of a zenith heaven golden immortal approached it, they wouldn't be able to sense its existence, let alone everything inside. Hanju condensed the void fiend celestial Dharma idol. The void fiend celestial raised his hand and waved it, causing the power of nothingness to collide with the stone door. The restriction on the stone door directly turned into nothingness, and even the stone door itself turned into dust. Hanju looked carefully and discovered that behind the stone door was a huge dark cave with huge eggs hidden inside. Hanju scanned with his divine sense and discovered that these eggs actually contained life. Most of them were still alive. How did they avoid the Tao destruction mystical power? He immediately asked in his mind. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of the Qilan race sacrificed his cultivation and providence with his innate mystical power, isolating this cave from the heavenly Tao and preventing it from being affected by the Tao destruction mystical power. Qilan race. Hanju was secretly vigilant. His divine sense didn't capture the existence of other mighty figures. He had to use the simulation trial to detect them and didn't capture the existence of the Qilan race's Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. In other words, that fellow was really dead. Hanju walked into the cave and counted the eggs. Leaving aside the lifeless eggs, there were more than 1,200 Qilan eggs that could survive. There was a certain restriction hidden in the cave that could transport underground spirit chi into the Qilan eggs and let them grow. Will subduing these Qilan eggs cause karma with sages? Hanju asked in his mind. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, he would take these Qilan eggs. He carefully surveyed the cave. After confirming that there was no danger, he called Murongqi and Tao Sovereign over. Murongqi was considered the hidden sex manager. The 100-year competition was organized by him. He was very talented in management, and Tao Sovereign was the strongest disciple. These Qilan eggs belong to the hidden sect. Take care of them in the future, Hanju instructed. Murongqi and Tao Sovereign were stunned as they looked at the 1,000 or so Qilan eggs. Tao Sovereign sighed. It's indeed the territory of the Qilan race. Murongqi asked, the Qilan race has already perished? Hanju had no choice but to derive it again. After consuming 2 billion years of his lifespan, he confirmed that the Qilan race had been wiped out, and only these eggs were left. Yes, that's all. They'll enter the hidden sect in the future. Hanju replied and left. Murongqi and Tao Sovereign walked into the cave and clicked their tongues in wonder. After leaving the underground, Hanju continued wandering. Several days later, he returned to the Taoist temple to cultivate. He created a heavenly puppet and went out to inquire about the situation. Although he was already strong enough, he still did not want to go out and wander around. What if he was surrounded by 100 pseudo-sages? Cough, cough. That was too exaggerated. How could there be 100 pseudo-sages waiting for him? Anyway, it wasn't absolutely safe. Hanju still didn't want to leave the vicinity of the Tao field. He enveloped the new Taoist temple with the system barrier. The outside world wouldn't be able to spy on the inside. The excitement of being in a new place was quickly wiped away by time. The hidden sect disciples also began to enter seclusion to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, decades passed. In the Taoist temple, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. Detected that you are 8,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and preach to the world, leaving behind a glorious name. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not participate in disputes. You can obtain a Tao field guard. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. This Tao field guard could only be a pseudo-sage, so he chose Sure Do Tao again. Tao field guard has begun to duplicate. Hanju thought for a moment and asked in his mind, can I move the Tao field out of Hidden Sect Island? The Tao field covered an extremely large area. It was not appropriate to restrict it to Hidden Sect Island now. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive? Hanju cursed silently. Fine. For safety reasons, it was better to move out. Continue. When Hanju chose to move the Dao field out and cover the 100-peak Immortal River, its spirit chi began to increase. Almost everyone could sense it. They were very familiar with this spirit chi increase. They had felt it before on Hidden Sect Island. They guessed that Hanju was using a mystical power, so they were not surprised. After confirming that the Dao field had moved out of Hidden Sect Island, Hanju suddenly thought of a bold idea. Since the Dao field could be moved now, could he move it wherever he went in the future? No. 100 billion years was too much. Hanju still had to use the derivation function usually. He might even have to curse the enemy in the future. With so many aspects added together, there were too many places to consume lifespan. He couldn't develop a habit. Can the Dao field keep moving? Hanju asked in his mind. Every time you change the Dao field location, the cost of lifespan will double. The cooldown time is 100 years. It would double? Hanju made up his mind not to move the Dao field easily in the future. Then he continued cultivating. The 100-peak Immortal River's spirit chi and Kane chi continued to increase. 10 years later, they reached their peak. Although it wasn't as good as Hidden Sect Island, it was still much stronger than before. Hanju also moved the Fusang tree out. It was located between the mountains and was majestic and towering into the clouds. Zhao Yun and the new guard Dianwei stayed in front of the spatial vortex. Lu Bu and Ma Chao guarded the east and west border of the 100-peak Immortal River. After the Fusang tree appeared, the Black Hell Chicken, Ada and Xiao Er immediately moved to the tree. They were still used to staying on it. This time it was completely stable. Hanju placed Hidden Sect Island into the world of stars in the depths of his soul and continued cultivating. He wanted to reach the pseudo-sage realm as soon as possible. The immortal world after the heavenly Dao restarted was extremely lonely. The blood traces from the battle had yet to completely dissipate. After all, the cultivation levels of the living beings who participated in the calamity were not weak. To mortals, their blood could be considered holy and evil objects depending on who viewed it. The world couldn't erase them in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. With a loud boom, the world shook. Hanju, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. His gaze passed through the Taoist temple and the mountains. He saw a huge finger descending from the sky and crashing towards the end of the horizon. It was a human finger that was tens of thousands of feet long. At the end, dense white bones could be seen. Hanju showed a frown. Pseudo-sage's finger. This aura was much stronger than a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. In next to no time, the finger vanished at the end of the horizon. After that, a terrifying gust of wind swept over, and the mountains along the way were crushed into pieces. It swept out for a myriad of kilometers, also affecting the 100-peak Immortal River. The Dao field's array formation was automatically activated. The strong wind was blocked, forming a huge and visible wind wall. It was extremely spectacular. The disciples of the Hidden Sect and the Nether race could see it clearly. What's that? Whose finger fell off? Looks like there's a huge battle in the sky. If we get hit. When did Sect Master set up the array formation in the 100-peak Immortal River? I actually didn't sense it. As the disciples of the Hidden Sect discussed, many huge limbs appeared in the sky. They scattered like rain, and blood dyed the sea of clouds. Hanju narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the auras of these limbs were all different. The strongest was a pseudo-sage, and the weakest was a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Why is there such a huge quantity? Hanju looked at the sky. After passing through the 30th heaven, he saw a mysterious black-robed man whose face he couldn't see clearly waving his sleeve. Countless limbs fell out of his sleeve and scattered on the ground. His direction was different. He clearly wanted to plot against the entire heavenly Dao. Hanju asked secretly, "Who is this person?" 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It looked to be a sage. Emperor Xiao, cultivation unknown. Heavenly Tao sage, disciple of the Tao ancestor, one of the ancestors of the devil race. Heavenly Tao sage. Han Ju frowned. This person was actually one of the ancestors of the devil race, and he had even become a disciple of the Tao ancestor? The known heavenly Tao sages were Nuwa, Fuxician, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Fated Secrets, Sage Jinan, and Emperor Xiao. Only one more was missing to form the 9. I want to know, why did Emperor Xiao this? Han Ju asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why did it cost 1 billion more? Han Ju chose to continue. Immediately after, he entered the illusion. This was a dark hall. 2 figures sat facing each other. One of the figures was obviously Emperor Xiao. The other was several times larger than Emperor Xiao and was covered in black flames. The heavenly Tao has been restarted. Have you prepared the remains you gathered? The black flaming figure asked. Emperor Xiao replied, Yes, yes. Sprinkle it on the various worlds of the heavenly Tao. Why? These remnant bodies are all living beings that contain overwhelming negative karma and resentment. After the heavenly Tao restarted, they were already abandoned by it. Taking advantage of the fact that the heavenly Tao is evolving, we can sprinkle them down on the heavens and turn them into cursed objects. They can curse the heavenly Tao and prepare for the appearance of the devil race in the future. Will the sages stop me? I will lead them away. All right. The scene shattered. Han Ju frowned. It was the devil race again. He looked up again. Emperor Xiao was still scattering the remains. It was hard to imagine how many corpses this fellow had gathered. Emperor Xiao suddenly met his gaze. Han Ju immediately looked away. Above the 30th heaven, Emperor Xiao frowned. Strange. I can't see through that person's Tao field, Emperor Xiao muttered. He pinched his fingers to deduce, but his expression became stranger. This person had so little karma. It was inferior to even Immortal. How had he cultivated to such a realm? Emperor Xiao was interested in Han Ju. At the same time, he had a feeling that this person would be an obstacle to the rise of the devil race. Emperor Xiao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 0.5 stars. 0.5 stars? Han Ju looked at the notification in front of him with a strange expression. This was the first time he had encountered 0.5 stars. Such a low favorability could very well become hatred. However, Han Ju was not worried. If Emperor Xiao couldn't enter the immortal world with his main body, he would not be a threat. Emperor Xiao had scattered too many bodies. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to stop him. It was a thankless task. He would leave it to future generations. When the sages returned, they should be able to think of a way to deal with it. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. 5 minutes later, the huge quantity of bodily remains stopped pouring down. Peace returned to the immortal world. In the blink of an eye, 32 years passed. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you want to continue? This notification began to flood the screen. Han Ju cursed silently. This guy was mental. He chose to accept the dream. It was still the same familiar hall. Qiu Shilai was the first to speak. Have you seen ruined bodies descending from the heavens? Han Ju nodded. Crap. Does this fellow want me to clean it up? Just pretend you didn't see it. Cultivate as usual. Don't tell the other sages about this. Qiu Shilai continued. Han Ju was stunned. Don't tell the other sages? This dog is colluding with the devils. Han Ju said, Other than you, no sage has contacted me for the time being. Facing Han Ju's answer, Qiu Shilai responded. It was unknown if he believed it. Han Ju asked, My disciple Su Qi. He did not finish his sentence. He believed that Qiu Shilai would understand. Qiu Shilai replied, He's imprisoned in the heavenly race's prison and will be executed 100 years later. At that time I will protect his soul and hand it to you. Remember, you can't leave him in the heavenly Tao's territory. Hanju quickly thanked him. It was fine as long as he could leave a chance of survival for Su Qi. Su Qi indeed deserved death. The Tao destruction mystical power slaughtered all living beings. If he didn't punish him, who knew if this fellow would become twisted in the future and become arrogant? Qiu Shilai didn't say anything else and left the dream. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He suddenly discovered that Qiu Shilai didn't seem to be as passionate towards him as before. He spoke less. Perhaps it was related to the end of the calamity. Qiu Shilai felt that he had won and no longer cared about the so-called variable of the Tao ancestor. Hanju smiled. This was also a good thing. The less he valued him, the easier it was for him to develop quietly. How shocked would Qiu Shilai be when he suddenly turned around and discovered that Hanju was already a sage? Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. According to the inheritance of the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao cultivation technique, if he wanted to reach the pseudo-sage realm, he had to deepen his understanding of the Great Tao. Hanju absorbed the negative karma of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus while comprehending the Great Tao of extreme origin. As for the previous Great Tao of life and death, Hanju planned to give it up. If someone had already cultivated the Great Tao of life and death, it would be difficult for Hanju to surpass the other party. The Great Tao of extreme origin was different. Hanju could cultivate this Great Tao exclusive to him without worries. Soon, he entered the Tao comprehension state. The Great Tao of extreme origin was unfathomable. Even if it was created by Hanju, it still required a long time to completely comprehend. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Hanju finally saw Su Qi's emails. Your disciple Su Qi was punished by the heavenly race and died. His soul was luckily saved by the sage. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Although Qiu Shilai had come to hide a conspiracy, he really meant what he said. Recently, his emails had become active again. Almost all of them were emails from his good friends from the heavenly race who had obtained opportunities. With the deaths of all living beings in the heavenly Tao, too many Dharma treasures were lost in the mortal world. Hanju thought for a moment and gathered the disciples. Do you want to go out? Hanju asked. Hearing this, the disciples were stunned. No one said anything. They thought that he was testing them. Hanju smiled and said, The heavenly Tao has been restarted. There are too many treasures in the world. If you have any thoughts, you can go out and collect them. The Dharma treasures are all yours. If you find any natural treasures, bring them back and plant them in the 100-peak Immortal River. Remember, when you encounter those huge remains, take a detour. Those remains have already become evil. They contain the power of curses and might even possess you. Everyone's eyes lit up. They actually had such thoughts long ago, but without Hanju's agreement, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Zhao Xinyuan, Dao Sovereign, Jiang Yi, Murong Qi, Sun Chang'an, and the others spoke. Hanju agreed. In the end, only the Black Hell Chicken, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, and Li Yao stayed behind. Even Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shixian, and Chang Yuer went out. This was the first time Tao Comprehension Sword went out. She was very nervous, but with others accompanying her, nothing should happen. Hanju forbade them from acting alone and required at least 3 people to form a team. Hanju looked at the Chaotic Heavenly Dog and asked teasingly, Why aren't you going? The Chaotic Heavenly Dog shook its head in fear and said, I'm not going out. I won't go out even if I die. Hanju smiled. It seemed that Li Xian'ao had traumatized the Chaotic Heavenly Dog too much. He thought of Li Xian'ao and did not see Li Daokong recently. This fellow had just reached the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm not long ago and was probably in seclusion somewhere. The Black Hell Chicken smiled. Dog's son, your awareness is not bad. The Chaotic Heavenly Dog smiled smugly. Hanju looked at Li Yao and asked, You don't dare to go out, too? Although your potential is not bad, you have too few treasures. Li Yao shook her head. Dharma treasures are external objects, after all. I only believe in my own mystical powers. Hanju had nothing to say about this. The four of them dispersed and returned to cultivate. 5 years later, Qiu Shilai sent a dream to Hanju and said that he wanted to give Su Qi's soul to him and asked him to go to the 33rd heaven. The 33rd heaven was a place that even the heavenly Tao could not control. Hanju thought for a moment and let his heavenly puppet go. After the heavenly puppet was injected with his dermic powers, it was equivalent to a zenith heaven golden immortal. It wasn't difficult for it to fly to the 33rd heaven. Half a year later, the heavenly puppet returned with Su Qi's soul. Hanju directly took him into the world of stars and suppressed him in a star to contain his bad luck. He would wait for the right time to release Su Qi for reincarnation. Hanju was the only one left in the Taoist temple. The strange deity liked to wander around the 100-peak Immortal River and rarely returned. However, it could already control its strength, so it wouldn't harm others. Therefore, Hanju let it move freely as long as it did not leave the Taoist temple. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing sage fated secrets. The 100-peak Immortal River was isolated by a Tao field, and the Taoist temple was isolated by a system barrier. Hanju wasn't worried about being discovered. After so many years, he had never failed to curse sage fated secrets. It happened once every 10 years. Time flew. 300 years passed quickly. One of the Qilin eggs in the cave finally hatched. Hanju asked his reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei, to take care of it. Liu Bei immediately informed him. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Liu Bei and asked him to take care of the Qilin. Liu Bei was naturally happy. Once nurtured well, this Qilin race member might listen to him in the future. At that time, he would have the right to speak in the hidden sect. Although Liu Bei was Hanju's clone, he also had his own independent thinking. Other than never betraying Hanju, his heart was human. After so many years, the disciples of the hidden sect who had gone out had yet to return. They were probably still gathering their treasures and no one was injured. Hanju was still far from the pseudosage realm, but he was not in a hurry. What he did not lack the most now was time. On this day, Hanju's heavenly Tao token sent a divine sense. Hanju took it out and connected his divine sense. Grandmaster, Fong Liang's respectful voice sounded. Hanju smiled and said, "You're still alive." He naturally knew that Fong Liang was still alive and deliberately teased him. Fong Liang said awkwardly, "Cough cough, we finally made it through." For example, the heavenly Tao treats the heavenly race as its leader. The leader of the heavenly race is Xianxia. Grandmaster, you can return to the immortal world. It's very safe. Hanju replied, "I'm already back." "Oh? Where can I visit?" "I can't tell you for the time being. Is there anything else?" Hanju was very cautious and didn't trust his granddisciple completely. Fong Liang said, "The heavenly Tao has been restarted. I want to invite the hidden sect to join the heavenly court as immortal gods. You will have a chance to become part of the heavenly race in the future. The heavenly race is a heavenly Tao race and will not be affected in the next few calamities." Hanju raised his eyebrows. From the sound of it, the heavenly court had already become a subsidiary force of the heavenly race. "Is the heavenly court ruled by the heavenly race now?" Hanju asked bluntly. Fong Liang was silent for a moment before saying, "This is already the best outcome I can think of. Xianxia and I have a close relationship. If we join forces, it's equivalent to controlling the heavenly Tao race and the heavenly Tao forces. In the future, we won't have to listen to the sages anymore." Hanju couldn't help but recall that Xianxia and Fong Liang indeed had a good relationship. They had been together for thousands of years. However, if it was Hanju, he would definitely not rely on others. "Forget it. As long as there are risks, I won't let your fellow disciples enter easily," Hanju said calmly. Fong Liang sighed. He was not surprised. He asked curiously, "Which disciple in the hidden sect is the strongest now?" Hanju said, "The strongest is only an immortal emperor. Not bad." Indeed, cultivation is still very useful. Grandmaster is right. The two of them chatted for a while before cutting off the connection. At the numinous palace. Fang Liang put down the heavenly Tao token and sighed silently. Grandmaster became polite. Their relationship seemed to be pulling apart. To be precise, Grandmaster was worried that he would implicate the hidden sect disciples. Fang Liang couldn't help but reflect. Was he really on the right path? He didn't believe that the strongest disciple of the hidden sect was an immortal emperor. Someone had definitely reached the deity realm. At this moment, the divine general walked into the hall. He came in front of Fang Liang and bowed. Your Majesty, the human holy lands that the Buddhist sect, Jie school, Chan school, human school, and the heavenly race rely on have all appeared one after another. They're all plotting. What should our heavenly court do? Fang Liang said, the heavenly Tao has restarted and all living beings have yet to appear. What should we do now? We can only occupy territory. The divine general said, Your Majesty, you can ask the Fang clan to descend into the mortal world first and continue to reproduce. They will become a huge clan in the future. Yes, that's a good idea. Fang Liang changed the topic and asked, what about the heavenly god general and the martial god general? The divine general said calmly, they have already joined the human school. Fang Liang was silent. After experiencing the immeasurable calamity, there were less than 100 immortals in the entire heavenly court. All the heavenly troops had died because of the Tao destruction mystical power. Desolate and empty. This was the current heavenly court. The divine general seemed to notice that Fang Liang was not in a good mood and said in consolation, Your Majesty, it's already a great blessing that the heavenly court survived. We've experienced the calamity of the Sage War. Your contributions are already great enough. There's no need to blame yourself. Fang Liang smiled and said, I have you, the divine general, so I naturally have expectations. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Sage Fated Secrets while checking his emails. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan has obtained a human race supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has received guidance from a sage. His providence has been enlightened and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Dao Comprehension Sword has obtained a heavenly Dao numinous treasure. Her providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Dao Sovereign accidentally entered the primordial race's territory. Your good friend Ada devoured the spirit meridian and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Xiao Er has devoured a spirit meridian and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was resurrected by a mysterious mighty figure and returned to the immortal world. Your good friend Empress Hutu has recovered the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was all opportunities. Han Ju wasn't surprised to see Zhou Fan revived again. It was obvious that the 7 Tao sage of the great Tao spirit had designs on the heavenly Tao, so he had resurrected Zhou Fan time and time again. Poor Mo Fuzhou was buried with him. 5 days later, Han Ju finished cursing and was about to continue cultivating. Detected bearer of Khanate providence. Check its origin. It had been a long time since he saw such a notification. Han Ju actually felt refreshed. He immediately checked. Falling heavenly stone. Khanate lifeform, the first stone spirit after the heavenly Tao restarted. It contains the providence of the heavenly Tao. The number 1 stone spirit of the heavenly Tao should be the first stone spirit. Han Ju immediately checked the location of the falling heavenly stone. It was in the 100-peak Immortal River. It was a black stone. Han Ju could already sense its intelligence. After thinking about it, Han Ju decided not to disturb it for the time being. He would wait until it was about to transform. In the future, more and more Khanate lifeforms will appear. It feels like the world has just opened. Han Ju thought silently and looked forward to it. Countless years later, he would be the legendary ancestor who had achieved the Tao. It was quite exciting to think about. On a cliff, Zhao Shenyuan, Chu Shuren, Zhou Mingyue, and Lu Huaxu were meditating and cultivating. Zhou Mingyue couldn't help but open his eyes and ask, Grandmaster Zhao, what are we waiting for? Zhao Shenyuan was a second-generation disciple of the hidden sect. Zhou Mingyue was a fourth-generation disciple, so he called him Grandmaster. Zhao Shenyuan said, "An old friend." Chu Shiren glanced at Zhou Mingyue, scaring him so much that he shut up. Several hours later, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan wore a golden-patterned purple robe and a jade crown. His temperament was extraordinary, and he was no longer a mortal. He landed in front of Zhao Shenyuan and smiled. "Long time no see, Brother Zhao. I didn't expect you to survive the calamity. Have you joined the heavenly race?" Zhao Shenyuan smiled indifferently and said, "No, but I acknowledged a master with remarkable abilities. Our entire sect successfully avoided calamity and even obtained the providence of the immeasurable emperor." Zhou Fan couldn't help but become curious. "Who?" He turned to look at Chu Shiren and the other two, and his expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, "You're all from the Scarlet Cloud world? Wait, do you know Hanju?" Everyone who rose up from the Scarlet Cloud world was related to Hanju, including himself. "How dare you call my grandmaster by his name?" Zhou Mingyue snapped unhappily. Although Zhou Fan looked very strong, it was impossible for him to be as strong as Zhao Shenyuan. Zhao Shenyuan also revealed a displeased expression. Zhou Fan looked at Zhao Shenyuan and asked in surprise, "Is your master Hanju?" Zhao Shenyuan said coldly, "Be polite. Isn't my master your senior, too?" Zhou Fan was shocked. Zhao Shenyuan and Dao Sovereign both had chaotic physiques. He had heard the two of them mention that they had acknowledged the same master, but he had not said who it was. He didn't expect it to be Hanju. After Zhou Fan's shock, he was excited. How strong is Senior Han now?" Zhou Fan asked with a burning gaze. Zhao Shenyuan saw through his thoughts and said bluntly, "Has anyone from the Providence sect survived?" In other words, Hanju was stronger than a sage. Zhou Fan said, "Can you bring me to him? I'm from the same sect as him. We knew each other when we were still mortals." Zhao Shenyuan said, "Let's talk about the primordial mystic realm first. The restrictions inside are too strong. I need you to join forces with me." "All right." Zhou Fan agreed readily, but his thoughts had already drifted to Hanju. Another year passed. Hanju came in front of the falling heavenly stone. Could already move. It grew extremely quickly thanks to the dense spirit chi in the Dao field. Seeing Hanju appear, the falling heavenly stone immediately hid like a crab. Hanju was amused. After it hid, Hanju appeared in front of it again, scaring it so much that it continued to hide. Hanju let it hide first and looked for it later. It repeated the cycle. After dozens of times, the falling heavenly stone became tired and stopped in front of the grass. Hanju stood in front of it and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you running anymore?" The falling heavenly stone was silent. Hanju raised his hand and pointed. A beam of light entered the falling heavenly stone and helped it obtain the ability to communicate. Hanju retracted his hand and patiently waited for the falling heavenly stone to absorb his memories. After a long while, the falling heavenly stone suddenly cursed. "Damn it!" Hanju was stunned. He wasn't angry. Instead, he was amused. As expected of a connate life form, its learning ability was indeed very strong. Hanju smiled and asked, "Are you very angry?" The falling heavenly stone asked, "If it was you, wouldn't you be angry? Then, can I kill you?" After receiving Hanju's guidance, the falling heavenly stone knew what death meant. It was so frightened that its stone body trembled. It said angrily, "I didn't provoke you. Then why are you hiding? You suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If it were you, wouldn't you hide? Then try. You are going too far." So, the falling heavenly stone wanted to cry. If not for the fact that it was a stone, it would have long cried. Hanju smiled and said, "Follow me in the future. I'll arrange a master for you." The falling heavenly stone was stunned. Overjoyed, it hurriedly thanked him. "Continue to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. There won't be any danger in this area." Hanju left after saying this. With his current identity, There was no need for him to take in a disciple personally. In the following period of time, the disciples of the hidden sect returned. About 200 years later, all the disciples returned. Zhou Fan also returned. Han Ju wasn't surprised. Zhao Shenyuan had already asked through the chaotic domain. Zhou Fan hadn't entered it at that time. After entering the 100-peak Immortal River, Zhou Fan looked around in surprise. Morong Qi was very surprised to see him. He asked, "Why are you here?" Zhou Fan sized him up and was secretly shocked. This fellow was already an immortal emperor. In his memories, Morong Qi was his junior brother in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. "I'm here to visit your grandmaster," Zhou Fan replied. Zhou Fan's arrival attracted the attention of the others, and they came over to check. He was secretly shocked. He couldn't see through Lu Bu, Ma Chao, and the others. He even saw Jiang Yi. He had seen Jiang Yi before. At that time, Jiang Yi was high-spirited, a genius whose name shook the immortal world. He didn't expect him to have also joined the hidden sect. Zhou Fan noticed the 10,000 nether race beings and was even more shocked. The weakest was a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. A few had already reached the Immortal Emperor realm. Impossible. The hidden sect was already so powerful? When Zhou Fan was brought to Han Ju's Taoist temple, he came back to his senses. "Go in by yourself." Zhao Shenyuan turned around and left. He still had to hurry up and cultivate. Zhou Fan took a deep breath and carefully walked into the Taoist temple. A dazzling divine light blinded him. Then he saw Han Ju. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The sun and moon yin-yang protection floated behind him like two suns spinning behind him, emitting a bright light. Zhou Fan's heart churned with immense shock. He was already at the two mystic divine origin realm, but he couldn't see Han Ju's true appearance. This was even stronger than those unparalleled mighty figures. Zhou Fan immediately thought of the sages. When he first saw a sage, he couldn't see his true appearance either. Han Ju asked, "What? You don't recognize me anymore?" Zhou Fan smiled bitterly. He had suffered a huge blow. He felt that his thousands of years of hard work were a joke in front of Han Ju. Look at him. He had been cultivating in seclusion, and the difference in their cultivation was becoming greater and greater. Zhou Fan forced a smile and said, "Han Ju, you're really powerful now. You're about to attain the Tao, right?" Han Ju smiled and said, "How can that be? It's still early. Are you looking for me to join my hidden sect?" "Sure. Do you want to take me in as your disciple?" "It's not that you can't, but from now on you have to go out less." "In your opinion, am I just messing around? The difference in our potential is too great. Can only fight." Sigh. Zhou Fan fell into depression. The divine light on Han Ju's body increased greatly. His voice was unfathomable. "You already have the chaotic physique and are no longer the past you. Why don't you join my hidden sect and cultivate in seclusion?" Zhou Fan's future was limitless. If he could repent, he would definitely be a powerful force in the hidden sect. Zhou Fan fell into a daze. Several days later, Zhou Fan walked out of Han Ju's Taoist temple. He looked up at the blue sky and smiled brightly. The black-held chicken flew over and shouted, "Brat, are you still leaving?" It remembered Zhou Fan, who had visited Han Ju more than 8,000 years ago. Zhou Fan also remembered the black-held chicken and smiled. "I'm not leaving. In the future, I'm the 8th disciple of the 2nd generation of the hidden sect. Treat me with more respect." "Hehe, I don't even respect Zhao Shenyuan. What makes you think I'll respect you? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. If you have the ability, go to the simulation trial. You will only be qualified to fight me when you are invincible in the hidden sect." "Humph. That's what I was thinking," Zhou Fan said proudly. Han Ju had already pulled him into the simulation trial, and he wanted to try it. After bidding farewell to the black-hell chicken, Zhou Fan found an empty spot to build a Taoist temple and started the simulation trial. The first person he challenged was Han Ju. He was insta-killed. Zhou Fan was stunned. How can this be? Zhou Fan gritted his teeth. He didn't believe it and challenged Han Ju again. After hundreds of challenges, Zhou Fan was in despair. He gave up and began to challenge the other disciples. He would challenge the black hell chicken first. Damn it! Wasn't this dog-like chicken too weak? Why was it so arrogant? Just like that, Zhou Fan was obsessed with the simulation trial and could not extricate himself. On the other side, Zhou Mingyue found the falling heavenly stone and picked it up. Hey, 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 what are you doing? The falling heavenly stone shouted. Zhou Mingyue snorted. Grandmaster asked me to take you in as my disciple. From now on, you are my disciple. My name is Zhou Mingyue. I see. What's your grandmaster's name? Han Ju? But you can't call him by his name. Han Ju. From now on, I'll be called Han Zuetian. Wow, you're quite good at cozying up to others. That's a good name. Zhou Mingyue chuckled. He had no objections to this. Instead, he was very satisfied. Not to mention the falling heavenly stone, even he wanted to change his surname to Han. However, without Han Ju's approval, he was too embarrassed to change it. Furthermore, his master, Chu Shuren, did not allow it. The first fifth-generation disciple of the hidden sect had appeared. Connate life form, Han Zuetian. 20 years later, Jiang Yi came to visit Han Ju, who let him in. Like Zhou Fan, he was blinded by the strong light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection. He knelt in front of Han Ju and said, Sect Master, I can't break through to the deity realm. Can you guide me? What light was this? How domineering. Jiang Yi secretly decided that he would do the same when he returned. Han Ju said, Then, I'll preach the Tao for you. Jiang Yi was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Han Ju began to preach. With Jiang Yi's potential, breaking through to the deity realm was not difficult. He was originally the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow divine clan, but he lacked guidance. Speaking of which, Zhou Fan surpassed Jiang Yi and reached the deity realm ahead of time. This made Han Ju sigh. Sometimes, wandering about was still important. Unless Jiang Yi's potential was the same as Han Ju's and was unparalleled, just cultivating alone was really not comparable to Zhou Fan. The second-generation disciples of the hidden sect were Yang Tiandong, Su Qi, Sun Chang'an, Tu Linger, Long Hao, Zhao Shenyuan, Dao Sovereign, and Zhou Fan. The third-generation disciples were Murong Qi, Fang Liang, and Chu Shuren. The fourth-generation disciples were Zhou Mingyue and Lu Huaxu. And the fifth-generation disciple was Han Zuetian. These were all Han Ju's orthodox disciples. Apart from them, Liao, Jiang Yi, Diamond Rage, the Black Hell Demon Lord, Dao Comprehension Sword, the Han Brothers, Ada Shao Air, the Black Hell Chicken, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, the Three-Headed Wirm King, Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shixien, Chang Yuer, and the others could only be considered hidden sect disciples and not Han Ju's personal disciples. Currently, the disciples of the hidden sect, including the Nether race, were at least Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Although Fairy Shixien and Chang Yuer were mortals, they often heard Han Ju preach the Tao. In addition, the dense spirit Qi in the Tao field had already reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. However, whether they could reach the Emperor realm depended on luck. After reaching the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm, it was difficult to say anything else. Even if Han Ju was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he couldn't create an Immortal Emperor with a flip of his hand. After Zhou Fan joined, the originally relaxed hidden sect became tense again. It was only because of Zhou Fan's two mystic divine origin cultivation. This fellow wasn't even 9,000 years old. Such potential filled Jiang Yi, Liao, Tu Linger, and the other disciples with pressure. Han Ju still explained the Tao to the disciples when he had the time. 50 years later, Jiang Yi had reached the deity realm and did not need to transcend the tribulation in the Tao field, but everyone could sense his powerful aura. The next disciple to break through to the deity realm should be Liao. This woman was chasing after him very closely. If not for her terrifying cultivation speed, Jiang Yi might not have been able to break through so quickly. On this day, purple light appeared in the sky. It was endless and beautiful as a painting. Han Ju felt a powerful aura. Someone had reached the Zenith Heaven realm. All living beings in the heavenly Tao were extinct. Those who survived were mighty figures who surpassed mortals. They would also be legendary figures who would shake the world in the future. Hanju didn't care who had attained the zenith heaven realm. Currently, other than the sage Fated Secrets, he didn't have any enemies. Sage Fated Secrets was a sage. It was impossible for him to reach the zenith heaven realm. Hanju continued cultivating to break through to the pseudo-sage realm. It had been nearly 1,000 years since his last breakthrough, but Hanju was still a distance away from the pseudo-sage realm. His cultivation speed was still too slow. However, Hanju didn't have a faster way. He could only remind himself to be down to earth. On this day, the ground shook violently. The 100-peak Immortal River was not affected because of the Dao field, but Hanju clearly felt the ground outside the Dao field trembling. The range of the vibration was very wide. Hanju scanned with his divine sense. It was equivalent to dozens of reroll world. Earthquake? Or was something big about to happen? Hanju was secretly curious. He immediately asked in his mind, I want to know if there is a mighty figure in the current immortal world who has the strength to kill me. 2 billion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That was fine. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Under the sea of clouds, the endless land shook. The mountains and rivers were split apart. A bottomless valley stretched for 10 million miles. A huge eye appeared in the depths of the valley. It was cold and sinister, and its pupils trembled. Roar. A deafening dragon roar suddenly resounded through the world. A huge dragon head stretched out from the sea of clouds. Its eyes were larger than mountains, as if it could devour the world with a single mouthful. It was a black dragon. The black dragon looked down at the eyes in the valley, killing intent erupting from its own eyes. Boom! The black dragon suddenly swooped down, stirring up a terrifying wind that tore apart the sea of clouds. The ground was directly pierced by its massive body, and rubble shot into the sky. At the 100-peak Immortal River, a group of hidden sect disciples gathered on the highest peak. Their vision was extraordinary, and they could see the terrifying battle in the distance. That dragon is so big. Could it be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Zhou Mingyue asked in shock. Chu Shuren frowned and said, True dragon race. 9 heavens AOU. The Black Hell Chicken asked curiously, Is 9 heavens AOU very strong? A rare Zenith Heaven of the true dragon race. He's an existence on the same level as the Heavenly Emperor. Chu Shuren seemed to have thought of something, and his expression grew extremely ugly. Jiang Yi cursed. I know him. This dog often bullied our Golden Crow Divine Clan in the past. I'm curious about the existence of the ferocious beast he's fighting. Zhao Xinyuan frowned and said, This beast's body is like black mist and occasionally deforms. Could it be one of the 4 beasts of the legends? Chaos. Chaos? Everyone was shocked. The 4 beasts were extremely distant legends. It was said that when the sun had just risen, there were no sages preaching. There were no races. All living beings were ferocious beasts. They were muddle-headed and had no civilization or communication. There was only the survival of the fittest. The 4 beasts were the 4 strongest beasts among the endless beasts. Swallowing the sun and absorbing the sea was nothing difficult to them. A was EMS. The Black Hell Demon Lord sighed. It seems that the restart of the heavenly Tao is not as good as we imagined. The terrifying existence that was suppressed in the past might also appear. Before the races stand, we have to guide the killing instincts of connate lifeforms. Everyone continued to discuss. They weren't nervous or uneasy. Nothing would happen to them if they stayed in the 100-peak Immortal River. Time passed. Another 100 years passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju, who was cultivating. Detected that the heavenly Tao ferocious beast era is coming. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and kill all the ferocious beasts. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Tao fragment, and the hatred of a heavenly Tao sage. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not participate in the battle of ferocious beasts. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Needless to say, Han Ju definitely couldn't offend a sage. Thus, he directly chose the second option. He only wanted to cultivate well and not cause trouble. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Tao Mystical Power 10,000 Life Sword. 10,000 Life Sword. Great Tao Mystical Power. Transforming all things in the world into a sword. Its attack is vast and its killing power is terrifying. It had been a long time since he had comprehended a Sword Tao mystical power. Furthermore, it was a great Tao mystical power. Not bad. Not bad. Han Ju immediately inherited the 10,000 life sword. He had currently obtained two great Tao mystical powers, the Grand Unity aspect and the 10,000 life sword. Han Ju had already experienced the power of the chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols. Now, when facing enemies, he would directly use the chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols to suppress them. It was simple, rough, and extremely satisfying. He had an invincible aura. The 10,000 life sword was also a great Tao mystical power, which meant that it was not inferior to the Grand Unity aspect. Han Ju was looking forward to it. Immediately after, an enormous amount of memories surged into Han Ju's mind. Even he, who was at the perfected zenith golden immortal realm, felt like his head was about to explode. This comprehension lasted for 3 years. Han Ju finally mastered and grasped the 10,000 life sword. The 10,000 life sword could turn everything in the world into a sword. At his command, it could kill enemies. If his cultivation was strong enough, he could turn everything in the heavenly Tao into a sword with a thought. It was extremely domineering. Han Ju started the simulation trial. The simulation trial could create a venue based on the trial taker's imagination. Han Ju imagined a vast world. With a thought, the mountains and rivers transformed into huge swords that soared into the sky. The trees on the ground transformed into wooden swords. Even the lakes and seas transformed into swords. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him transformed into swords of different colors. It was as if the entire world was made of swords. The scene was extremely shocking. With just the 10,000 life sword, Han Ju could still dominate below the sages. He tried to challenge the sages, but the sages shattered his mystical power with a slap and killed him. Although the 10,000 life sword was strong, it couldn't break through the essence of Dharmic powers. In addition, the 10,000 life sword had another fatal flaw. He couldn't use it in the void. There was nothing in the void. He couldn't transform nothing into a sword. If it was in the world, the 10,000 life sword would be more lethal than the chaotic body, but it was not as stable as the chaotic body and couldn't be used everywhere. No matter what, Han Ju had grasped two great Tao mystical powers. He could be considered to have completely sat on the number 1 throne below the sages. Han Ju didn't feel proud and continued cultivating. The most important thing now was to reach the pseudo-sage realm. In the blink of an eye, another 17 years passed. One day, the black hell chicken, the chaotic heavenly dog, the three-headed Wyrm king, the black hell demon lord, Xianxia, Ada, and Xiao Er came to visit. Han Ju let them enter the Taoist temple. It wasn't simple for so many people to look for him at once. Han Ju looked at them and wasn't in a hurry to speak. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "We want to go out." Han Ju asked, "Why?" "Have broken through the seal have appeared in the world. We sense that if we devour those ferocious beasts, our potential will increase." Han Ju then realized that they were all beasts themselves. He looked at the black hell chicken. The chicken stood behind the crowd, trembling nervously. Han Ju smiled and asked, "You're going out too?" Sensing Han Ju's gaze, the black hell chicken swallowed and said, "Not really." The black hell demon lord said, "Let it follow us. Nothing will happen if we act together. Otherwise, with its potential, it won't be able to achieve anything in the future." Hanju didn't agree immediately but fell into deep thought. The three-headed WRM king smiled and said, "Master, let us go. Although those beasts are strong, they're not Jiang Yi's match. We have already agreed to eat each ferocious beast together." Hanju asked in his mind, "If they go out to hunt ferocious beasts, will they be controlled by the heavenly Tao? 1,000,000,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "No, this is only the derivation process of the heavenly Tao. It has awakened their instincts and is not the immeasurable calamity." Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Go. Be careful." The demon beasts were pleasantly surprised and promised to be careful. Hanju suddenly thought that this seemed to be the first time the black hell chicken went out. He wondered if it could overcome its psychological barrier. That day, the demons of the hidden sect left. The black hell demon lord brought the other black hell phoenixes along. 5 years later, Han Zuetian, in other words, the falling heavenly stone, successfully obtained human form. Just like that, a handsome youth appeared beside Zhou Mingyue. Wherever Zhou Mingyue went, he followed. The other disciples were very interested in this new disciple. They often came to see Han Zuetian and even taught him cultivation. Although Han Zuetian had acknowledged Zhou Mingyue as his master, he was being taken care of by the entire hidden sect. Tu Linger was always very emotional when she saw him. She thought of Long Hao. Back then, she had watched Long Hao grow up. Now that the calamity had ended and he had not returned, there was a high chance that he had died. Zhou Fan had said before that other than the heavenly race and the Providence sect, almost all living beings below the Zenith Heaven realm were dead. The true dragon race also suffered countless casualties. The heavenly emperor had long perished, so there was probably no one to protect Long Hao. It wasn't only Long Hao. Su Qi and Yang Tiandong had also disappeared for a long time. Almost half of the second-generation disciples of the hidden sect had died. The disciples were worried that Han Zuetian would walk Long Hao's path, so they often used Long Hao as an example to warn him. Fortunately, Han Zuetian had a gentle temperament and did not have any strong intentions. He didn't have an extreme desire to cultivate and probably did not want to go out. After the calamity ended, Hanju finally understood what it meant to live a long life of peace. The immortal world was desolate. After returning for so long, he hadn't seen anything attack the 100-peak Immortal River. The entire hidden sect was very calm and peaceful. Such a period of time might last for a long time. Chu Shuren guessed that it might take millions of years before the first batch of Khanate lifeforms would appear in the immortal world. It was all thanks to the spirit Qi in the Tao field that Hanju could transform so quickly. However, other than here, there was no other place in the entire immortal world that could compare to the 100-peak Immortal River's immortal Qi. More than 10 years later, detected that you are 9,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the world and enlighten all living beings to fight for heavenly Tao merit. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Don't enter the world for the time being and cultivate in peace. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone and a Tao field guard. Hanju sighed. Unknowingly, he was already 9,000 years old. But why did 9,000 years sound so annoying? Hanju directly chose the second option. He still obtained another pseudo-sage guard. Hanju suddenly had a bold thought. Can I choose to copy myself? No. Hanju's excitement was instantly extinguished. He could only obediently choose to copy Shi Dudao. The new guard was called Sima Yi. At this point, Hanju had 3 guards replicas of Shi Dudao: Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Sima Yi. The safety of the Tao field increased again. Hanju took out the heavenly Tao spirit stone and the Book of Misfortune and started to upgrade it. The Book of Misfortune had contributed greatly to his achievements today. He had to improve it. Against a powerful enemy that far exceeded him, the effect of the Book of Misfortune was too strong. Several days later, the Book of Misfortune successfully upgraded from a Zenith Heaven Numinous Treasure to a Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure. In order to test the effect, Hanju directly cursed Sage Fated Secrets with 1,000,000,000 years of his lifespan. In the end, he didn't see any emails from Sage Fated Secrets. What a waste. Hanju wasn't disappointed. He was just messing with him. Something would happen sooner or later. After cursing, Hanju continued cultivating. In a hall outside the 33rd heaven, Sage Fated Secrets opened his eyes and frowned. Who is the dark forbidden lord? The curse has strengthened again. It's impossible for him to cultivate so quickly. He must be very strong. Previously, I only lowered my guard against him. He's definitely a sage. Sage Fated Secrets first suspected Qiu Shilai. Among the heavenly Dao sages, only they had the Dao destruction mystical power. They were the greatest threat to each other. So they had no choice but to befriend each other to prevent the other from acting recklessly. Of course, there were also the other heavenly Dao sages from the three schools of the Dao sect. The three schools of the Dao sect were the orthodox lineage of the Dao ancestor. They had always had the main say among the heavenly Dao sages. They often formed cliques and colluded with other sages. Sage Fated Secrets wasn't from the three schools and even had little to do with the Dao ancestor. Now that he had grasped the Dao destruction mystical power, he was definitely targeted. Sage Fated Secrets felt that he had to find out the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity. Otherwise, it would definitely become a huge problem in the future. Why don't I also curse the other sages and pretend to be the Dark Forbidden Lord? I'll let them be in chaos first. This way, that fellow will easily expose himself. Sage Fated Secrets thought silently. If he was the Dark Forbidden Lord and was instead cursed, he would definitely be worried and determined that he had been discovered. He would either restrain himself for a period of time or directly fall out with them. If they really fell out, Sage Fated Secrets wouldn't be afraid of the other heavenly Dao sages. One-on-one, he was confident. Sage Fated Secrets' hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Hanju couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this email. This meant that his curse had worked. Sage Fated Secrets hated his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord. Not him. He naturally did not panic. Moreover, as long as he stayed in the Dao field, the heavenly Dao sage couldn't barge in. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly after the heavenly Dao restarted. In a flash, 800 years passed. In the mortal world, 800 years was already enough to change the dynasty. Hanju was finally about to break through to the pseudosage realm. The negative karma that he had accumulated for several calamities was still endless. It was enough for Hanju to continue cultivating. Breaking through to the pseudosage realm took longer than any other breakthrough. After 20 years, Hanju finally stepped into the pseudosage realm. Because of the Dao field concealing the heavenly secrets, Hanju did not need to transcend the tribulation. However, the powerful aura he emitted couldn't be suppressed even by the system barrier. Everyone in the Dao field could sense it. The system barrier could only conceal the internal scene and couldn't prevent the aura from leaking out. After all, Hanju was no longer immortal. Although his aura was strong, it could not pass through the Dao field's defensive array. Master broke through again? What a powerful aura. This is definitely not something that a Zenith Heaven cultivator can achieve. He still says that he's not a sage. I don't think he's breaking through. I think he's creating a mystical power. Indeed, sect masters' mystical powers are all extremely exquisite and unheard of. It means that he has been comprehending mystical powers while cultivating. Everyone from the hidden sect side at Hanju's breakthrough. This was a good thing. The stronger Hanju was, the safer they would be. At the same time, their cultivation would also be elevated. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju checked his attributes list as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 9,820/1 sextillion 290 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Early stage of the Pseudo-Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Technique: Primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. Heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. Pseudo-primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. The primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm should be the sage realm. What a mouthful. Hanju noticed that his lifespan had increased by 10 times. 1.2 sextillion years. Who else can match me? After consolidating his cultivation, Hanju had to curse Sage Fated Secrets. It was worth mentioning that Hanju didn't receive any system notifications when he broke through to the pseudo-sage realm. Could it be that the system did not acknowledge this realm? Hanju felt a little regretful and focused on cultivating. He used 10 years to consolidate his cultivation. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Sage Fated Secrets. This time, he wanted to see how many years his limit was. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He stared at his attributes panel. 100 million years. 1 billion years. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. His lifespan decreased faster and faster. Outside the 33rd heaven, Sage Fated Secrets was gathered in a stone pavilion with the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, and Sage Jinan. Clouds surrounded them, and the light was dim. As they chatted, Sect Master Tianju asked, "Fellow Taoist Fated Secrets, why are you suddenly silent?" Sage Fated Secrets took a deep breath and said, "The Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me." Dark Forbidden Lord. The 3 sages frowned. The sages had discussed before and discovered that the calamity had progressed too quickly. It was mainly because the Dark Forbidden Lord had cursed the various factions in the immortal world and even caused a curse trend, causing the sages to have no choice but to personally participate in order to set up their own arrangements. They had even joined forces to investigate, but they couldn't find out the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity. Now that the Fated Secret Sage was being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord, this was not good. This meant that the Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to target the sages. At the thought that Sage Fated Secrets might be cursed to death by the unknown Dark Forbidden Lord, the sages couldn't help but feel desolate. They couldn't let this happen. If the sages were cursed to death in a peaceful era, where would their dignity be? Do you really think that the Dark Forbidden Lord is a heavenly Tao sage? Sect Master Tianju frowned and asked. Sage Fated Secrets asked, "Other than sages, do mortals have such methods? As for higher existences, they don't care about the heavenly Tao." Hearing this, the 3 sages fell into deep thought. Sages had fought openly and secretly for countless years. They couldn't trust each other. Sage Fated Secrets was observing the 3 sages' reactions. They didn't know what he was thinking. The 3 sages actually had doubts. Could Sage Fated Secrets be pretending? Could he be acting? To be honest, I've been cursed recently, Sage Jinan suddenly said with a worried expression. Sage Fated Secrets glanced at him and asked, "Really?" Sage Jinan said, "Yes, like you, we're cursed once every 10 years. However, we are not cursed at the same time." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, "In that case, the Dark Forbidden Lord is not one of us, but another sage. Although the 3 schools of the Tao sect know how to fight, they never use their true strength. After all, we are bound together for good or bad." Sect Master Tianju nodded. Sage Fated Secrets cursed silently and said, "In that case, I hope that the 3 of you can find out the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity." "All right," the 3 sages replied in unison. 3 trillion years. Hanju was constantly refreshing his record, but the Heavenly Tao Sage was really stubborn. Nothing happened no matter how long he cursed. Hanju wanted to test his limits. How many years of lifespan could he lose before the negative state appeared? His lifespan continued to decrease. After 10 trillion years, Hanju's heart began to tremble. Crap, he was already a pseudo-sage. Could he continue cursing endlessly? Should I persist a little longer? Hanju gritted his teeth. After deducting 15 trillion years of his lifespan, Hanju finally saw an email. "Because of your curse, Your enemy sage Fated Secrets has a disrupted sage heart and developed mental demons. Han Ju immediately stopped. His heart was still bleeding. It took him 15 trillion years to barely produce a mental demon. Was this the heavenly Tao sage? Han Ju put away the Book of Misfortune and decided not to act recklessly in the future. This was too extravagant. Sage Fated Secrets was definitely not the last enemy. There would be stronger enemies in the future, but it was only a matter of time before they appeared. What would happen if he kept squandering his lifespan? Han Ju's breakthrough speed had already slowed down. This meant that he couldn't quickly refresh his lifespan anymore. He had to stabilize himself in the future. While Han Ju reflected on himself, Sage Fated Secrets panicked. He found Qiu Shilai, and the two of them met in a golden palace. What? The Dark Forbidden Lord can curse you until you developed a mental demon. Qiu Shilai was shocked. Compared to him, Sage Fated Secrets was stronger. If what Sage Fated Secrets said was true, the Dark Forbidden Lord would also be a threat to him. Sage Fated Secrets' expression was extremely ugly. If I lie, the heavenly Tao's providence will be damaged. Qiu Shilai looked even more flustered. The Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely a sage. He might even be stronger than Sage Fated Secrets. Who was it? Han Ju didn't know that his curse on Sage Fated Secrets had already caused uneasiness among the sages. After cursing him, he began to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers. It only took him a month. Then Han Ju began to cultivate the Grand Unity aspect. The 9th Fiend Celestial was the Combat Fiend Celestial. It used its fighting spirit to increase cultivation and fight till death. The 10th Fiend Celestial, the Death Fiend Celestial, transformed the Great Tao into Death Qi. The Death Qi devoured vitality and caused all things to die. The 11th Fiend Celestial, Wood Breath Fiend Celestial, had the wood origin. Its dermic powers gave birth to wood, and it imprisoned the heavens. The 12th Fiend Celestial was the Soul Fiend Celestial. It had no body and cultivated the soul. Each thought produced was boundless. The 13th Fiend Celestial was the Killing Intent Fiend Celestial. It condensed killing intent into the Tao. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the Tao technique. Han Ju used 9 years to refine 5 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. When the 13 Fiend Celestials appeared together, they were simply unstoppable. The Fiend Celestials that Han Ju currently controlled were the Heavenly Constellation Fiend Celestial, Nine Fiend Celestial, Wind-Shaking Fiend Celestial, Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial, Void Fiend Celestial, Scarlet Clear Fiend Celestial, Weak Water Fiend Celestial, and Extreme Darkness Fiend Celestial, the Combat Fiend Celestial, the Death Fiend Celestial, the Wood Breath Fiend Celestial, the Soul Fiend Celestial, and the Killing Intent Fiend Celestial. He began the simulation trial. Even if he chose a pseudo-sage, he still enjoyed the feeling of brutality. It doesn't matter how powerful you are or how powerful your Dharma treasures are. In front of the 13 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols, you are nothing but an ant. Han Ju tried to challenge the heavenly Tao sage, Fuxician. He was still killed. However, it was finally not an instant kill. Han Ju lasted for 2 breaths of time. He had improved greatly. In a good mood, Han Ju decided to preach the Tao to the disciples. He walked out of the Taoist temple and headed to the Fusang tree. With his cultivation level, he could teleport to the Fusang tree, but he liked to walk on foot. It was a good opportunity to stroll around. After so many years, the change to the 100-peak Immortal River was also very great. Traceless breeze lotuses were everywhere. The green lotuses on the ground emitting a dense connate qi. 100-peak Immortal River's trees were all extremely tall. The tallest tree was already more than 1,000 feet tall, but in front of the Fusang tree, they were like flowers. The Fusang tree was already 10,000 feet tall, like the oldest tree in the legends. When Han Ju walked to the Fusang tree, all the disciples had already gathered. Xianxia, the black-hell chicken, and the other beasts had yet to return, but Han Ju learned from the emails that they were doing well. Their potential had been transforming by devouring the beasts. By the time they returned, they would probably have all reached the immortal Emperor realm. The era of ferocious beasts was a banquet prepared for the first batch of mighty figures of the world. To be able to stand out during this era, One's potential, strength, and combat talent must be extremely strong. With time, becoming a mighty figure that ruled the myriad worlds was not difficult. Hanju began to preach the Tao. His voice resounded throughout the 100-peak Immortal River, allowing the nether race to hear him. After reaching the pseudo-sage realm, Hanju's Tao voice had even more profundities. During the lecture, his voice greatly increased the comprehension of the listeners. His Tao technique was even more profound, and everyone could obtain enlightenment from it. This lecture lasted longer than ever. Hanju talked for 50 years. After the lecture, he returned to the Taoist temple alone. Giving a lecture to his disciples was actually equivalent to sorting out his Tao techniques and benefiting greatly. No wonder so many mighty figures like to preach the Tao. They can not only give gifts but also help increase their cultivation. Hanju smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. In the wilderness, a long worm that was as huge as a mountain range was advancing. It was like a centipede, but its 100 feet were like the paws of a lion. As it advanced, it created a path. It seemed to be looking for food, walking and stopping. At this moment, the ground collapsed. A bloody mouth broke out from the ground and bit off this long worm, causing blood to splatter across the ground. This beast that broke out of the ground was like a bear's head. It had 8 eyes and wandered in different directions. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind descended. A pair of terrifying claws broke through the sea of clouds and grabbed the 8-eyed beast, dragging it out of the ground and flying above the sea of clouds. TSK, TSK, TSK. I, your master chicken, can eat my fill again. An extremely arrogant laugh resounded through the sky. Holding the 8-eyed beast was a huge black chicken. Black hell chicken. In front of the black hell chicken, the 8-eyed beast also appeared short. The black hell chicken flapped its wings and disappeared into the horizon. A group of people stood on the black hell chicken's back. It was Xianxia and the others. Blood splattered everywhere. Xianxia had no choice but to use his mystical power to create a protective shield to block it. Ada said unhappily, "This stinky chicken is always so exaggerated. Is it on purpose?" The chaotic heavenly dog looked at the black hell demon lord and said, "Aren't you its brother? Control it." The black hell demon lord said angrily, "How? It has always been very arrogant." The 3-headed WRM king shouted, "It's my turn now. All of you hold the line." Everyone was noisy. After a while, the black hell chicken finished eating the 8-eyed beast. "Oh, you beasts actually have intelligence." A voice suddenly resounded through the world. Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly. He couldn't sense where the other party was. A mighty figure. Zhang Yi said loudly, "Senior, we are not ferocious beasts." If it was in the past, Zhang Yi would definitely curse. However, the Golden Crow Divine Clan was suspected to be extinct now. The surviving mighty figures were existences he couldn't provoke. He had to be careful. There's also a Golden Crow. His potential is not bad. All of you can join me. The mysterious mighty figure smiled and the sky darkened. A terrifying wind appeared and swept them all into the sky. Zhang Yi and the others looked up. A huge sleeve appeared in the sky, covering the sky and making it difficult to estimate its diameter. They wanted to escape, but they were suppressed by powerful dermic powers and could not move. Soon they were swept into his sleeve. 100-peak Immortal River. It had been 8 years since the lecture ended. Many disciples were still in a state of Tao comprehension and had yet to awaken. Hanju was cultivating when he suddenly sensed someone using the invocation technique. He counted with his fingers. It was the black hell chicken. After so many years, this was the first time the black hell chicken had used the invocation technique. Could something have happened? Although he was already invincible, Hanju still warily asked, "If I go over, will I be in danger? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Not for the time being." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and immediately activated all his Dharma treasures. The sun and moon yin-yang protection emitted a divine light that enveloped his body. He stood up and stepped into the black vortex. On the other side, Xianxia, the black hell chicken, the black hell demon lord, and the others were trapped in an open space. The ground was like jade, and the edge of the open space was dark. They couldn't see the exit. Looking up, they could see a mouth of light that was only interwoven with lightning. The black hell chicken looked nervously at the black vortex. "Will master not come?" the chicken muttered. Xianxia and the others were also worried. At this moment, a strong light overflowed from the black vortex. Hanju stepped out. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and knelt down to him. Hanju immediately checked the surrounding enemies. Tatienga, perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, Immortal of the Chan School. Perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. So powerful. The Chan School had a deep foundation. They hadn't displayed it before. They could really tolerate it. Hanju looked at the black hell chicken and asked, "You were caught." Under the light of the divine light, Hanju was like a god of creation descending. His image was filled with visual shock. The black hell chicken said angrily, "Master, someone caught us for no reason and wants us to be slaves." Xianxia and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Hanju. Now, in their minds, Hanju was already an existence comparable to a sage. As long as he appeared, the danger would definitely be resolved. "Oh? Rank 1 Immortal Emperor? No. The Dharma treasure on you is not simple." A voice followed. It was the voice of Tatienga. Hanju said, "A mere Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal wants to take in my disciples? Let them go. I can pretend that this didn't happen." Tatienga snorted. "You're really arrogant. Break through my mystical power first." Hanju raised his hand and stuck out his right middle finger. A sword chi suddenly shot out. Heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. A single finger pierced through the sky. The light hole above was torn apart and the darkness around the clearing shattered as if paper was being burned by flames. Hanju and the others landed on a hill. They looked up and saw Tatienga standing on a white cloud. This person wore a Taoist robe. His eyebrows were like curved blades. His eyes were long and narrow, and his facial features were even more sinister. Tatienga stared at Hanju and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Tatienga has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. 5 stars. Irresolvable except for death." "Very good. You're a goner." Hanju didn't care which sect the other party came from. Sages couldn't enter the immortal world. So what was there to be afraid of? Hanju smiled and said, "Who am I? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if you hear it." Tatienga frowned and asked, "Tell." The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol suddenly condensed above Hanju's head. Even before it formed, it punched into the sky. The terrifying force distorted the sky as if it would collapse at any moment. Before Tatienga could react, he was crushed by the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial's fist wind, his body and soul destroyed. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial dissipated as well. It was so fast that Xianxia and the others didn't even have time to react. In their eyes, a strong wind suddenly blew and Tatienga was gone. Xianxia shivered and recalled the scene when he challenged Hanju in the simulation trial. Hanju retracted his hand and checked his interpersonal relationships. He discovered that the portrait of Tatienga was still there. It seemed that this fellow had a life-saving method. His soul fragment was probably left behind in the Chan school. Hanju turned to look at Xianxia and the others and said, "Go back as soon as possible. That person's background is not simple. He didn't die completely. He will take revenge on you in the future. I won't save you if there's a next time." Hanju turned around and stepped into the black vortex. It shrank and disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses. The black hell chicken hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and go back." Xianxia nodded. He was no longer the arrogant prodigy of the past and knew the importance of living. Tatienga's appearance indicated that the Providence sect had begun to move and plot against the immortal world. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju didn't receive any hatred notifications from the other Chan school mighty figures. However, he couldn't let his guard down. If the entire Chan school wanted to deal with him because of this, he could only destroy it completely. As long as he stayed in the Dao field, Hanju wasn't afraid of them. Without the help of a sage, the combined forces of the Chan school could not break through the Dao field's defense. Hanju began to cultivate. A year later, he still did not receive any hatred notifications from the Chan school mighty figures. It seemed that Ta Tiange did not publicize this matter. The Chan school sages did not care about this matter. Hanju completely relaxed and focused on cultivating. Time flew. 86 years passed. Zhang Yi and the others returned. They didn't lose a single person. All of them became immortal emperors. Their return caused the other disciples to rush over and ask curiously. They had nothing to do, so they told the tale about being saved by Hanju, especially the black hell chicken. It boasted that Hanju had clearly insta-killed Ta Tiange, but he had blown up the entire world with a single punch. It almost caused the end of the world. Hanju was very satisfied with their attitude. They had said that they would return, which meant that their Dao hearts had already been nurtured and they knew the importance of avoiding danger. Several months later, a voice resounded through the world. I'm the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, the Chan School Sage. In 100 years, I will preach the Dao in the 33rd Heaven's South Extreme Palace. All living beings can come and listen to the Dao. Hanju couldn't help but recall Ancestor Shitian's lecture. It had to be said that the appeal of a sage's lecture was still very great. However, Hanju would never go again. He had the great Dao of extreme origin and did not need to listen to the Dao of other sages anymore. If he went, he might even be killed by a sage. As for sending his clone, the Heavenly Emperor had said that it was disrespectful to a sage. It was better not to go. Everyone from the hidden sect also began to discuss this matter. Without Hanju's agreement, they didn't dare to go. Not long after the calamity ended, the terrifying might of the sages could still be remembered. It was precisely because of the battle between the sages that all living beings were annihilated. Who dared to go under such circumstances? Just like that, the hidden sect ignored the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's lecture and continued cultivating. Immortal world. Overseas on an island. Huang Zuentian stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the end of the sea. A Jie school disciple appeared behind him and knelt down. He asked, Master, the Chan school sage is preaching. Are we going? Huang Zuentian retracted his gaze and said casually, If you want to go, feel free. The disciple said, The relationship between the Jie school and the Chan school. This is not something you should care about. Huang Zuentian interrupted unhappily. The disciple was secretly surprised. Had Master gone mad today? Huang Zuentian seemed to realize that his attitude was wrong. His expression softened and he said, Have you found the Scarlet Cloud world's whereabouts? The disciple replied, Almost all the living beings in the mortal world have been slaughtered. There are no living beings. The heavenly Dao has been restarted. We can't tell which mortal world the Scarlet Cloud world is. Huang Zuentian frowned. He didn't believe that Hanju would die in the calamity. However, he couldn't deduce where he was. Huang Zuentian wanted to return to Hanju's side to cultivate peacefully. He had stayed in the Jie school for long enough. Although he was already the vice sect master, he often had no time to cultivate in peace. In his opinion, although the Jie school had survived the previous calamity, they would definitely enter the calamity again until the sect was destroyed. A bunch of madmen. He simply couldn't continue to stay with them. The disciple asked curiously, Why do you care so much about the mortal world you come from? You're the vice sect master of the Jie school. It won't be difficult for you to create another mortal world in the future. Huang Zuentian said with a faint gaze, Disciple, you don't understand. Continue the investigation. All right. The disciple left with doubts. Huang Zuentian sighed and returned to his palace. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Hanju also welcomed his 10,000-year birthday. A 10,000-year-old pseudo-sage. If news of this cultivation speed spread, even sages would probably be shocked. A notification appeared in front of Hanju, who was cultivating. Detected that you are 10,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Fight for providence and become famous in the immortal world. You will become a legend that will never fade. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the system. 2. Maintain your initial determination and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You can obtain a new opportunity to activate a function of the system. System upgrade. A new function of the system. As expected of the 10,000th year, it was quite impressive. Hanju wanted to choose the first one, but it was too dangerous and not suitable for him. The system couldn't make him stronger by leaps and bounds. Cultivation still depended on him. He couldn't be reckless before he achieved absolute invincibility. Hanju silently chose the second option. New function of the system Myriad Worlds Projection. Myriad Worlds Projection. You can choose anyone and pull their consciousness into a projected space created by the system. No matter where the members are, they can communicate and transport Dharma treasures into the projected space. The Myriad Worlds Projection isolates karma and divine sense prying. The level of defense is related to the Tao field. This was the Myriad Worlds chat group? Hanju raised his eyebrows. He felt that this function was a little useless. However, he noticed that it could transport Dharma treasures. If a disciple couldn't defeat the enemy, he could send the Dharma treasure over to help. But if that was the case, would the Dharma treasure be disarmed? Hanju didn't use the Myriad Worlds Projection immediately. He thought of the new function, Absolute Purification. This thing had been put aside and had yet to be used. I'll use Absolute Purification on Su Qi. Can it wash away his bad luck? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Su Qi is the incarnation of misfortune. You can't wash away his bad luck, but you can wash away the negative karma of the heavenly Tao and the unstable elements of bad luck, helping him perfectly control the power of misfortune. Hanju raised his eyebrows. If Su Qi could control his bad luck, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Hanju immediately used Absolute Purification on Su Qi. He was suppressed in the world of stars and didn't even need to be released. Hanju could directly use the function. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Beginning purification. Hanju also activated the Myriad Worlds Projection. He first created the projection world. Soon he had an idea. A dark hall appeared. Hanju sat at the head of the table and faced 2 rows of precious chairs. Outside the hall was a bright galaxy. The projected area was not big. There was only this palace. It was usually enough for the disciples to communicate with each other. Hanju immediately invited the hidden sect disciples into the projection world. The leader of the nether race also came. The leader of the nether race was called Hanyu, and he was already an immortal emperor. Everyone was stunned when they arrived at the Myriad Worlds Hall. Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shixian, and Chongyuer were also pulled over. After all, they were now part of the hidden sect. Everyone's gaze landed on Hanju. They weren't nervous when they saw him. The Black Hell Chicken was the first to ask, "Master, what is this place?" Hanju smiled and said, "This is a mystical power I created, the projection of the myriad worlds. In the future, no matter where you go, you can send your consciousness here and communicate. You can also exchange Dharma treasures." Zhao Xuanyuan's eyes widened. This isn't the chaotic domain? He couldn't help but look at Tao Sovereign. Tao Sovereign sighed. Master is indeed master. He can actually create such a mystical power. We can't resist at all. Before they could react, their consciousness was pulled into the Myriad Worlds Hall. So that we can seek help when we go out in the future? How do you know? Senior brother Tao likes to do this. Nonsense, what do you mean by like? Is this the chaotic domain you mentioned? If anything happens to me in the future, lend me your Dharma treasure. Everyone found it novel and discussed it. Hanju left the Myriad Worlds Hall. In the future, if the disciples wanted to enter, they could do it with a thought. Hanju was about to resume cultivation when Xing Hongshuan's voice came from the Taoist temple. "Husband, can I come in?" Hanju said. "Come in." "Crap. Is this woman hungry again?" Xing Hongxian walked into the Taoist temple and sat beside him. She said, "Husband, recently, I've encountered trouble in my cultivation. I feel that it's useless no matter how I cultivate. It seems that the cultivation technique is stuck. My master in the human race said that this cultivation technique needs to cultivate the Great Tao, but I don't know what the Great Tao really is." Hanju smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll teach you a Great Tao." Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised and immediately jumped into his arms. Hanju had already planned to teach the Great Tao of extreme origin to all the hidden sect disciples. Although he still needed to comprehend the Great Tao of extreme origin, it was created by him. Any living being who cultivated this Great Tao would nurture its creator while becoming stronger. It was the same no matter what. As the saying went, when a person obtained the Tao, all his friends would ascend to the heavens. The reason why Ancestor Shitian preached the Great Tao of Karma was not only for good karma but also to expand his own orthodoxy. Hanju didn't have to worry that the Great Tao of extreme origin of others would surpass his. The Great Tao was not a cultivation technique or a mystical power. All living beings who cultivated the Great Tao of extreme origin were paving the way for him. He was always stronger than the cultivators of this Great Tao. The Great Tao inheritance was not that simple. Hanju directly taught Xing Hongxian with enlightenment, but it still took her 13 years. After the inheritance ended, the two of them enjoyed themselves for a month before Xing Hongxian left and returned to her residence to cultivate. During this period, Su Qi was successfully purified, but Hanju didn't release his soul immediately. He had nothing to do and started to check his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuintian listened to the sage preach and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a sage X2. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has comprehended the heavenly Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor encountered the primordial divine hall by chance. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by your enemy Li Xianao. Your good friend Pan Xian was suppressed by the ancient master of calamity. Your good friend Jiang Dugu received guidance from a sage. His cultivation has increased greatly. It was boring. They were all emails about opportunities. However, when Hanju saw Huang Zuintian, he became interested. Back then, he had sent Huang Zuintian to the Jie school. He didn't expect that this fellow had already become the vice sect master. Should he contact him? Hanju decided to dream of Huang Zuintian. Soon, the two of them entered a dream. In the dream was the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju met Huang Zuintian with his true body, but the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection was too blinding. The latter didn't recognize him immediately. "How have you been?" Hanju asked while the other party was nervous. Huang Zuintian was pleasantly surprised. How many times did he dream of returning to the Scarlet Cloud world? He finally saw Hanju. Although it was only a dream, Huang Zuintian was still very excited. Wait. Could it be a scam? Huang Zuintian frowned. Hanju saw through his suspicion and snorted. Don't worry. This dream is only between you and me. Even sages can't spy on it. Wasn't I the one who instructed you to go to the Jie school? Huang Zuintian's favorability towards him had not decreased. He could be trusted. The dark nightmare wouldn't be spied on by. Huang Zuintian felt relieved when he heard that. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "You've finally come to find me. When can I return to your side? I'm afraid that if I stay any longer, I'll become the sect master." Hanju was speechless when he heard Huang Zuintian's words. You're really a talent. The Jie school wasn't a mortal sect. In just a few thousand years, he had become the vice sect master from an ordinary disciple. It was simply unheard of. No one would believe such a story. Han Ju fell silent. He suddenly did not want to recall Huang Zuintian. If he continued to stay, he might directly control the Jie school. Han Ju felt that it was quite beautiful. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "If I let you come back now, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Although you've suffered all these years, your cultivation has indeed become stronger. Hold on for a while longer. One day, I'll personally fetch you back." Huang Zuintian's eyes darkened. However, when he thought of Han Ju personally receiving him, he was immediately excited. What he meant was, at that time, Han Ju wouldn't be afraid of the Jie school. Han Ju said meaningfully, "Many people who faced the immeasurable calamity this time are from the Scarlet Cloud world. You should know about this, right? If your information is powerful, you should know that those who have karma with me have all survived and are doing well." Huang Zuintian was moved. He had been puzzled about this before. In that case, Huang Zuintian didn't dare to think about it. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "What else do you need me to do?" Han Ju said, "Continue what you did previously. I don't want to assign you a mission. If you have too strong of an intention, it will easily attract trouble. Stay in the Jie school. You only need to be a good disciple and cultivate seriously." Huang Zuintian nodded and couldn't help but ask, "How much longer do I have to wait?" Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "Not long." Huang Zuintian was relieved. "You just finished listening to the Tao?" Han Ju asked. Huang Zuintian smiled. "You're really perceptive of the myriad worlds. I can't hide anything from you. The sages of the Jie school treat you very well. I'm ashamed to say this. The sages preach to the elite disciples. They preach the great Tao, but I can only comprehend myself and not the great Tao." Huang Zuintian looked pained. This wasn't the first time he had heard a sage preach the Tao, but the great Tao was too profound for him. Han Ju smiled and said, "Then, I'll teach you a great Tao. How about that?" Huang Zuintian was stunned. He stared at him. Under the light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, Han Ju was like a god. Huang Zuintian seemed to see a sage. Sages were so high and mighty. Since Han Ju could teach him the great Tao, didn't that mean? Huang Zuintian didn't dare to continue thinking. He nodded quickly. Han Ju said, "Don't say that I taught you this great Tao. Say that you comprehended it by chance, and don't use it unless you have no choice. Use it only as a cultivation technique to comprehend." "No problem." Huang Zuintian hurriedly agreed. 20 years passed quickly. Huang Zuintian opened his eyes as brilliance flashed. He looked at his Taoist temple and felt as if a lifetime had passed. What a profound great Tao. It feels even more unfathomable than the great Tao of a sage. Why can he easily teach it to me, when I don't understand the Tao of a sage? Could it be that he's already stronger than a sage? The moment this thought appeared, it was like weeds growing violently in Huang Zuintian's mind. It was unstoppable. At this moment, the voice of a Jie school disciple came from outside the Taoist temple. "Master, the sage has invited you." Huang Zuintian took a deep breath and immediately stood up. He made up his mind to hide the preaching. As he walked, he used his mystical power to erase the memory of Han Ju teaching him the great Tao. At this moment, even he didn't know where the great Tao of extreme origin came from. He could only guess that it was related to Han Ju's dream. In that case, even if a sage searched his soul, he wouldn't be able to find Han Ju. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju entered his cultivation state again. Cultivate. Cultivate. His goal was to become a sage. With the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao cultivation technique, the great Tao of extreme origin, and the stellar primordial body, Han Ju did not need to walk the path of providence to attain the Tao or merit to become a sage. He could attain the Tao with brute force. This method was recorded in the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. After all, the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao was a great Tao cultivation technique created by the 9 great Tao fragments. The hidden sect disciples would occasionally head to the myriad worlds hall to chat. They were clearly very close. Some people liked to chat in the group all the time, causing it to never quiet down. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. At 11,000 years old, Hanju didn't receive a system notification. His heart also sank. This meant that there would only be a notification once every 10,000 years. After all, it started once every 10 years. Would it happen once every million years or once every billion years in the future? Hanju didn't dare to think too much. At that point, he should already be very strong. 1,000 years later, the entire hidden sect, including Fairy Xixian, Chongyuer, and 10,000 nether race members, had all reached the immortal emperor realm. This was related to Hanju frequently preaching. Every 300 years he would preach the Tao once, and each time he would preach for at least 30 years. On this day, Hanju called Tao sovereign Zhao Shenyuan Jiangyi Zhoufan and Liao into the Taoist temple. Not long ago, Liao had just stepped into the deity realm. "I'm prepared to teach you the great Tao," Hanju said. The 5 of them lit up. Tao Sovereign was the first to ask, "Is it really the great Tao? I heard that only sages can teach the great Tao." Hanju said, "The great Tao inheritance is actually beneficial to the Tao preacher. If you cultivate the great Tao of the sages, you will never be able to surpass them. Similarly, it's the same for cultivating my great Tao. However, if I'm stronger, your great Tao will also be stronger. It depends on whether you have confidence in me and whether I can surpass the heavenly Tao sages and those high and mighty existences." Zhou Fan snorted. "Definitely. You're the only person I acknowledge." The other 4 nodded. Until today, they no longer dared to compete with Hanju. They only had endless admiration for him. Every time they entered the simulation trial when they were arrogant and were insta-killed by Hanju, they knew that they were still far from it. They were all very confident that before those heavenly Tao sages attained the Tao, their talent might not be stronger than theirs. However, Hanju was different. Even the 3 chaotic physiques couldn't catch up to him. Hanju's future achievements were immeasurable. "Hurry up and teach it," Liao urged. Hanju smiled and immediately started preaching. The reason why he could completely impart the great Tao to others was mainly that he had created the great Tao of extreme origin. For example, when Ancestor Shitian taught the great Tao of karma, the listeners couldn't completely comprehend it because Ancestor Shitian wasn't the great Tao of karma's creator. He was only the first cultivator. This preaching ended after 9 years. It was mainly because these 5 people were too talented. In the entire immortal world, few could compare to them. However, the 5 of them still needed a long time to comprehend the Tao before they could completely master it. They had basically obtained a cultivation method and had just started. After the preaching ended, Hanju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to the Fusang tree. He walked in front of the spatial vortex and asked, "How's the situation recently?" Ma Chao replied, "Often. Living beings approach this cave and even want to barge in, but they are frightened by my aura." After hearing Ma Chao's words, Hanju frowned slightly. This was not good. Can the sages of the Kiliacosm world enter the Tao field through the spatial vortex? Hanju secretly asked. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. How annoying. Not for the time being. The Tao field is located in the heavenly Tao. Sages need to cross the control of the heavenly Tao to enter it. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a good thing to continue like this. He had to eliminate the threat. Hanju suddenly thought of Su Qi. Absolute purification allowed Su Qi to perfectly control bad luck. Could he let the Fusang tree control the space-time vortex? He directly purified the Fusang tree. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju couldn't be bothered to ask. Since asking required hundreds of millions of years of lifespan, he might as well do it directly. The Fusang tree began to shake as if a person was itchy and twisting about. Hanju said, "Don't worry. I'm helping you." The Fusang tree asked curiously, "Help me with what?" "I'll help you control the spatial vortex. This place is too dangerous. If it's really difficult to control, I can only... Hanju didn't say anything else. The Fusang tree was almost frightened to death. Ma Chao, Dianwei, and Zhao Yun did not speak. The guards could communicate, but they only followed Hanju's orders and didn't think about anything else. Hanju stayed on the Fusang tree and waited for the absolute purification to end. After a while, the absolute purification was over. The spatial vortex shrank. The Fusang tree said in surprise, I can actually control this space-time vortex. It's like my branch. I can control it to sprout and bloom. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He now had a deeper understanding of absolute purification. Not only could it eliminate the negative debuff, but it could also buff. Hanju said, without my instructions, you are not allowed to open the space-time vortex in the future. The Fusang tree replied, all right. To prevent any accidents, Hanju still left Dianwei here. The other guards guarded the various areas of the 100-peak Immortal River. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple and continued cultivating. After so many years, he was still far from the mid-stage of the pseudo-sage realm. Fortunately, his improvement was very obvious. Ever since they obtained the great Tao of extreme origin, Zhou Fan, Liao, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Zhang Yi began to enter seclusion. Everyone could feel their aura becoming stronger. The other disciples were all curious about what special treatment Hanju had given them. Hanju had a goal. He wanted the entire hidden sect to cultivate the great Tao of extreme origin. As he cultivated the great Tao deeper, the disciples of the hidden sect could not betray him. If he died, it would harm all the cultivators of the great Tao of extreme origin. Of course, the stronger he was, the greater the benefits for cultivators of the great Tao of extreme origin. Hanju wanted to spread his own Tao. 500 years passed in a flash. More and more ferocious beasts surrounded the 100-peak Immortal River. They weren't attracted here, but simply because the number of ferocious beasts in the world increased. Many ferocious beasts were also growing in the 100-peak Immortal River. Because it was isolated from the heavenly Tao, it was not affected by its providence. They didn't transform into ferocious beasts but connate lifeforms like Han Zuetian. These connate lifeforms' potential was far inferior to Han Zuetian's. Without the notification of triggering the providence bearer detection, Hanju ignored them. However, Han Zuetian was very interested in them. Before they had even transformed, he had already called them brothers and took them in as his underlings. Hanju didn't care about this. As the person with the lowest seniority in the hidden sect, it wouldn't be bad if Han Zuetian could recruit those connate lifeforms. On this day, the 100-peak Immortal River welcomed a guest. I'm Fong Huangjun of the Heavenly Race. I have specially come to visit the sect master of the hidden sect. A voice entered the Tao field. Hanju opened his eyes. Wasn't Fong Huangjun the current leader of the Fong clan created by Fong Liang? Hanju wasn't surprised that the Tao field was exposed. The heavenly race was the greatest force now. It wasn't difficult for them to travel the immortal world without many living beings. Hanju asked, what is it? Fong Huangjun's voice sounded again. The heavenly race is preparing to hold a banquet in the 13th heaven and invite all the forces in the world. Our leader specifically instructed that the hidden sect should also be a major force and asked me to personally invite them. Banquet? Hanju thought for a moment and said, I better not go. Thank you for your leader's kind intentions. Fong Huangjun continued. The leader said that you don't have to worry. At that time, the heavenly court and the heavenly race will take care of the hidden sect. If you don't want to come, you can send your disciples. This banquet will be divided into various regions of the immortal world. The hidden sect doesn't want to be in the territory of other major factions in the future, right? At that time, there will be endless trouble. How are you going to cultivate? Hanju remained silent. That was true. He didn't want to have conflicts with the other major factions. Is Fong Huangjun saying Ji Xianxin's true feelings? Hanju asked in his mind. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Fong Huangjun isn't lying. Hanju asked. When? In 50 years. We will hold the banquet for 10 years. All right. Then, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. After Feng Huangjun left, Han Ju called Murongqi, Dao Sovereign, and Jiang Yi over. In the banquet of the heavenly race in 50 years, the three of you can go together and lead 100 nether race members. Murongqi will take charge, and the others will listen to his arrangements. Han Ju instructed. Although Murongqi's seniority was low, he was the most stable and had once controlled his own faction. Dao Sovereign smiled. No problem. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and said, Aren't 100 immortal emperors too few? If we want to stay away from trouble, we have to show our strength and bring another 900 immortal emperors. 10,000 immortal emperors. This was an extremely terrifying force. The divine palace and the heavenly court at their peak had not reached this level, so Jiang Yi really did not care about the other factions. Han Ju said, It's not good to be too strong. Let's just add another 100. No more. You can discuss it with Han Yu. Jiang Yi curled his lips and said, All right. Han Ju thought for a moment and added, Don't provoke any enemies. But if anyone causes trouble for you, there's no need to hold back. Being too timid was not good sometimes. The three of them nodded and agreed. Then Han Ju asked them to leave. Han Ju sighed silently. The Khanate life forms have yet to rise, but the various forces can't wait to divide their territory. The Khanate life forms of this generation are really pitiful. His target was no longer the immortal world. His opponent was not a pseudo-sage, but the sages from all directions. It was best to become a sage as soon as possible. Now, even if the hidden sect encountered trouble, they could resolve it themselves. Speaking of which, the hidden sect still lacked a prominent figure. Although Murongqi was calm, his potential was lacking. Among Zhao Shenyuan, Dao Sovereign, and Jiang Yi, he had to quickly support a powerful existence. At the very least, it had to be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Currently, Dao Sovereign would be the first to reach the Zenith Heaven realm. It was just that this fellow was too reckless and found it difficult to carry out important missions. In the future, if anything happened to the hidden sect, they couldn't always rely on Han Ju. Look at the three schools of the Dao sect. Their sect masters were all disciples. Sages were high and mighty. Han Ju closed his eyes as he thought. At the same time, the hidden sect disciples gathered in the Myriad Worlds Hall to discuss the heavenly race banquet. They were all very excited. This indicated that the hidden sect had truly become a major force in the immortal world. 50 years later. Immortal world, 13th heaven. Palace after palace stood above a sea of clouds. Rows of immortal birds circled around them, and they were beautiful like paintings. Murongqi, Dao Sovereign, and Jiang Yi flew over with 200 nether race beings. As they advanced, they looked around. This is the heavenly race? It feels even more imposing than the past heavenly court. It's said that the heavenly race's patriarch has a close relationship with our sect master. Xianxia once joined forces with Grandmaster to fight against an immortal god. Are they really working together? Murongqi and the other two chatted softly. Their gazes did not stop sweeping in all directions. The aura of 200 immortal emperors gathered together was extremely strong, attracting the attention of the living beings in front of the palaces along the way. Feng Huangjun flew over and stopped in front of Murongqi. You are... Murongqi said. Hidden sect disciple Murongqi. Feng Huangjun raised his eyebrows and looked at Dao Sovereign and Jiang Yi. He was slightly moved. Dao Sovereign asked, Where's Feng Liang? Why isn't he meeting us? Feng Huangjun said, Follow me. Heavenly Emperor Feng is talking to the heavenly ancestor. Murongqi nodded. The people of the hidden sect continued forward. Their appearance caused an undercurrent to stir in the 13th heaven. Ever since Su Qi used the Tao destruction mystical power, not to mention immortal emperors, there were not many deity realm existences left. Even the immortal emperors of the three schools of the Tao sect were very few. The heavenly race had the most immortal emperors as it was not affected by the Tao destruction mystical power. One of the palaces was the Jie school's temporary residence. In the hall, Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuintian were discussing the territory they wanted to fight for. Although the immortal world was big, as an orthodox sect of the Tao sect, the territory that the Jie school obtained could not be smaller than other factions. This was a matter of face. In the long run, it would subtly affect the Jie school's status in the hearts of all living beings. A disciple suddenly rushed in. Sect Master, Vice Sect Master. The 13th heaven welcomed a mysterious force. They actually have 200 immortal emperors. The disciple knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, 200 immortal emperors. Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuintian were surprised. Jing Tiangong asked, "What faction?" The disciple said, "It seems to be called the Hidden Sect." Hidden Sect. Huang Zuintian's eyelids twitched. Jing Tiangong narrowed his eyes and said, "The Hidden Sect? Why haven't I heard of it?" "Wait, it seems that Heavenly Emperor Fong is from the Hidden Sect." "Is the Hidden Sect a mortal force?" The disciple said, "The leader of the Hidden Sect is the former prodigy of the Divine Palace, Profound Truth Divine Emperor. Alongside him is the number 1 prodigy of the Divine Palace, Tao Sovereign, and the number 1 prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, Zhang Yi." This time, Jing Tiangong couldn't remain calm. He had to pay attention to such a powerful force. Every time the calamity ended, a huge force would appear. Just like in the previous Divine Palace, Zhu Tu had absorbed the losers of the various factions and gathered the momentum of the Divine Palace, splitting it into 4 parts of the Heavenly Tao. "Looks like I have to go personally," Jing Tiangong muttered. Such a scene occurred in the palaces where the various factions lived. After the calamity ended, they could still produce 200 immortal emperors. Such a force was definitely terrifying. He had to try his best to rope them in. At the very least, he had to form goodwill and prevent them from becoming enemies in the future. 100 Peak Immortal River. Han Ju calculated the time. The heavenly race banquet should have already begun. He took out the Heavenly Tao token and communicated with Fang Liang, hoping that he could take care of the Hidden Sect. Fang Liang promised that nothing would happen to the Hidden Sect. He said that he had already discussed with Xianxia and would definitely not mistreat the Hidden Sect. Han Ju trusted the 2 of them. In the previous calamity, the 2 of them had never harmed a Hidden Sect disciple. On this day, Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple and found Zhou Mingyue. Chu Shiren, Zhou Mingyue, Lu Huaxiu, and Han Zuiyan were meditating beside a small river. Chu Shiren was promoting the Buddhist Dharma. Zhou Mingyue was very impatient, but he could only endure. Seeing Han Ju appear, Zhou Mingyue was the first to stand up. He said in surprise, "Grandmaster." The other 3 stood up and bowed. Han Ju still wore the sun and moon yin-yang protection. The divine light shone, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Han Zuiyan was very nervous. Every time he faced Han Ju, he would feel inexplicably afraid. However, he usually worshipped Han Ju the most. This feeling was extremely contradictory. Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnated Purple Star Emperor, was secretly looking forward to it. Could it be that Han Ju was going to give them special treatment? Chu Shiren was the first to ask, "Grandmaster, what is it?" His eyes burned. After Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Zhou Fan, Zhang Yi, and Li Yao, he felt that his talent was not inferior to anyone. He even wanted to catch up. Han Ju said, "I've been sitting for too long and want to come out for a walk. Come with me." The 4 of them hurriedly nodded in agreement. The 5 of them began to wander in the forest. Han Ju began to talk about the past. He told them about his childhood in the outer sect of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, except the part about the system. He talked about the trivial matters of planting flowers and grass. Chu Shiren and the others listened very seriously. Han Ju wasn't a talkative person. There must be a deeper meaning to his words. As he spoke, Han Ju also fell into his memories. Mortals had become immortals, the world had even entered a new era. Nothing could surpass this sense of vicissitude. After Han Ju finished speaking, he stopped talking and immersed himself in the past as he walked. The five of them pondered. What did this story mean? If they couldn't even comprehend this story, how could they have the face to ask Hanju to give them special treatment? At the end, when Hanju parted with them, he didn't say anything deeper. The five of them started to speak in private. 10 years later, Hanju thought that the banquet had ended and couldn't help but check his emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a pseudosage. His body was destroyed. Fortunately, the supreme treasure protected him. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious pseudosage. Hanju frowned. What happened? Jiang Dugu attacked the heavenly race's banquet? Didn't Jiang Dugu already join the heavenly race? Hanju immediately asked, why did Jiang Dugu attack the heavenly race's banquet? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju's consciousness fell into the illusion. He came to a palace. From the vastness of the space, it was probably a sage Dao field. Jiang Dugu knelt in front of a figure. The figure of light said, the heavenly ancestor of the heavenly race is too arrogant. He thinks that by obtaining the protection of the heavenly Dao, he can do whatever he wants. The human school should also rise. From today onwards, you are the sect master of the human school. You will vigorously develop the human school and spread your Dao techniques. Before the next calamity, the human school needs to become one of the top factions in the world. At this banquet, go teach Ji Xianxia a lesson. Jiang Dugu frowned and asked, is the human school going to enter the next calamity? The last calamity had just ended. Even now, he was terrified when he recalled it. He didn't want to enter the calamity again. The figure replied, if you do well, you can become a sage before the calamity. Nuwa has died and her position is already controlled by the human school. It all depends on your performance. Sage position. Jiang Dugu's eyes lit up. At his cultivation level, he no longer pursued power or worldly possessions. He only pursued the position of sage. Hanju had a strange expression. It sounded like Li Mui. Hanju had transformed into a sage several times before and remembered the voices of some sages. Li Mui was indeed a scammer. The sage position was clearly in Yua's hands, but he even deceived his own people. Jiang Dugu took a deep breath and said, all right, I understand. The light dissipated. The illusion shattered, and Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. Among the people from the hidden sect, only Dao Sovereign was injured. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and knew that not a single Nether race member had died. He began to hesitate. Should he take revenge on Jiang Dugu? No. He had to take revenge. Although we are good friends, you can't hurt my disciples. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Jiang Dugu. After cursing him for 5 days, Hanju started cursing Li Mui. It was all because of this old fox. Hanju didn't curse too hard. He warned everyone for 5 days. All sorts of people attended the heavenly race's banquet. Hanju wasn't afraid of being exposed. After about 36 years, Murongqi and the others finally returned. Dao Sovereign's injuries had also recovered. The three of them met Hanju. Murongqi was the first to describe the regions that the hidden sect had obtained. There were a total of 3 regions, and the 100-peak Immortal River was in one. The region in the Immortal world was much larger than the reroll world. The hidden sect didn't obtain the most territory. It was inferior to the 3 schools of the Dao sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Heavenly Court, but it was not small either. Hanju said, that's right, but this division is useless. In the end, it's still survival of the fittest. Everyone will fight for supremacy. Murongqi nodded. That's true, but at least we have our own territory. By the way, someone attacked us during this banquet. Fortunately, the mighty figure behind the heavenly race took action. Dao Sovereign cursed. Damn it, he ran away quickly. Zhang Yi teased. You insisted on going up to show off, but in the end, you made him show off his power. How embarrassing. Dao Sovereign glared at him angrily. Hanju asked, Li Daokong didn't go? Murong Qi shook his head and said, No, I heard that Li Daokong has disappeared for some time. The human school seems to be preparing to choose a new first and second disciple. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, he was very curious about the human school. At first, he thought that there were only 2 disciples in the human school. Later, he learned that there was a disciple like Zhang Dugu. Could it be that just like the hidden sect, only a few people were considered orthodox disciples? You can leave. Cultivate well, Hanju said with his eyes closed. The 3 of them immediately bowed and left. As for the 3 regions, Hanju didn't want to care about them for the time being. Before attaining the Dao, he wouldn't leave the Dao field. After Murong Qi and the others returned, the other disciples gathered and asked about the banquet. The heavenly race banquet was equivalent to the peak gathering of the current immortal world. In the future, it would also be a miniature version of the immortal world and even the myriad worlds. In a hall outside the 33rd heaven, Li Mui, Sect Master Tianju, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, and Sage Jinan gathered and sat opposite each other. Really? Sect Master Tianju frowned and asked. Li Mui said calmly, That's right. Although it didn't hurt me, it was indeed a curse. I can't tell who it is. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. It seems that South Extreme Heavenly Venerate is right. There's someone suspicious among the sages. The calamity had finally ended, but someone was already targeting other sages. Their intentions were punishable. The great Tao calamity hung above the sages like a sharp blade. What was the dark forbidden lord trying to do? Get rid of all the sages and dominate the heavenly Tao, just like the Tao ancestor of the past? Why could the Tao ancestor keep becoming stronger? Wasn't it because no one was competing with him? Ever since the Tao ancestor became a sage, no one could chase after him. After a long period of time, a second heavenly Tao sage appeared. Furthermore, in the following period of time, 5 sages appeared one after another, causing the 6 sages to compete and be unable to cultivate in peace. The sages had always felt that there was a conspiracy. Sage Jinan asked, If we can't even deduce the dark forbidden lord, wouldn't he be stronger than us? Who is the strongest sage of the current era? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate narrowed his eyes. Sage Fated Secrets. Sect Master Tianju said, We can't give up on suspecting him. After all, the first person the dark forbidden lord cursed was him. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely start from the weakest. Li Mui said, Although I'm not a heavenly Tao sage, my cultivation level is actually about the same as Sage Fated Secrets. I only created another heavenly Tao. Recently, the Kiliacosm world has been in chaos. A mysterious existence is mobilizing the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone. The other 3 sages fell silent. It was as if a huge hand was manipulating everything. Even sages were confused. Sage Jinan suddenly said, Could the disappearance of the Tao ancestor be a trap? How can an existence like him be devoured by the heavenly Tao? Sect Master Tianju glanced at him and said, Be careful with your words. Li Mui said, Let's find the dark forbidden lord first. I feel that he's fighting for the position left behind by Empress Nuwa. It's very likely that he has already grasped the primordial purple chi. The sage's expressions turned ugly. Spring passed and autumn came. The 100-peak immortal river became more and more lively. Ever since the heavenly race banquet ended, more and more connate life forms appeared, as if a new era was about to arrive. The 100-peak immortal river was a mini version of that. In the next 1,000 years, there were more than 100 new connate life forms in the 100-peak immortal river. After 1,000 years, Han Ju's cultivation improved greatly again. He was getting closer and closer to the mid-stage of the pseudo-sage realm. Hanju was arrogant now. He felt that he could attain the Tao in 10,000 years. Perhaps before the next calamity, he would surpass the heavenly Tao sage level. At that time, if the sages plot against him, he would directly appear and scare them into jumping up from their seats. At that time, Hanju would say indifferently, "Sit down." He felt great when he thought of this scene. A boring cultivation life required imagination and a firm goal. He might not do that when Hanju really cultivated to that point. However, one thing was certain. Whoever dared to scheme against him would die as long as he was stronger than them. Although Hanju was cautious, he was decisive and never showed mercy to his enemies. On this day, after Han Zuetian, the second Khanate lifeform had transformed. Han Zuetian brought him around all day, visiting this and that as if he was showing off. The Black Hell Chicken disliked him and often found trouble with him. This was only the reflection of the bottom level of the hidden sect. Several months later, Dao Sovereign found Hanju. "Master, I want to become a Zenith Heaven cultivator." Dao Sovereign smiled confidently. As the first existence among the hidden sect disciples to reach the Zenith Heaven realm, he had the right to be confident. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. This day had finally come. "If you want to, you can do it. Why do I feel like something is missing? Oh, the chaotic physique is not enough." Cough cough, the physique is a cultivation aspect. The Zenith Heaven realm requires comprehension of the soul. Hanju could only use the Tao preaching to satisfy Tao Sovereign's needs. He emphasized on how to break through to the Zenith Heaven realm. After all, he was experienced and had ample experience. This lecture lasted for 10 years. Tao Sovereign left with new comprehension. Hanju looked forward to his breakthrough. However, Tao Sovereign was too reckless. He had suffered a setback not long ago and still needed some tempering. Zhang Yi was the same. Although Zhao Xianyuan was cautious, he felt that he couldn't shoulder the burden. Liao was a cultivation maniac and would never leave the Tao field. Morongqi was better. Unfortunately, he was not talented enough. Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. 200 years later, Tao Sovereign had successfully reached the Zenith Heaven realm. Although there was no heavenly tribulation, everyone could sense his powerful aura. Zenith Heaven realm. A Zenith Heaven finally appeared among the hidden sect disciples. 5 years later, Tao Sovereign completely stabilized his cultivation. Hanju walked out of the cave abode and gathered all the disciples to let Morongqi hold a banquet. This was the first time the hidden sect had held a banquet in the 10,000 years it had been established. What they ate was not meat but all sorts of spirit fruits and wine. At the banquet, Hanju mentioned the Zenith Heaven realm and the development of the hidden sect. The hidden sect is a hidden sect. I hope that we can maintain our original intentions and prioritize cultivation. Perhaps in the current immortal world, we are the #1 in terms of immortal emperors. However, there are too few deity realm, Zenith Heaven, and even the higher pseudosage. It's difficult for us to compete with the other major factions. I hope that before you reach the deity realm you won't go out easily. Without reaching the Zenith Heaven realm, you shouldn't provoke powerful enemies. When the Tao ancestor appeared, he was already invincible. We walk the path of the Tao ancestor, and we have always cultivated diligently. When he was born, there were no longer any powerful enemies. Hanju shook his wine cup and said casually. Everyone couldn't help but look at Tao Sovereign, who couldn't help but feel ashamed. The matter of him challenging Jiang Dugu had already spread through the hidden sect through Jiang Yi's mouth. Although he was ashamed, Tao Sovereign becoming a Zenith Heaven was indeed admirable. After Hanju finished speaking, he became the banquet's protagonist. Everyone asked him how it felt to become a Zenith Heaven cultivator. The banquet lasted for a few days. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple and continued cultivating. Bored, he asked in his mind, how long until the next calamity? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 10 billion years was nothing to Hanju. If the heavenly Tao doesn't change, it will take 4.9 billion years to welcome the next calamity. 4.9 billion years? So long. At that time, I will definitely be invincible under the heavenly Tao. Hanju couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, he didn't believe it blindly. After all, there was a prerequisite. If he angered a sage, it would definitely change the course of the heavenly Tao. No matter what, 100 million years should be possible. He was still confident that he could become a sage in 100 million years. The immortal world was timeless, especially in cultivation. Year after year passed. Another 1,000 years passed. Hanju was finally close to the mid-stage of the pseudosage realm. It had been 4,000 years since his last breakthrough. It was really difficult to cultivate to the pseudosage realm. Hanju predicted that he would break through in at most 100 years. There were more and more connate life forms in the 100-peak immortal river. There were already more than 1,000 of them. Han Zuatian had already established a good relationship with each connate life form. It wouldn't be difficult for him to subdue them in the future. The Nether race members were usually very quiet. They had already developed bitter cultivation and gentle temperament. Hanju began to worry. 10,000 immortal emperors would be the backbone of the hidden sect. However, he was still wary of the Nether race. He was worried that Empress Hutu would suddenly take them back. Hanju suddenly had a bold thought. Should he use absolute purification on every Nether race member? Hanju called the clan leader Hanyu over and purified him first, consuming 100 million years of his lifespan. Not much. An immortal emperor was only worth 100 million years. After the purification was successful, Hanyu gathered the Nether race members in a valley. Hanju appeared and preached the Tao to them while purifying them. This process lasted for nearly 100 years. Hanju finally purified the entire Nether race. The Nether race members didn't know that they would be purified and were all very touched. Hanju actually preached to them for 100 years alone. How could they not remember this favor? Hanju was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he rope in people, but he also made himself feel at ease. He had only spent 1 trillion years, which was not even enough to curse a sage into developing a mental demon. After returning to the Taoist temple, Hanju started cultivating. Empress Hutu sent you a dream. Do you accept? So timely? It seemed that Empress Hutu could really sense the Nether race. Hanju hesitated for a moment and chose to accept it. After entering the dream, he came to the side of the yellow spring. Empress Hutu stood not far away and stared at him quietly. Hanju bowed and asked, Empress Hutu, are you looking for me? Empress Hutu asked, how's the situation of the Nether race? Hanju replied, not bad. They're cultivating in seclusion with me. Don't worry, I treat them like my own. I won't mistreat them. He played dumb. Empress Hutu was definitely asking about absolute purification. Empress Hutu smiled and said, then, I'm relieved. I can sense that they have already broken through to the Emperor realm. How did you nurture them? That's quite impressive. Hanju sighed and said, I gave them all my natural treasures. Empress Hutu was silent. Hanju probed, Empress wants to take them back? Empress Hutu shook her head and said, how can that be? I've already entrusted them to you. How can I take them back after they mature? As long as you know that. Empress Hutu said, your disciple Yang Tiandong died in the Tao destruction mystical power. However, his soul was protected by a sage. His soul has already come to me. When the order of reincarnation is restored, I will let him reincarnate. Hanju thanked her. Thank you, Empress. Empress Hutu asked, what's your cultivation level now? Hanju hesitated for a moment and said, early stage zenith heaven. Empress Hutu praised, your potential is truly impressive. The two of them chatted for a while more. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He asked in his mind, does Empress Hutu want to take back the Nether race? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Indeed. Hanju sighed. It was all about benefits. However, Hanju wouldn't release the Nether race. He had worked with Empress Hutu before. He had sacrificed so much, so how could he easily hand over the Nether race? Back then, Empress Hutu couldn't protect the Magus race, so she handed Tulinger, Diamond Rage, and the Nether race to Hanju. Her request was only that Hanju could protect them. He had already done well. When he nurtured the Nether race to the Zenith Heaven realm, Empress Hutu wouldn't be able to take them in even if she wanted to. The Nether race wasn't stupid. The kindness of nurturing and teaching was greater than the kindness of creation. Hanju abandoned his distracting thoughts and started cultivating to break through to the mid-stage of the pseudosage realm. 50 years later, Hanju had a chance to break through. He was about to break through. Cho Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Cho Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Cho Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This lunatic was spamming again. Hanju almost exploded in anger. Why did he choose this time? Hanju took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Fortunately, he had yet to start the breakthrough. He had to be wary of such situations in the future. Hanju chose to accept and quickly entered the dream. In the dazzling hall, Hanju saw Cho Shilai. He was still high and mighty. Hanju was furious when he saw him. I want to see what you are really up to, Cho Shilai said in a low voice. Prepare to fight for the position of sage. Hanju said. Oh. Cho Shilai asked. You have 200 immortal emperors under you? Those people seem to be the Nether race created by Empress Hutu. That's right, Hanju replied. He wasn't afraid of being found out anymore. Cho Shilai said. You can't trust Empress Hutu completely. After all, she carries the blood feud of the Magus race. Don't be dragged down by her. Thank you for your reminder, sage. Yes, the Buddhist sect will appear soon. When the time comes, let Chu Shuren be the Buddha. All right. As for fighting for the position of sage, it's up to you. I've already prepared the primordial purple chi needed for the position. It's up to you to work hard. I understand. Thank you for your kind intentions, sage. The dream shattered. Hanju returned to reality and immediately started to break through. To him, this guy's words were simply bullshit. He had to break through first. 20 years later, Hanju successfully broke through. A vast aura spread out from his Taoist temple, causing the hidden sect disciples to look over. Did Hanju break through or comprehend a mystical power? Even Tao Sovereign, who was at the Zenith Heaven realm, felt suffocated. The difference in talent was too great. Hanju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 13,987/3 sextillion 290 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Mid-stage of the Pseudo-Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. His lifespan had almost tripled again. Awesome. Hanju's current lifespan was almost near infinite. Even the immortal world might not have such a long lifespan. Not bad. He had to deal with sage fated secrets later. Hanju closed his eyes silently and continued to consolidate his cultivation. After another 30 years, his cultivation completely stabilized. After that, he spent a few months raising his Sword Tao mystical powers before continuing to cultivate the Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. 20 years later, Hanju condensed 9 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. They were Thunderbolt Fiend Celestial, Malevolent Fiend Celestial, Abyss Fiend Celestial, Blood Fiend Celestial, Extreme Ice Fiend Celestial, Light Fiend Celestial, Cloud Fog Fiend Celestial, Extreme Secret Fiend Celestial, and Resentment Fiend Celestial. At this point, Hanju had grasped a total of 22 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. When the 22 Fiend Celestials attacked together, even a sage would need 10 breaths of time to kill him. Hanju could insta-kill anyone under the sage realm, no matter who it was. When his cultivation level increased by 1 level, Hanju's strength also increased by a lot. Hanju didn't condense a new fiend celestial chi in the world of stars. Instead, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Sage Fated Secrets. His lifespan had been refreshed and had tripled. He had to curse him to liven things up. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. He stared at his attributes panel and checked his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Long Hao has condensed his body again. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Li Daokong has broken through the heavenly Dao shackles and stepped into the pseudo-sage realm. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun has comprehended the heavenly race's Dao technique. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian broke through the seal and was attacked by the ancient master of calamity. He was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Li Daokong had actually become a pseudo-sage. It was unexpected but totally reasonable. After all, Li Daokong was the eldest disciple of the human school. He had already experienced the calamity. How could his cultivation not increase? Li Muyi had probably given him a lot of special treatment. Poor Jiang Dugu couldn't defeat Li Daokong now. Hanju was very curious. Who was this ancient master of calamity? He would ask in the future. He couldn't derive it just because of his curiosity. It had to involve himself. Otherwise, there were too many unknowns in the entire immortal world. If Hanju really asked them one by one, no amount of lifespan would be enough. Hanju's lifespan continued to decrease. 1 billion years, 10 billion years, 100 billion years, 1 trillion years, 2 trillion years. Outside the 33rd heaven. In the hall, Sage Fated Secrets raised his hand and circulated his energy to resist the strange curse. Damn dark forbidden lord. The curse power has strengthened again. He still dares to pretend. He's definitely a sage. Sage Fated Secrets cursed silently. This curse had already surpassed the power of a pseudo-sage. However, he did not panic. He could still resist. As time passed, Sage Fated Secrets frowned even more. The mental demon he had suppressed previously jumped out again. You're the strongest sage. Why must you look at the other sages? You don't rely on the Dao ancestors' Dao teachings or the Providence sect. You relied on your own cultivation to become a sage. You're the destined one. Activate the Dao destruction mystical power and destroy the teachings of all the sages. Sage Fated Secrets ignored the mental demons and used his supreme dermic powers to protect his Dao heart. Another period of time passed. His dermic powers began to waver. The curse power of the dark forbidden lord had already reached a terrifying level. Who is it? Sage Fated Secrets gritted his teeth. He thought of a sage with such a curse. A sage who was not a heavenly Dao sage. Li Muyi of the human school. It was very likely. Li Muyi wasn't weaker than him. He wasn't a heavenly Dao sage. If Li Muyi cursed him, he would indeed find it difficult to predict. Furthermore, as the sect master of the human school, Li Muyi also controlled the other 2 branches of the Dao sect. Killing the other sages was indeed beneficial to the Dao sect. Sage Fated Secrets was enlightened and his eyes turned cold. When Hanju's lifespan decreased by 18 trillion years, he finally saw the emails about Sage Fated Secrets. He immediately stopped cursing. Because of your curse, the Dao heart of your enemy, Sage Fated Secrets, has cracked. His mental demons are rising. Enough. It was worth it. It was almost impossible to curse a sage to death at once. Hanju wanted to grind him to death. After resting for a few days, Hanju continued cursing. This time he cursed Qiu Shilai. Although Qiu Shilai had helped him in the previous calamity, this fellow wanted to trick him and even used the sage position to tempt him. Hanju cursed him as a warning. He didn't want this fellow to disturb him when he had nothing to do. After cursing for 5 days, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune. He stood up and stretched. This was a secret technique he had learned in his previous life. The art of body stretching. He was just reminiscing. Hanju was a pseudo-sage and didn't need to stretch his muscles. As he moved, he used his divine sense to observe the situation in the Tao field. Recently, several Khanate lifeforms had transformed. Like the previous Khanate lifeforms, they started following Han Zuetian. From time to time, they would patrol the 100-peak Immortal River for some reason. After stretching, Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and sent a voice transmission to everyone, preparing to preach the Tao. Hearing that he was going to preach the Tao, everyone flocked to a mountain. Between the two mountains was a vast grassland that had already become the place where the hidden sect preached the Tao. Everyone was looking forward to Hanju's lecture. Every time the lecture ended, they would gain something. This time, Hanju decided to embark on the great Tao of extreme origin. He wanted to pull the nether race to his side as soon as possible so that Empress Hutu would not keep thinking about them. When all the nether race members cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin, they would have to follow Hanju in the future. The Khanate life forms of the 100-peak Immortal River also secretly listened. Hanju turned a blind eye to this. He was really not afraid of others learning it. As long as one cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin, they would have to take him as their master eventually. This was also the reason why the sages often preached to all living beings. Because there were many sages, they couldn't directly preach to all living beings. They would only invite the mighty figures of the world to the 33rd heaven from time to time. Time passed. Days passed. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple, and the strange deity followed. Looking at the strange deity's rare appearance, Hanju sighed and smiled. Time really passed quickly. The strange deity came to his back and began to rub against him. Hanju realized that he was really old. He would always sigh about the past and reminisce about the old days. He was indeed old. After all, he was more than 10,000 years old. 10,000 years was enough for the world to change completely. Although he was emotional, he still had to cultivate. Hanju began to condense the Fiend Celestial Chi in the world of stars and condensed a new Fiend Celestial Dharma idol. Not to mention nurturing 3,000 Fiend Celestials, he had yet to even reach 1% of the 3,000 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. This was also good. In the long and boring cultivation years, there had to be quantifiers of progress. Only by having a close target could he pull himself towards a distant target. 13th heaven, heavenly race. In a golden palace, Xianxia and Fang Liang stood facing each other. Xianxia walked back and forth. He placed his hands behind his waist and frowned. Fang Liang said impatiently, "How much longer are you going to walk? You're the heavenly ancestor now." Xianxia stopped and said unhappily, "How can I not be anxious? The sages said that they want to choose a new sage. If this sage doesn't come from the heavenly race, a large force that can compete with the heavenly race will definitely emerge in the future." Upon mentioning this, Xianxia stomped his feet. The heavenly race was a mixed breed. His trusted aides were not strong enough to fight for the position. Xianxia hated himself for being born too late. If he had been born tens of thousands of years earlier, he might have been able to fight for the sage position himself. Fang Liang said, "Actually, there's no need to worry. The sages didn't say when the sage position will be given out. The last calamity has just ended. Even if a pseudo-sage wants to become a sage, it will take countless years." Xianxia's expression softened. He felt that it made sense. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can't your grandmaster defeat Li Daokong? Why don't we let him fight for the position?" Fang Liang said awkwardly, "That's not good. He doesn't want to be disturbed." "Are you stupid? If he becomes a sage, who will dare to disturb him in the future? His cultivation goal is to become a sage in the end. If we give him this opportunity, he will only be happier," Xianxia said angrily. He felt that ever since Fang Liang had failed the calamity, his brain had not been good. He used to be a smart kid. It was all those high and mighty sages' fault. Fang Liang sighed. "All right, I'll ask." Another 20 years passed since the lecture ended. On this day, Hanju sensed the divine sense fluctuation from the heavenly Tao token. He took it out. Hello, Grandmaster. I have an opportunity for you. Get lost. Huh. You also want to trick your Grandmaster? No, this opportunity is extraordinary. It's about becoming a sage. You have the primordial purple chi? I don't. Do you need primordial purple chi to attain the Tao? Of course. Didn't the sage behind you mention this? Now, every sage claims to have the primordial purple chi. As for finding people to fight for the sage position, this is all a conspiracy. Don't believe it so easily. Understood. After severing his divine sense, Fang Liang immediately went to find Xianxia. Hanju put away the heavenly Tao token and couldn't help but sigh. Sages are best at fooling people. Did these sages not even blink when lying? The primordial purple chi was in Empress Nuwa's hands. The sages didn't have the confidence and insisted on declaring that they had a sage position. They were probably worried that the prodigies would be snatched away by other sages. Hanju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. On the other side, Fang Liang found Xianxia and told him what Hanju said. Xianxia's expression changed. He sent a voice transmission to Fang Liang. It seems that the sages don't have good intentions and want us to fight among ourselves. Fang Liang replied, That's right. If not for Grandmaster's reminder, we would probably be led by the nose. However, this is also a good thing. If we don't say it, the others will fight for the sage position for nothing. We can secretly strengthen our forces. That makes sense. Help me thank your Grandmaster. It's fine. But then again, doesn't your Grandmaster mean that he has a sage behind him or that a sage is contacting him? Isn't that normal? True. Xianxia fell into deep thought. It was unknown what he was thinking. In the depths of the sea, in a palace hidden in the darkness, Long Hao was meditating and cultivating. A soul body surrounded him. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian seemed to be thinking about something with a solemn expression. Long Hao opened his eyes and asked, Have you thought of a way? Hao Tian said, That's so fast. I feel that the matter of the sage position is too fishy. If the sages have the primordial purple chi, they will definitely hide it well. How can they directly publicize it? Long Hao asked, Is it a trap? Hao Tian didn't say anything else and continued wandering around. Long Hao sighed and said faintly, If I knew earlier, I shouldn't have left the hidden sect. If I didn't leave the hidden sect, I would still be cultivating in seclusion without any worries. If I was still in seclusion, I might already be attempting to break through to the Zenith Heaven realm. When I break through to the Zenith Heaven realm and continue cultivating with Master, I might be able to use my strength to attain the Tao. I don't need any primordial purple chi. He began to chatter, making Hao Tian annoyed. Ever since the calamity ended, Long Hao had always been talking nonsense. He knew that he would regret it. Hao Tian had no room for regret. He was just very helpless. He had missed too many opportunities in the past, causing him to be suppressed by many sages and unable to make a comeback. Some sages were even his juniors. The pain in his heart was greater than anyone else. Why don't we go back? I'll introduce you to Master. As long as you show your loyalty, he'll definitely take you in. Long Hao suddenly said. Hao Tian frowned. Join him? Long Hao said. Look at our hidden sect. Someone else has become the Heavenly Emperor. Have you forgotten about the Heavenly Race Banquet not long ago? The hidden sect already has 200 immortal emperors. What does this mean? My master is accumulating strength. According to what I found out, Tao Sovereign and Zhang Yi have both joined the hidden sect. You should know their potential. Looks like your master is indeed ambitious. He's also very capable and can deal with the sages. Hao Tian sighed. He had always paid special attention to Hanju. In the previous calamity, almost all the forces had people related to him. Most importantly, Hanju could protect these people. Even the sinful Su Qi was protected by the sages. Perhaps joining Hanju was really a bright path. However, Hao Tian didn't know which sage was supporting him. Long Hao smiled and said, "Entering my hidden sect might not allow you to show off, but at least you can cultivate in peace. You can also recover your cultivation in peace. When you reach the peak, won't it be a good thing?" Hao Tian pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. The immortal world became more and more lively. The number of ferocious beasts increased, as did the connate lifeforms. The greatest difference between connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts was that the former had intelligence. Most connate lifeforms could not transform. Those who couldn't move were often ravaged by ferocious beasts. Those who could run discovered that devouring ferocious beasts could make them stronger. Just like that, the conflict between connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts began to brew. Time flew. Another 1,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation had improved greatly again. Although his speed of improvement was not as fast as before, he felt that it was not bad. He had to feel the results before he could move forward with enthusiasm. In the past 1,000 years, the disciples of the hidden sect had also improved. Diamond Rage and the Black Hell Demon Lord stepped into the deity realm one after another and were taught the great Tao of extreme origin by Hanju. More and more people cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin. Hanju was very satisfied. Just with Tao Sovereign and the others cultivating the great Tao of extreme origin, it already made Hanju feel that it was becoming stronger. Although he also needed to comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin, as it was created by him, he could clearly sense that it was becoming stronger. On this day, Zhou Fan found him. "No," Hanju said expressionlessly. Zhou Fan actually wanted to go out. "Impossible." Zhou Fan frowned. "If we don't take action, the 3 regions belonging to the hidden sect will definitely be occupied." Hanju said, "So be it. Cultivate to the pseudosage realm first. Before that, don't even think about leaving." Zhou Fan was the Dharma idol of 7 Tao Sage. He wouldn't die if he went out, but he would definitely cause trouble. Hanju wanted to suppress Zhou Fan here and let him cultivate the great Tao of extreme origin. As time passed, the 7 Tao Sage could forget about controlling him. If Zhou Fan was strong enough, even 7 Tao Sage would no longer dare to target him. If Hanju died, all the cultivators of the great Tao of extreme origin would suffer, including Zhou Fan. Pseudosage? How long will that take? Zhou Fan's expression changed. Although he already had the chaotic physique, if he wanted to cultivate to the pseudosage realm, he stared at Hanju and asked, "You're already a pseudosage? What?" "I asked you. Is this how you talk to your master? It seems like you've been a little arrogant recently. Let's go. We'll enter the simulation trial." Hanju didn't care if Zhou Fan agreed or not, and forcefully pulled him into the simulation trial. Several days later, Zhou Fan walked out of the Taoist temple with a stunned expression. His hands in his sleeves trembled slightly. The black hell chicken appeared around him. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but it asked with a smile, "Brat, what's wrong?" Zhou Fan did not answer. Like a walking corpse, he walked numbly towards his residence. News quickly spread. The other disciples who wanted to go out also didn't dare to look for Hanju. They guessed that there might be a drastic change in the world next, so Hanju didn't let them out. For a time, a tense cultivation wind stirred in the hidden sect. 10 years later, after cursing sage fated secrets, Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and started to wander around the 100-peak Immortal River. The strange deity followed behind him. Until today, other than Hanju, no one else could see it. Most of the hidden sect disciples were cultivating, but one was not. That was Han Zuetian. Han Zuetian gathered all the transformed connate lifeforms in a valley. Hanju came to the peak and quietly watched. What? Hanju had a strange expression. This fellow was training soldiers? Han Zuetian stood at the front. The connate lifeforms imitated him by punching and raising their legs. Interesting. Hanju left after watching for a while. He didn't expect much from Han Zuetian. Hanju went to the Nether race's territory next. All the Nether race members were cultivating and the territory was peaceful. He was very satisfied with their attitude. At this moment, Hanju suddenly felt a familiar aura that he hadn't felt in a long time. Long Hao. Why was this kid here? Hanju almost forgot about him. Long Hao stopped outside the 100-peak Immortal River and was hiding somewhere to cultivate. Hanju checked the nearby powerful enemies. The strongest outside the 100-peak Immortal River was Long Hao, who had one mystic divine origin cultivation. After thinking for a moment, Hanju activated all the Dharma treasures in his body. The sun and moon yin-yang protection burst out with divine light and enveloped him. In the depths of the cave, Long Hao suddenly felt a strong light. He opened his eyes and looked over. He could only see Hanju's figure and couldn't see his true appearance. Long Hao immediately stood up in fear. Immediately after, his expression changed. He asked carefully, "Master?" Hanju said, "You still consider me your master?" Long Hao hurriedly knelt down and said fearfully, "You're my master for all eternity. You even dare to deal with your own father. I really don't dare to accept you anymore. I'm afraid that you'll kill your master when you become stronger." Hanju's tone was filled with mockery. Long Hao said awkwardly, "I was just fighting for power. I had no intention of killing my father. Under my father's lead, the heavenly court had already reached a bottleneck. He stuck to the will of the Tao ancestor and wanted to maintain the peace of the myriad worlds. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. How could the heavenly court develop under him? Even the true dragons looked down on him. In the past, the four factions, the heavenly court, the divine palace, the Buddhist sect, and the demon court acted and always wanted to maintain a balance. However, he was the heavenly emperor. How could the heavenly emperor be on the same level as others? I thought he was not worthy of being the heavenly emperor. He had already lost the domineering aura that a heavenly emperor should have. The more Long Hao spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, his eyes turned red. Clearly, he had been holding this back for a long time. Hanju interrupted, "I don't want to care about this or hear about it. I just want to know why you came back." Long Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I want to return to the hidden sect. Hide here for a while before going out to cause more trouble? What do you think the hidden sect is?" "No, I won't go out again without your instructions. Go to the 100-peak Immortal River formation and kowtow. As you kowtow, say that you are wrong. Do that for 1,000 years. "Ha!" Long Hao was shocked. Hanju ignored him and disappeared. Long Hao's expression changed. Hao Tian appeared and sighed. "Pseudosage. Your master is at least a pseudosage. No wonder. It seems that your information is wrong. Your master can't be only 10,000 years old." Long Hao said in pain, "I've to kneel for 1,000 years and still have to admit my mistake. How embarrassing is that?" Hao Tian said angrily, "Didn't you want to come back yourself? You have to pay the price. If I were your master, it wouldn't be so simple."